Alright, so here we are in front of the elephants. Cool thing about these guys is that they have really long fronts, and that's cool. And that's pretty much all there is.
No, a little bit farther down, right there.
Come on, baby. You can do this.
But not everybody shows him the respect he deserves.
Her favorite things in life is food.
She's the first at the table.
Everybody needs to come take a dog into foster. We got Piggy at that time with no intention of adopting.
While at work, he was worried sick for his little companion, even after he did wait for him at the front door when he got back.
Are you gonna go back to your cave?
Bonded pairs of dogs are more difficult to adopt out from past experience. Many people aren't ready to adopt.
Soon enough, the shelter truly understood how deep their bond went. At the time of their surrender, Meryl had a horrible...
Are you okay? It's gonna be okay.
It's okay. I know, you were just trying to protect your babies, huh?
All cleaned up, see how close we are. So the solar line is gonna run right there through the ditch, so we just got...
Claude was like, do you fancy taking my photograph? Of course we do. He looks amazing. He's 84.
So we got 2 of these things. Kurt's eating one now. We'll have one for later. What'd they cost, Kurt?
Things going great. He's almost done under the van, and after that we're going to do the electrical. So...
Ja, daar sta je goed op, Puk.
And water, so they don't need a lot of daily attention, but I did see at least one egg in.
You gonna leave me hanging? There we go. Appreciate that.
No.
Exactly. It's a little bit harder than you think when you're trying to get it at a certain angle. I got a big tree in the way I need to cut.
This truck, I told you guys in the last video, this thing has 235,000 miles on it, which I'm not worried about. It has a...
If we do end up tearing the barn down, maybe we should pull some of those boards and use those for...
Because there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, you can't not eat.
Yeah.
You can't like milk a muskox.
I like this. It's a zippy signal straight into the gold now. I think I've got gold in that pan.
I sink.
Cholera wie, co to jest? Kopci się, dymi się.
Czyli ukraiński, inaczej zwany, i barszcz polski różnią się diametralnie.
Then there were members of the Chinese Communist Party, even though the practice was not political.
Chinese grain per year. Now, on its surface, this may not seem like much, especially when you...
Well, it turns out that almost everyone has done the same thing, because there is no established...
And in most versions of history, this is where Norway's love story with oil would have ended.
Concrete that uses materials resistant to deterioration from high heat, also known as refractory.
He predicted the existence of antimatter this way, as we've discussed in a previous episode, but then...
So, to actually carry out this seemingly simple task of just displaying a curve, wouldn't it...
And they're sitting on a flat plane, and we're going to use this plane as a stand-in for the force.
Someday, our two satellites will provide the same surface to far-side colonies. We might imagine that in the future...
threshold, which is called the light saturation point, plants can't absorb any more energy, so they need to get rid of that extra...
Strong clue in the name, of course, and sure enough, in very basic terms, it means putting solar panels in a field where crops are...
Indian government-owned research institute made a difference.
Because everyone loves Christmas trees, and then sell those. But then he was thinking about it, well...
Wind zone area like Germany to derate a lot of that structure in order for it to be feasible.
Farms are sunny, flat, and near urban areas. This is the perfect place for a Solagro farm.
With effective use of renewable energy.
Doral orchards allow for a number of agricultural...
A wine producer in Greece. We are cultivating almost 200 hectares.
Right, one good other thing about the structure is it's dead simple. It's exactly 6 metres by 6 metres.
Approved by PPRBD. Mike knew what he was talking about as the Ford 220 volts
on the skylights to give you your gravity counterbalance to open it.
But when we arrived here, and we just fell in love with the house because it's just...
And then we're very aware of the weather patterns, what's going on, you know, the wind, the north winds, south winds.
Show you first of all this little building. It was built for our firewood store, and it's just made.
Someone looking for full or maybe just partial self-sufficiency, working from home.
Really great town, and yeah, you're here and
deposit, and it would be a special condition in the contract that the sale will only...
The ridge height of your proposed new home is very important. It would need to relate to neighbouring...
You straight into that family room with that new kitchen, new utility and a large glaze.
Imran, congratulations.
Thank you.
Got a beautiful house, haven't you?
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Around 275 for it, should be. Thought so, thank you. 275 and bid, 277.
Be made here. First, the resale value.
Once renovated, so long as they keep it to a...
Happy with the price?
Yes, yeah, definitely.
We're very happy because we were going to go up to 400.
Set on selling.
I would value a finished product somewhere between 205.
And have the living room as the bedroom at the front, or keep your living room at the...
Good return.
The agent thinks that the new owners could achieve £60 per room per week. Snapped up for just 10 grand over the guide price at £80,000 by London-based accountant Chennai.
This will also be accompanied by the greatest real estate crash the world has ever known.
Let's leave that to one side and see what else the president said this week.
The wave is building. I think it was strong last night, but I think it's going to keep building all the way into 20
States. Secondly, on the Abraham Accords, the chairman pointed out, said, well, actually goes back to the days of cattle rustling. If you had a prosecutor who says, all right, we're not going to have an aggressive...
It's about 11 square kilometers. Yeah. So it's definitely, I mean, we were speculating, but definitely the biggest open pit.
The idea of making this cleanup circular and turning the catch into something usable and using that...
Under the hood. Esvine's car and the submarine have essentially the same technology.
Surging demand, and that the problems are proof of it. Well,
that's the right wing right, so there we go.
So if you've got a sort of pathetic 23 has any idea what they're talking about, right? You couldn't get anyone, and we went round to England, and then we came to the studios here in Hollywood.
Have a Paul, and so I sort of backed into playing that role as well, which I didn't really want to.
And oppressive acts. The fact that these meta-narratives aren't even true to begin with is just the icing on the cake, as our...
That was the massive logistical challenge.
Yeah. I mean, we were doing all the work and they were doing all the complaining.
Fault in an accident. And as the systems get better, I really do think that it's the insurance companies that are going to push people...
Sent to the FBI crime lab in Quantico, Virginia for analysis. A prop gun is not a toy. TV and film crews typically...
that the public has a constitutional right to film them on duty. So...
The car was Rosso Vic, or Rosso Efesto is what the color was named, after Vic Coolian stole all the money from Volkswagen Credit. And
definitely fits. Main garage is over there. This is so dope. They're gonna have this done in like 2 weeks at this pace.
Some guys after that come in with mini excavators, and they just dug these beams here.
Yeah.
And we had to have a couple of people with.
No, it's been broke for a long while.
Yeah, I got my work cut out for me here. It's
now, because when I bought the tractor, have it at all, but the black grass in there is terrible. But I ain't bothered.
It just used to be flooded, and it's obviously been drained off.
Ring, you know, like the back of your tank, you know when it's open, you know when it's closed, but whereas this one, you don't.
Or what, but like I had to move it a lot. I was kind of surprised. There was literally no pedal when we put it in, so hopefully it's all.
Disturbance. I may need to upgrade, get like a mic or something to clip.
64, Farmall 504. The H is a 1940. There was a lot of progress between the two, and this.
For example, how you shut the tractor on and off. Have this little lever.
I'd back it down in a hole against a bank or whatever, load logs on it.
What would Roscoe say? Hey, Enos, you scuffed my...
Hey, have you ever picked up a new tractor from the dealer?
Never. This is a brand new...
Really plant straight now.
I think that I'm just going to stick with driving my straight truck.
Coming up, you know that this is a lifestyle that you were afforded.
Being able to have that connection with the animals and the land, seeing them through from birth and
Growing up, I thought I'd be an accountant, but I figured out in college that I could not sit at a desk.
I really wanted to create an operation that was easy to manage. It was efficient.
They stay out there until they're about 2 years old, and when they're 2 years old, they're old enough to have their first baby.
a couple of big blue tubs, and those are cow waters, so they always have access to fresh feed.
And I'd, wake up in the morning and I'd either...
Works. Also, to say atheists, not even all atheists believe evolution is a real...
Whatever my dad meant by that, I had to admire him for it. What is this strange obsession?
It is a highly complex legal theory that is taught in law.
As a good summation of what makes America.
The next bus out of town is tomorrow night. It's 7:45.
I looked up to him. Sure, we all looked up to him. And when I got the text that day, I quit. I gotta get. Hey, come on, man. What it look like, Chuck? Me and you had a baby.
My initial feeling, but in this one, it's a little bit different. You know why? I'm not gonna.
Your dad said this. My wife liking that. I'm supposed to throw you the ball.
There's absolutely positively no excuse for you to be behind the wheel of a car.
Dak driven. And obviously we know the pulse that Dak has on this football team, but defensively to give up 16.
Apparently, in a filing with the FEC last week, her staff didn't know.
Secrets have remained, well, secrets. Although they probably knew about the facility even before France. Crucifixions, in most cases, being too cruel and barbaric. It was the Romans who elevated. But they did more than okay for themselves. Santana's dad owned estates and had made some money doing business.
Another example is an Inquisition record that reports, to use their words, so-called Indian idolatry.
Christian conception of demons as these evil creatures who are out to hurt us or to do the...
Or the jinns from the very beginning have had what modern psychologists call
come out of the earth. Allah knows what it looks like. تُكَلِّمُ النَّاسِ. It will speak to the people.
And insults from the Muslims themselves. They have an issue now with the length of his...
Favorite parts of the surah is when it actually focuses on believing in the life of the hereafter. Believing in...
Yeah, all right. That's the opposite extreme. Where it's like we feel... The dunya, material things will come to him. Humiliated and debased.
Following ayat, for example, it highlights how the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam
such crimes for far too long, and now I realize and I acknowledge the damage that I have caused. And it's
need to let the world know where I am, what I'm eating, where I'm going, and who I. And Isa alayhi salatu wasalam, he asks his companions, he says to them, let's all gather and we'll all... To ever worship Allah Azza wa Jal was Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, the greatest...
It is he who created this complex into a swoon, almost like they're drunk, but they won't be drunk. He never committed fornication or adultery.
More chaos will remain chaotic and dangerous, all of that.
Do you mean this by this in the sense of like the old...
For a while, once he realized that he might have something to do with, in some strange way, with the way things turned out.
Comfortable feeling helps you grow. That when you feel like you screw something up, like when I've had bad podcasts...
From the state or for the open market? So if you've been denied housing, like, from the government? It's illegal.
So if you could destroy me in this interview, we'd really appreciate it.
You like that?
Yeah, and a lot of people watch our show.
I can't guarantee it, but of categorization is power. The other one is that there's a war on competence, because the best way to understand history and understand people is as a concept.
Along the lines of the lobsters.
The general pattern here is that someone says, so you're saying...
I dare say, because we are having that debate as we speak.
And I haven't been shouted down.
There you go.
So you may...
아마 초대해줘요 좀.
눈치 게임이 또 기독교에서 근데 기독교 이런 말 있잖아요. 누가 왼쪽 밤을 때리거든 오른쪽 밤.
입니다만 정작 중국 정치권 내부에선 이렇다 할 변화를 보여주지 않고 있습니다. 이렇게 되면 발생하는 루트겠는데 부정 먹겠습니다.
땡소름이요. 지가 강하다고 그녀는 말합니다. 미국 캘리포니아주도 지난 23일 캘리포니아
열심히 챙겨주겠습니다. 무엇보다 건강해야 같이 오랫동안 행복한
하면 되게 예쁠 것 같아. 예쁠 것 같아. 그럼 얘 하나를 지금 희생해서 싹플라.
멋있다. 어떡하지? 공항으로 가야 될 것 같다. 막 바쁘게 출장 다니는 사람 같은 느낌 아니야?
근데 룩 같은 경우는 긴 블랙 코트 위에 그레이 컬러의 머플러를 투박하게 툭 걸쳤는데
것 같으니까 좀 이따 먹을게요. 또 너무 다 먹으면 또 안 되니까.
쓸 수 있는지. 간주 나봐 간주. 끼가 간주. 예쁜데 간주.
김영이 5 더하기 5는 김영이 6 더하기
아 진짜 뭐
Guy, he represents crazy rich Asians better than anyone. Cars worth a fortune.
P. Both of them took on the underground Korean rap scene. G-Dragon seemed like he wouldn't have much of.
He was born in the year of the dragon according to the Chinese calendar, and his zodiac sign is Leo.
2018, he was named the person who made the most copyright money in Korea after he earned 1.
캐비어만 찾은 사람? 캐비어. 저 위에 있어요.
딴거 복장한 이렇게 예쁘신 분들이 여자분들이 이렇게
네.
막 돈도 많이 버는데 요새 좀 선물도 사주고 좀 그러나요?
솔직히 한 번도 없어요. 아니 요즘에 진짜 다들 어디 있는지 모르겠어. 지용이 형 완전
However, they got back together before the public and media caught wind of the breakup and their relationship.
.แต่ว่าไม่คือแรงโน้มถ่วงของโลกก็ยังไม่สามารถสู้แรงโน้มถ่วงของลิซ่าได้
เขาก็เอาแมวหนูไปโหนด้วยแล้วก็แบบคือพวกเขาแบบสนุกกันมากๆเลยค่ะโดด You are so hot rose라고 How about me guys How about me 표시를 하는 건가? Hi say sorry Say sorry to the world
기다려 wait 기다려 아담
아담아.
가는데 태영아.
그거 줄 짧게 잡아야 돼.
앞으로.
미치는 거.
Mama told me, go make yourself some friends or you'll be lonely.
और उनके छोटे से होने वाले बेबी को जिन ने एक बहुत ही क्यूट निकनेम दिया था जिसका नाम
मेरी मछली पानी में उड़ेगी इसीलिए पंख बना रहा हूँ पैर भी बना दे पानी
प्यार हुआ, इकरार हुआ। गुचे गुचे।
एक चक्कर और लगा लेकिन टाइम हो चुका है, अभी निकलना भी है, खाना खा के एयरपोर्ट। 8:40।
ठीक है, बोल पंडित जी पेटीएम करेंगे आपको, कैश धनराशि आपको पेटीएम करी जाएगी।
सुहाना सफर और ये मौसम हसी, इनसे जरा पूछ ले।
Redo that one, Anna. We're off to see some southern softies that live up north.
It's just because it was an existing system and that's a new manifold.
But I think where those two, there's.
Some books. It's funny because my niece, who is my age, there was a big age gap between my sisters.
Around that are somewhat local that watch my videos on, do you really stock
phone? And I went to my Facebook group, my premium group, and the first post that came up was from a
some of these on hand is important. Things like these wipes, maybe not absolutely critical.
Making decisions on A, do I need to keep this still? Why haven't I gotten rid of it yet? If I
any special bins or boxes or anything, because if we could make it work in our old house,
go on there and like I say, because it's November, you're going to have this for the Christmassy content.
Actually only offer about 8 inches of cooking space, and Misen actually designed their pan to have about 9.
It's been a couple of months since I had originally organized all of this, and I want to
step into a place. It really stresses me out. So now I'm going to go through some of these
to access it fairly easily. It was too tall though, so I decided to chop a small portion of frame of sorts for my tin can. Anytime you put screws into wood, and especially small pieces.
Es el momento de decorarlas con nuestras servilletas y la técnica del decoupage.
E virando assim, ó. Está grande, então, ó.
Neste DIY. Agora vamos passar a cola branca um pouco diluída em água.
Você vai fazer isso aqui, ó.
Aí eu vou passar
novamente esse pedaço.
Fazer uma caixinha, tá? A altura dessa aba
colocar muita cola, porque a corda ela encaixa direitinho aí embaixo.
Esse canal, essa família de DIY Lovers. E se você realmente for novo por aqui ou me acompanha e ainda não é inscrito no canal,
em cima da corda eu dei um nó e na parte de baixo ali, na madeirinha preta, eu colei o cachê. E duas demãos.
одинаковых прихваточки шила. Такая же.
Сидушку на стул, а я придумала коврик. Утеплитель.
Ничего страшного. Шьем. Пусть даже будут неровности. После того, как...
К ней на свободу облегание, допустим, если грудь у вас больше.
С утра. В общем,
Это самый классный крем.
Soon, and I could follow them anywhere they go. I thought, well, I'm going to have money.
But I didn't think my home would become an office. So that is a surprise. That's not something I would have expected and wanted to do.
And during the pandemic, I was home so much. I was like, this would be the time to...
I want to do like the indoor-outdoor living here. I'm so excited to make this house a design showstopper because
the sexy sleeves, it is everything that I wanted.
Your sister can see all of this stuff.
Extras from this box. What is this? What in the world?
Process and a long day.
So I would like thin straps.
Yeah.
And then she's got a massive big white LED dance floor.
Times I can picture the like captain coming on the loudspeaker.
Yes, ma'am, we're about to take.
And I'm just gonna sit here and watch this. This is ridiculous. I'm gonna sit.
And as soon as I unhook it, she goes, "Hey, you know you're gonna have to move that again, right?"
2019, they had their second litter together, and there was 3 babies there. 2 of them went to new home.
Audio will let me just go up and touch her a little bit. I'm not going to put a halter on her. She's not broke yet.
A little bit weak in the rear end and a little bit deformed. He kind of ran sideways with his rear in a different plane than his front.
Yeah.
There's no problem waiting that extra year, and emotionally they're in a little bit better shape for it.
So we probably received the horse in this area somewhere.
Being, you know, half Nez Perce and half non-tribal, and it was really hard for me to navigate through.
Really helpful to what we're trying to achieve here with these kind of workshops.
Of the Nez Perce, it is questionable if Lewis and Clark expedition would have been successfully concluded.
During the hot and dry summer, Plateau peoples traveled about in small bands made up of
the Shawnee mini sink site located along the Delaware River in eastern Pennsylvania. Less well known.
I started to find a particular type of tool called a uniface tool. I knew we weren't in Kansas anymore. That
ended up avoiding impacts to the site area, and there's still site deposits preserved.
A lot of times you have cultures that extended into the following cultural period.
The location information was put into the database along with the UTMs.
Route people took to enter the Americas. The first route that was
to degradation as well. Another issue, obviously, that the Paisley study was originally
people had already been documented arriving in the continent. Coastlines tend to have a more...
So, just quickly again, I always like to frame things.
Many traditional Caddo stories involve plants, and there's even an origins of agriculture story.
How is this possible? Isn't China the factory of the world? Yes, that's true, but the problem is that it's
entire 20th century. Meanwhile, new mega projects are being constructed all across the globe.
They're not, and that's one of the hard things with this topic, that it's a problem.
The packets became scarce, and companies started successfully selling them for $10 per 50 on eBay.
Simply multiplying 150 million by 592. But these connections are the
mathematicians were oblivious to the negative solutions to their equations because they were dealing with things.
12th. So I know the 12th of the 12th was a Sunday as well, but I need to add on.
CME hit us in 1859. I said not much damage was done. That's because we didn't.
Because of the way the transistor will work in the circuit, I'm going to refer to these legs as microphone positive.
Follows the line of the hood with that nice consistency. So you see that once the screw goes in there, that's because
this truck has I believe it's like a 26 or 27 foot Miller rollback record.
Carburetor. Okay. It's been running until just recently, and the starter has been quit.
Boom tubes off, pull the mounts, and then we're ready to snip this thing out here pretty quick. Obviously.
The way we live is separate from the planet. We got to be this.
California and the wildfires that they have, because you have the tires are protected.
You just unfold it out.
Using recycled materials instead of more cement and wood.
And they're pretty inexpensive. They're about $90 a piece, so well under.
Off-grid version GrowWatt all-in-one system. This has an inverter, a solar charge control.
The way I'm doing this, for one, is we're going to make these 24 volts, so we're going to go from this positive to.
So the output of my whole battery is going to be just under the power rating of that transformer, which will mean I can.
The other thing is the disadvantages of lithium ion. Lithium ion works beautifully.
This removes the need for a separator as opposed in conventional energy cells. Discharging.
Acid batteries were deteriorating. We couldn't even keep the lights on in a single building. Another problem.
They're low energy density. That whole bank, you see, they're roughly 3 feet high, and
then it's ready to dispense. And so we're going to put some water in the
I hate it when that happens.
Your fuel gas closed as well until you're ready to rock and roll. All right? So now that our torch is ready, we're going to step back here to the bottom.
What you're looking for. All right, now to grind, I'm going to tell you what you don't want to do first, and then we'll get into the technique what you want.
Spending time in the garage. Far from it. This is my safe space after all. And although this isn't the video
pods are actually attached to. After removing the nuts holding the potentiometers and also
is very apparent. Internally it also had the same arrangement. The driver was at the same position.
Hunter suggests power, suggests fighting power on the battlefield.
You've got to remember that in order for these magnetic mines to be put in position, someone physically has to be standing right here.
Smaller, so I can fit, another radiator in, I can fit more fans. And
how fast this is the vehicle you want to do it in.
Right, and you could fit it through a drive-through possibly, like Chick-fil-A, maybe.
Future videos. Nick Mead was really into combat vehicles. He already had a vast collection and transport people and items of precious value. Whether that be important people or stolen treasure, each
river was shallow enough that the people at the top stayed above water and were able to get to shore.
Piece of iron. Still on.
I collect them, I clean them up, and I try to see which ones are valuable. This is cool, I found part of an old lock.
Have a good one.
Now, as these guys are walking, because the ground is flooded with this black, brackish water, they
would to part-time so she could work more. Her friends at university said that she had had 2 serious boyfriends.
Rod Farrell was born in the town of Murray, Kentucky, population about the same.
Stop. He kept hitting her to the point where he could no longer count the amount of blows. By the end,
However, to quote the counsellor, Jodie was becoming a little less coherent and hard to follow.
Иди пойди с той стороны посмотри.
Ты завил. Мам.
Suction. Oh, wait. Do you see the middle thing? That looks like a foot pump. You're blowing air.
Yeah.
It looks like an
in place. Once the jaw itself is closed, the lips and the rest of the mouth take their form very naturally.
Yep. Speeku. S-P-E-E-K-U-Z
SLM.
I couldn't even believe that you watched it. So, like, thanks for liking it and sharing it. They just told me back.
And how airy and delicate the whole thing feels. Or a formation, not a building, sitting on glass which is reflective and lightweight.
We're not having a concrete kitchen.
No, we're not having a concrete kitchen. No, there's no more concrete going into this house, trust me. I was thinking...
This house and turn a kitchen into a dream, then yeah, tread carefully. But good luck.
Okay.
Apartment buildings to actually have double doors. The light is absolutely terrible, but so it's...
Is the bicycle network properly maintained in the winter? And this is the real key to Olo's success, as there are very...
So much extra work just to get your body moving, but that pedal assist motor just...
comes down to why you want to get a bike in the first place.
The reason I got an e-bike is because I don't view cycling as...
at home. And I know that firsthand because my wife has been borrowing this. She's not a bike rider. She would never...
Even without pedaling, though it drains the battery more quickly. The batteries on electric bikes have been getting better and...
Developed in collaboration with BlackBerry. It's a security system that monitors the surrounding...
Battery meter. So we have battery. Right, deep in here is the throttle. And then we'll see if this thing's doing anything.
running about 13 PSI in those, so.
This one's thick carbon case with backed by aluminum cross.
A motor with a centrifugal clutch. Well, I just had to try it.
Here, feel free to visit their website jlcpcb.com to not only find out
we should make a better rotor because these loose magnets are weak and the
but also, transmit the power down to the ground.
This is not possible for me since it's very expensive. So I found another way. You see, model airplane wings are made from...
saves on some efficiency. So let's look at the numbers, the breakdown cost. I'm going to show you 5 things.
Program that produces this document because I wouldn't know how to make something this professional on my own.
And now I just got to go pull it through. And now I've got one...
right here, and it leaves exposed a black and a red
830A and B. A is for securely fastened and B is for supports, so we're not running.
Hey, that's funny hair. Yeah. I shouldn't have to do anything else. Yeah, right. I'm gonna go put my boot.
Then you can just collapse the whole thing.
Now, then we have some nice art piece right here. We might still replace it with our own prints if you
it was just kind of something we weren't expecting, and I just lost my mom the year before due to cancer.
With these little cutouts that we did up here, unify all these things, all
with it grooved out support at the end, so they've got some extra counter space.
Dry. Alternatively, you might want to. Now, if I come down here like this, because you can't actually see it.
Cut off so it can't charge below 32. It actually cuts off, I think, when the batteries get up to.
Knobs loose and push the sofa completely forward in the vehicle.
The dualies. Once again, notice this as I pull it up.
gear area. You do have the L-track system, which continues throughout the coach, just like other.
Up here. Oh, it's nice and cool in here.
Yeah.
Look at this. Okay.
Then I saw they didn't steal my passports, and I also my credit cards were there, but.
Cool. I was imagining that our Airbnb was going to be somewhere overlooking the town and.
It's worth checking before you travel.
So it's just gone 5 a.m. We're at the hotel lobby.
As a place of repose, oftentimes accentuated by a fountain, the peaceful cherry on.
Definitely give the Costa da Prata a look, but try to brush up on your Portuguese before you get.
Oh, so good. It's delicious. And I'll take you to the edge of the pool, which we were at this morning at 7 a.m.
was a member of the church choir for a while. One day, Yujin saw her friend Hyunmin singing the national
studio wanting to sign a new artist to get girls to go and play drinking games with you, plying them with alcohol.
I went to another casting company. An audition to become a trainee was
successful. But at this point, she wouldn't work with Disney again on a film or TV show, and she would only focus on
who expect them to resume the same intensity of activities after recovering. When a person becomes a trained pig roast.
That's sweet, Jen.
For example, when Jennifer's Body came out in 2009, it was
The Exorcist shows a young girl get possessed by a demon because her mother prioritized her career instead.
Have been hammered into us through books, films, television shows, and even our day-to-day.
For those of you who don't know what Bright Cellars is, you sad poor thing you. Bright Cellars is a data-driven wine.
Some of y'all from that body positive movement ain't gonna be able to say that soon if you keep it up. Adele nearly broke
because that was something that was considered kind of improper. So money doesn't necessarily automatically
like so great in that they're so wrong. But
what about wrist day?
Absolutely did the right thing. You will have to endure your family harassing you though, because they will probably
to discuss, and that was the end of it. I told Amy what he and I discussed, and she decided to call it off.
Untertags, dass immer optimal zur Sonne steht. Was auch möglich ist, ist im Winter.
Diese Technologie sich bewährt, wir aus dieser Entweder-oder-Frage rauskommen und in der Tat dann beides haben.
Daneben wird ein Streifen angebaut unter herkömmlichen Bedingungen. Und die Uni Hohenheim wird über den Zeitraum von 3 Jahren.
Mit dem Traktor, Mähdrescher oder Kartoffelvollernter kommt der Landwirt bei 5 Metern.
Die schwimmende Installation kann sich auch den Formen des Beckens anpassen. Die anschließend
umweltschädlich, es stinkt und ist laut. Und wir haben dafür eine Alternative.
Doch bevor es soweit ist, heißt es in Regensburg tüfteln, schrauben,
size. This is a 2-inch pipe. We don't need that big of a piece here.
See that spring? Now we have to take that spring out of there.
You just spit on the lens.
Just slows down to that flow. Then if the stream picks up, when you get a rain event, the pump just picks up.
Here you can see the brugram in action. Water enters through the steel pipe, and you can see a lot of water.
In general, you can just keep going straight, because as you see, the thread is coming out the top. I think that's it.
And that was the ticket. It is amazing how this came out.
Allow for air to come in, but also still allow for there to be support for the second row.
4 inches. So what I'm going to do is just take a piece of this drop. This is just some that I trimmed off.
The water was just pushing to the surface like crazy out of the concrete. I think
and realize that the cinder blocks are going to cover it. So here I'm laying out the cinder block base.
لو انت معاك قرش جاهز حديد او متر او متر و20 فبيظبط معاك. ما معاكش قرش.
الدوران بتاعي على مسافة 90 سم. زي ما معاكم شايفين برضك باخد القطر.
Forming the arch. So what I'll do, I'll go and cut a template. I'll be back shortly.
In on the outside, so we got to turn it inside and then we got to turn it on the outside as well.
To build the structure.
It's gonna have all of our silly comments on there.
I know. The first knock, just keep whacking it. Yep. Okay. All right.
Where?
Okay.
Look at me. It's just the same as you would have in the Midlands, cutting in at the base of each of the stems.
Hedges aren't something you think about much while...
Months. So we've come down to this section of the hedge. We've already laid these few bits of sort of living mesh.
We always lay uphill, so the sap will rise.
Somewhere in the maze of windswept lanes and hedges.
Of the reasons, I think, in Watlington Parish, why we want to find out the condition of our hedges. Are they healthy?
There's like 100 psi. So we've got an electronic control valve here that's wired to that controller.
Heal the bundles into moist soil.
I prefer, and you can almost get a visual image of what the hedge is going to look like, where the plants are going to stand before you.
And helps to develop growth.
That's something that you'd have to take out of your trench as you're digging. Otherwise the scutchgrass.
Better than an evergreen, you'll find that it'll establish quickly and give you lots of interest in the spring.
First things first, you can slice through the top layer.
And it makes a nice small hedge. I mean, you could trim it and keep it low if you wanted to, sure. Or you can
wood and half cut through leaves. So what can be very attractive, see the
rapid growth out of it. You could fertilize this plant twice a year, maybe mid-March and then again in mid-June with a slow.
2-3 times a year, you are preventing a lot of that.
And it's a 4-inch diameter, which I find, like with this bulb we were just looking at, I kind of need to have.
This whole entire area where those annuals were, this is an annual bed. On the back, so they'll show you how to dig the hole, how.
Some people, I think, decide to go really funky and a little bit kooky and crazy and experimental with their backsplash, and I think.
And add a little minerally note, and there's 2 main stories. Green is
my Bunny Williams home sofa. I call it John's sofa because John's always sitting in it. How are we going to use this room? And I decided it would be better to have one large seating group.
Looking at the beautiful landscape, and I just got a bit emotional because
I think I'm going to say definitely Michelin star grade food. I'm not sure if they actually had the.
That they understand that the image in the mirror is themselves.
behavior. Now, the animal begins to learn to test its reflection. In other words, why is that?
Started out with capuchin monkeys. So what we did is we put 2 capuchin monkeys side by side. I'm here to explain what that is. The term itself goes back actually much further, goes back to the 40s. They wouldn't be pulling so hard. And so they're bringing in the box. And you can see that they're synchronized up and she becomes stronger and she starts to challenge the alpha female. Then you see how much it matters. They ended up in a tree and one of them holds out a hand to the other. And about a second after I took the picture, they came together in the
and the 4 corner uprights. These corner uprights will have 2 smart lock connectors protruding out.
So let's get this side on.
If you want to, but pretty much you can leave them like this all the time if you wanted to, and structurally everything.
South, especially in the winter. You could also make this construction simpler by just making a regular square box.
Is set to the thickness of the wood, so that's what I used, and it's worthwhile. So just show you again here.
I just kind of took different ideas online and kind of decided to do my own thing.
That are required now. This needs to be quite deep, so this secures the base of the
it freezes, they just pop out. And because all the water drained out when it defrosted, because we couldn't. I'm about 6 feet tall, and that's about what this is going to be.
I like it.
The next step, and this is why I made.
I don't think it's a Lowe's problem. That's just how boards are cut.
Yeah, when we.
Good. Okay. Lock it in.
Here, because of this board, well, you can always put it on the outside when you build this, if you wanted to, but this is
2x4s and 1x4s. They can be assembled with a tarp for about $300 and assembled with 10.
Chickens will lay their eggs in here, and the eggs will roll out under here. Oh, and look, I've got 2 more eggs.
And get out, and they would be protected from any predators. For the door, we just framed in a rectangle,
as you can tell, and it was very safe. That thing was built like a tank, so I never lost a chicken to any.
Even got a stained glass rooster window, so that's pretty cool. But works.
All right, so you can see cross support.
The dogs that I taught them at a young age. The dogs know that the pickup truck or the bed of the truck is a happy place.
Chickens will always lay eggs. Hens will always lay eggs, and when they come to age, whether there's some of the predators that are around my area and why I don't free range my chickens, okay? So,
which is going to make it super easy to get this done, and it's the same price as buying 3.
We have some more offcuts from the shipping container, and then finally our wire mesh fencing, and I'm not sure if
problem. Another thing I did was I bent that chicken wire inward to prevent anything from being.
Penny right here is what we're naming her. She is very attached. So anytime.
And Peppa.
Baby chicks, or you just got some older hens that you're going to introduce into your existing.
Because I know where they've come from. It's it's a decent kind of organisation. They're fully vaccinated. They're healthy. But you can...
they've got plenty of cattle. They can do it anytime they want. If you're only running.
That. Okay, whatever. Just bite it.
And you would put change in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Comes, trying to make the most of it. So we keep our freeze dryer in our room.
Just for society members. I also teach 3 private design classes, 3 or 4.
And it was just, it was a mix of emotions. I was just like,
I didn't feel like I fell on my face. I thought I represented, myself as well as my family, as well as everyone.
Michael, you're on mute.
Wow, my mouth.
Cheryl. The next safe couple.
A little bit too much focus put on that from not from them, but from other people. Just like
friends had mentioned that they saw me in Minnesota.
And I know that I'm just hearing the one side. I don't know how you feel, because I just don't know if I can do this.
Time to think about being attracted to other men, but I think I might be. TLDR, I had a sex dream about
slowly opened its mouth and started its Furby death screech. We beat the fuck out of it for the next 5 minutes until it finally
is gone. You really are an idiot. You really shouldn't feel all that.
Well, that's a nice kitchen backsplash, and then wonder where your youth went. Another thing, 90% of the
organic pure maple syrup. The first 2, Pearl Milling and Log Cabin, are national brands distributed by Tarte.
If you let your guard down, they'll be poised to capitalize on that. A snake's basic strike is a little on the weak side.
Wolves, they were just hallucinating so hard that everyone else started hallucinating too. Now, perhaps unsurprisingly.
And by man, I don't mean how we use the term man today, meaning mankind, but rather masculine.
In over 50 centuries, remaining in an inanimate state and having their bodies
economy, so much so that they believe that they might never be free from bondage, even in the afterlife.
Into madness. Its glimmering light makes them obsessed, possessed almost by the lens itself.
Problems because the shit is just shit, it's not.
No. He said the shit would. People. Sorry, not these people. There's people in the.
Him. Many witches are teachers. Teachers are witches, whatever.
I don't get this particular.
And so, and it's something that
these children who
who are homeschooled, by the way, so they're not being tainted.
Let's examine exercise as a rich time with you and Jesus on a
the world and speak to millions of people. Now, mind you, I flunked out of college. Lifetime experience, once in this lifetime experience, that I couldn't completely.
It was the first warning strike, a harbinger of national judgment and destruction that would come years later.
Zones in the United States of danger. One is the West Coast. The San Andreas fault line is the most.
And came home on the weekends. She said, nothing has ever happened until last night. I was
expected. And thirdly, regardless of whether the accused apologizes or not, attempt
to hurt their bodies, to degrade their bodies, to use their bodies, to break their
forward and not doing anything on our land. Doing good, Mom. Or
trouble about tomato, which really gives a good insight in how we want to produce our food in a sustainable way.
As being top of its class. This man,
dry and crunchy.
And how about here?
Wow, it's really.
網目構造というのがナノサイズで、水の分子とか植物の肥料成分は
It's the same principle as the semi-permeable.
フィルムの中の水っていうのはね、吸いにくいんですよね。ですから大きく。
Did want to put a paper towel over it just to try to really help trap some of that humidity and help out with the germination process.
Growing broccoli sprouts and also microgreens. So we prepared 2 separate
or less. And then I bought these lids that are stainless steel lids on it.
Won't have been treated with anything. Now to start the process, you need to add warm water to.
And then I just set it on the counter.
In order to prevent clumping up, spin the jar around to spread out your seeds.
Seeds of variety, certified organic. They've done me well.
With that said, Dr. Rhonda Patrick uses grapefruit seed extract, so take that for what it's worth.
Without buying some kind of supplement or just producing healthy food for less money than you'd spend at the store.
A good bit now about the quality and the supply chain of dried moringa leaves.
Today, moringa is used as a remedy and, in essence, a multivitamin in many of the world's warmest regions.
The seed, I take like 2, 3, 4, it depends. I take it.
And the cake, the press cake, the stuff that's left over after pressing this.
Show you guys, this is an update video. If you guys click on the screen right here, there's a video from back in February.
In zones 9 and 10, and it needs a semi-arid tropical climate.
Let's go to another section of the nursery here. We got to see the cutting.
And a little bit of leaf at the very top. Behind me are more containers with.
We feed this to our chickens, and we also feed it to our pigs, both of which love eating this. So I guess they're superfood.
सकते हैं कि ये जो हाइट है, यहाँ से हमने इसकी कटिंग की थी पिछले साल, तो ये करीब 5 फीट की इसकी हाइट होना चाहेंगे इसकी खेती करने के लिए। जब ये फल पक जाता है तो इसके अंदर जो है बीज तैयार हो जाता है।
जब हम सहजन की खेती करते हैं तो हमें नर्सरी लगाना चाहिए कि बीज लगाना चाहिए?
सीधा बीज
बीमारियां ठीक होती हैं। जितेंद्र और सरला मान अपने मोरिंगा पाउडर की प्रोसेसिंग कैसे करते हैं?
जो बच्चे हैं, अभी मेरा लड़का 16 साल का है, लड़की 13 साल की है माशाल्लाह, और कुछ ऐसे।
तो मोदी जी का एक बयान काफी तेजी से वायरल हो रहा है इस वक्त, जो बयान प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने।
तो मैं सोच ही नहीं सकती कि मुझे लगता था कि मैं नहीं रह पाऊंगी इनके बिना।
तो ऐसी नौबत नहीं आ सकती। अब ये बात अंधेरे में ही रहेगी कि ऑक्सीजन की कमी से लोग मरे या नहीं।
Americans' concerns about how CNN cast the issue, Gupta said they shouldn't have said that. Given that a prominent CNN
was trying to take my title shot, so yeah, I don't like him because of that. That's the only way that it's personal.
Out. Gaethje filmed it. Gaethje posted, and if you wanted to know who got the best of who, it was Kamaru Usman getting of Gaethje.
Knocked to the ground, and pull yourself back up, and only in those moments when you're able to pull.
Truly called to that. He loves the chaos. He loves the darkness, and you know.
Somebody remix this.
wheel, the potch seems to come into the color. We don't want that.
I ended up having to spend $8,000 for just 50 carats, 1/3 of an ounce of the fine.
Going through it, but the color bar is more of a sun flash. It's
really delicately, really softly. You can see every now and then my fingers turn a bit.
Confidence that this Steve guy will lose, that if I lose, I'll donate 500
showed up here.
Hey, what's up, boy?
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome on the Interceptor.
Nice place you got here.
5, 4. Yep, good choice.
That's mental.
Give or take, so nice to see him. And then leading the line, no more Bobby Firmino, who again struggled quite
at the moment. But you think Conte, here's a guy who deals Glenn in league titles, Chelsea, Juventus, many of them.
that kind of style of play, aren't you?
Exactly. And the things he's been doing as well is he lets the attackers know that they're there and they're not in for
of a new Tottenham team in January in the transfer window. Spurs handed the manager's job to the
club, not as a personal person. So take another opportunity or another experience.
또 초반에 3연승을 거두면서 좋은 출발을 했기 때문에 안타까워하는 반응도 있긴 했지만 공통
케인이 토트넘에서 새로운 기대감이 피어났다고 이야기를 했습니다. 케인 같은 경우 올 시즌
요리사한테 뭐 이렇게 얘기하고
캉테는 그래도 착해가지고 그래도 나한테 뭐 리그 이렇게 우승
나오는 거군요. 그렇죠. 그러니까 콘테 감독의 전술적인 스타일을 우리가 딱 얘기를 해보면 그럼 최대한 끌어내게 내가 도와주겠다. 그런 만큼 너희가 그 큰 짐을 지고 맹활약해라. 골도
always is like
가동을 시켜야 되는데
그렇지.
안
근데
들어가니까.
가구 내놓는 날 그래 내놓은 냉장고
막 음란물이라는 게 별거 아니에요. 그냥 남조선 방송 아니면 중국 영화를 보는 거지. 그러니까 그런 건 뭐야?
맞다. 거기 이제 잠깐 정박해가지고 다시 들어가는 그런 상황이었나.
잡혔어 아예.
어머 또 큰일 났다. 그렇게 하면 한국 끼던데 아예.
그렇지. 근데 재수가
싸우는 것들 있잖아요. 아무리 봐도 안 하게 사람 저짝 있고 바깥엔 사람이 없잖아요.
어디가나 먹을 것이 있고 또 가면 어디가나 잘 것이 있고
맞아요.
심지어 뭐 물론 내가 북한에서 듣던 노래야. 가기 놀러.
조금 전 화천대유 대주주 김만배 씨와 천화동인 4호 실소유주 남욱 변호사에 대한 구속령
책정에서 이 토지 보상비나 공사비 같은 지출 항목을 제외하고도 한 3천
이것들이 이제 매사에 있어서 이제 비공개 규정이 많은 또 비공개되는 영역이 많은
일반 국민들 중에 그 정의로운 검사, 글 잘 쓰던 그 검사를 기억하는
왜? 귀여워.
안 돼.
이거 어쩔 거야? 10분 끓일게요. 이거 10분 끓이라고 해. 나 이거는 처음 해보니까 양념은 똑같아.
비가 오면 맛있는 게 땡기잖아.
전 같은 느낌.
자, 네가 와. 그렇지. 그게 가슴 통증이나 이런 걸 완화시켜주는 직접적인 영향을 주는 건 아니지만 그냥 좀 컨디션을 올려줘가지고.
살아났네 문을.
이도 저도 이게 담는 건 뭐야 또?
하고.
이번에 만든 샴푸 중에 되게 마음에 들어. 색이 잘 나와.
제가 사실 왜 지금 이 카메라에 대고 이 얘기를 하고 있는지 잘 모르겠지만
해가지고 양치하고 나면은 여러분 혀로 이렇게 이빨 한번 만져보잖아요. 그때 너무 꽤 큼직하네요. 이거 나 근데 어디서 많이 봤어. 나랑 같이 가서 샀던 건가?
아니야. 진짜 원 브랜드로 이렇게 새 옷을 소개한 건 처음일 거예요. 이게 가격대가 일단 너무 괜찮은 거예요. 네, 약간 화이트 보이게 이쪽 아랫부분으로도 화이트 이렇게 레이어링 한 느낌을 내기 위해서 이 화이트
야 너무 귀엽다. 야 이러고서 사진 한번 찍을까요? 하나 둘 셋.
이렇게 아름답게 하시고 난 다음에 이렇게 해서 쏙쏙쏙 딱 닫아가지고
낄 수가 없으니까 그냥 마음 같아서는 바꾸고 싶었지만 그냥 두었습니다.
가루가 몸에 좋다는 것은 누구나 잘 아는 사실이에요. 특히 무화과는 The roads that lay open are many.
Common names like the golden pothos, Ceylon creeper, hunter's robe, ivy arum. The new growth is going to occur. So rather than taking this
that is actually used to sort of hold it all up and in shape. I'll reuse that again because it's worked well, but I think
I went on to apply silicone around the openings and attach the mesh.
Sustainably, which is really important. So like I said earlier, this is the moss that I use. Best grow.
It took me a while to understand why my life sphagnum was dying, or at least
because we're going to keep the lid on anyway, so the water's just going to evaporate up, hit the lid.
However, one more thing that I used on this orchid, and this is quantum orchid. Now,
Grow the live moss on the basket with the other plant, the nepenthes. So
slide it forwards.
Air. I have always been attracted to moss.
Well, you know what? This also makes a great container for our moss garden. So let's just go ahead and plant one of these out.
Yeah, well, that's another cool thing, man. You're essentially, it's, you know, you're a bit of an architect, but you're also. There he goes. Look at those grappling hooks he's got.
You got it.
Perfectly clear. It's not stirred up. So tell me what you're doing differently here that's giving you that result. The cool part.
He's literally fanned all that pea gravel for weeks now. He's about got it bunched up against those big rocks.
Island area where they can get up out of the water onto it and sunbathe.
Yeah, so a
That'd be
couple
really
of sliders
fun.
would be awesome.
Of the largest breeds of peacock bass. And up here we have a
Saltwater decor, but I happen to have them laying around. I got in a deal.
I was inspired to do this by the Atlantic
home, but this one comes pretty close. John Marcus is a California resident who fashioned one of the big
country has to be the aqua planet Jeju. The place is actually named after the island it's situated.
Astonishing. The heart of this whale alone is comparable in size to a car, which is simply amazing.
About 705 feet. Since then, it has accumulated about 130 feet of water.
Reconstruction, floods having destroyed it a few years before. Journalists on the scene photographed the gathering of
information. We can confidently say that this video is a hoax and has nothing to do with reality.
Your purse also. Yep. And you have your straps.
This is great. Sweet and nice. All this take hold.
So guys, I realize everybody just love off Amik, want to kidnap Amik.
Chewing the paper.
First thing Chucky does when he comes back.
Absolutely. But yeah, the black sea urchins,
Wrapping the yam around a stick so it can grow on its own.
Friend thing them are going. So see we are go up on the floor right now. See it there.
Water without getting up. How convenient. Anyway, I'm sure British people know what I'm talking about.
A house. And if you're in the country like St. Elizabeth, you know that chances are you need.
But there are just a few things I think you guys should know first before we get into this video.
So I had to definitely do a retake. But it's actually
you, the owner, you should know a little bit also about these things. You don't
for all 6 people in the house, you know, and I look at my husband and I'm like,
at this young age, we also during this Christmas season are doing Advent. So
yourself included. Now, when my kids were young, it was really easy to get them excited into
with his partners. Take this story with a grain of salt because we don't actually know who's telling.
Okay, because other people then went back into their archives, honey, and pulled out receipts and said,
secure, Black people can be wealthy, Black people can do all things except fail unless we quit on ourselves. So
I can feel it, and the movement of the person kind of indicates that.
Unconstitutional. I don't think the president has the right to do that. I also think that there are Supreme Court precedents.
For the state's west in New South Wales. Have you seen any of that? Didn't some of these climate change zealots...
SNBC and CNN, and it was truly a funeral.
Really thought you were at an actual funeral for somebody who died. But
Right.
Residents have been notified that some areas would be without power from September 27th to October 8th.
It's barren, you don't get anything in it. It's not like you're buying furniture and stuff.
No, it's got no floors.
He decided that he was going to try to track her down again, which he did. But this time, his wife was...
Candidate Richter read an article about mysterious radiation or delta rays supposedly emitted by the Earth.
Famous radium girls I've talked about before, and people that were drinking that Radithor began to notice that it was...
Domingos Joaquim. If you've got a secret that you need to make sure never gets out, try not to tell friends.
And become a farmer. So he graduated from an agricultural school. Then he went to Taiwan to work for a sugarcane.
I feel like I have headphones on to my own voice.
Yeah.
That is so crazy.
Okay, we're starting now. Anything you touch, not me.
It's basic human decency, you know? I know a lot of people think, oh, it must be amazing being famous, and people come up.
It's like a fast food egg. I like it, but I think that the egg mutes the...
I mean, right now, the bottom half of that tooth could have been gone.
Really?
I do. I think I'm good on what I've just learned.
Stevie, if you just go, he'll start talking about it.
Yeah.
But there's...
Built a compound in the jungle. Construction took 4 years. When it was complete...
Okay with that. He was probably abused, but most abusers...
She just couldn't even function. What I thought would be a couple of weeks ended up turning into...
Sit. Cover.
Moreover, if a large number of containers
at night, sitting low, sailing offshore, hit one of those at night.
Each year as they are transported along international shipping routes. While this is a small percentage of the container
is independently controlled with hydraulic actuators or cylinders. Material is simply
dam raised the river so much that the railroad had to be relocated, which I'll explain more in my video.
Has a lot of lakes with lots of fish, and ospreys are among the best fisher birds on the
passenger carriages and rear brake third carriage. The driver, Thomas McGrath, who was new to this route,
to invent a new kind of white paint that could cool the planet.
You only need to... In the exact opposite way, it uses a material called...
On this channel, Synergy Files, we aim to inspire you towards engineering and sustainability. Subscribe to
exists between us and space. Radiative cooling is really about the part of
into the ground and returns back up into the house, cooled off. Now, geothermal systems can be split up into several subcategories.
A fairly straightforward system called flash steam. A borehole is drilled about 3 kilometers deep and cold water.
Electricity. And for that, you need a lot of this hot water.
Because on the most simple terms, there's the idea that there's a liquid that goes down.
Money on this.
Because unlike oil, steam couldn't just be sold in barrels.
Our hydroelectric and geothermal power stations supply over 82
surface by means of a production well, which intersects with the aquifer at a depth of 5 kilometers.
So our system has to be adjusted to the new changed conditions. Furthermore,
that'll be tomorrow.
80% over conventional systems. That is great technology, but we still have to get the energy out of the ground. That's a couple.
Because it is so lightweight, its strength is a sixth to a third that of traditional concrete blocks.
Caused by shrinkage or unprofessional workers are usually small and can be plastered.
Reason that I don't understand, they're usually put closer to the corner than they are the middle.
Whatever configuration I wanted to do. As you can see here, I originally planned
buy out there that are commercial that are good for 100.
The way you give, you're so good. You're the
डाट से ही बनाए गए थे। उनमें डाट का ही प्रयोग किया गया, इनके ऊपर सीरियल चलती दिल्ली में। चिपक जाने के बाद ये 3 इंच अंदर है 1 इंच बाहर है तो ये पट्टी ऐसे ही मजबूत रहेगी टप्पा भी बहुत
ندوروا فيه البوطاجي هنايا هذا الشكل ديال ال تنديروه الا ما كانش عندنا العرض كبير الا كان
رجعوا ثاني ونطلبوا هذا الشيء هذا اللي مازال ما شارك معنا يشارك ويفعل الجرس باش بقى يجي الجديد ويدير اللايك.
حطوها دائما على مكانها ما ينحيوا ما يشيلوهاش هذا خطأ لازم تتشال لانه لهنا المكان هذا من بعد.
بصوا هنا طفى كل حاجه وفصل الكهرباء.
طيب الافران الكهرباء دي بقى مثلا فيها امان وفيها اشعال وهكذا ولا لا؟ لا الافران.
Man, the wind sure came out of his sails once he knew he was being filmed. Not bragging.
Got a surprise media appearance from former British spy and man whose hair is business in the front.
I don't call them single-phobic. I don't like bowling. I'm not bowling phobic.
Can be the result of being homeless and not the cause of it. The truth is, there are many reasons.
Between the motherhood and being a Bene Gesserit sister.
But I will say that
family secrets when their mother falls ill. The film received a mixed reception along with a limited release.
That's at a signal. And then as soon as somebody else is...
Let's do a problem, let us see the probability you see me on TV. 1-0.
I mean, at this point, it's the culture, period. We took over the world with the power.
With these buildings, we've been moving forward really well on the building. The building, Earthships.
You can also see the other parts of the bubble. So we can keep
steel and metal lath. That's the way they're all built. Tire structure, ferro cement vault, they all open.
A lot of different colorful bottle walls. Blue is our favorite. Some of the...
And, you know, everyone else is drinking microplastics.
So I mean, in total... Whenever you have some free time, you can also eat for free throughout the whole week.
Into what is now the makeshift Black Rock City, stretching over 1.6 kilometers.
Wow, I cannot believe we are finally here.
Word about the gatherings. Crowds on the beach swelled. The assemblies became an annual ritual.
The 18th century up to the 1930s. But I was also interested.
Still smells like playa dust.
Those are fun.
Those are really fun.
You should definitely wear those.
Here's breakfast, day one. Eggs, potatoes.
Than normal, than what we would normally go.
So much coordination goes into this.
Leave your side, I'll never leave your side.
We did manage to get back out and back onto the highway. We settled down a little bit. I think both of our...
This is exactly what you get. You get a 1,715 square
place to stay. And there were so many red flags along the way, but I figured, you know, I'm gonna give them the benefit.
But it's just unbelievable. You know, I don't know what's gonna happen.
This is where the air inlet is. Of course, this goes across our primary burn chamber. But you see how big this is?
Routed out. Now, Andy Klein and I have had a conversation about this in the past, and Andy actually did a little demonstration.
He sticks a label on it, and then it gets sent out into the mail. So I did this process by myself for a solid year. Long pants weather. Day to day, I
need to put a cleat on the side. Of course I do. This is going to hold the power strip that's going to give power to all these battery chargers.
This. When I flipped the cabinet around to attach the top, you could really see how bad the sides were. I had all...
And I should mention that I finished them individually and then I screwed them together.
Chucked in there, I have plenty of room to get the drill where it needs to go. I have space for 5. You can make it short.
Make each piece shorter. Ask me how I know. But it's a little quicker than trying to make.
And these bottom screws are just never going to be seen, so I wasn't too worried about doing that.
Taking the pieces over to the Craig jig, I drilled pocket holes on the back.
Material list, parts diagram, and assembly instructions. So make sure you go to the website and download those plans and then follow along.
You just drilled and score a line along the equator. This represents the middle of the pipe.
Una base que va en la parte superior de los taladros para colocar portabrocas o algo por el estilo.
data was cut into the case sides for the base of the tenons, and then the divider is set in place.
My idea when I designed this was to create a chest that had tools that were very accessible.
That way the spacing is guaranteed to be what I need it to be. With this little spacer that I used, I was
Quiero empezar la parte del respaldo, que es la que va a llevar más trabajo. Esto es un respaldo de paraíso, es un respaldo...
That process through all the connection points and get these top boards. This is going to be the seating surface of all.
And take what I could off, and you know, taking the bracketry off. These are screws that were held on.
In that top section, I want to make a bit of a feature out of that.
Better surface for paint adhesion.
Map is roughly, let's say 16 inches long.
About $4, and I try to get it done.
Pointless, especially since I plan on using a primer and that gets it nice and smooth. Protective eyewear, you want to make sure
nice shiny black. I also purchased a beautiful red umbrella and some really cute cushions.
Versus the other side that still had all the weeds left on there. I just couldn't believe.
Between and do a little bit of talking here and there, but mostly I'm gonna spread this video.
They're like 95% of the way there. So I'm doing something kind of weird. I'm gonna dig the root ball out and put them
has to offer. You can go ahead and click on the link in the description and you'll be offered free shipping.
So there's some woody weeds in there that it already broke one of my strings off.
Beginning that there's going to be a certain segment of society that's just
The first emotion I felt out of this was a little bit of internal panic.
But you'll notice a stack of old cubicles there.
To all that, everybody does their part.
And then it's over to the auctioneers then. Finish selling about 5 or 6 o'clock, and then it's a matter of...
That was the most famous clip from the documentary, and it was in Gaffin's book.
Hi. The local newspaper is called the Anglo-Celt, while the main local radio station...
The sleeve, and every school boy or girl in the...
Yeah, it's nice to be in my tent.
We've got our, that's one of our torches up there. They don't have electricity.
As in there as possible.
Push it any further?
The slag is drained every 20 minutes.
Something knife makers in the past typically polished away. But 60 years ago, Tedokaz was...
burr. If we look at the knife from above, I can't even see the burr. What I can see now...
Pencils that you get at the fair or something. And this burr, this little thread right here is from a towel. If you wipe
And we're gonna fold these in. So once again, even numbers, we're gonna cut the bottom.
Perfectly, you can't get rid of the tiny little bubbles that are suspended in resin. So
oh, there's one right there. Very light, very fluffy. They fly all over the place.
So when I'm cutting up my blanks, I gotta make sure that half the blanks are a little longer than the other.
Okay, so we've got it all drilled up. It looks great. I've got this nice blue and green.
You want to give nice firm pressure as you're putting it into your piece.
30 seconds or so is basically just a big old time lapse of
and then I just close my eyes and pretend to go back to sleep.
Because I was cutting some weird angles, I opted to just use my eye and the miter saw. Just
handle and screw it to your drawer or box lid, and you're all finished.
If this quadrant is in use, the tool will pull in one direction. If you use this quadrant of
testa această majoritate care noi considerăm că poate să existe dacă ne punem de acord.
Cel mai probabil cu sprijinul domnului Iohannis. Iohannis care
As far as I'm concerned, I will not be vaccinated with anything that has not been and it constitutes the first step towards the insufferable.
I vaccini ai tuoi bambini li hai fatti? L'esavalente, i vaccini, li hai fatti i vaccini ai tuoi bambini, no?
Siamo crimpassati. Perché voi l'avete fatto?
Saturnino 69, storico bassista di Giovanotti e non solo. Bel video, complimenti.
Represented at 8:30 will
12 degrees Fahrenheit outside for the temperature, -11 Celsius. Let's go ahead and take some temperature.
First big snowstorm, I closely monitored the production that day, and so what I want to show you here is a series of screen.
Take off. The home point has been updated. Please check.
Get up there and pull the snow off the solar panels. You can just barely see the edge of one right there. And I'll set the 30-foot line.
Solar. 0. So yeah, it's pretty easy to see. Obviously they're covered with snow. Not going to produce anything.
The roof is one string on its own circuit, and then this is string number.
I'll remove the satellite dish itself, but I'm going to leave the base.
How much is going into your batteries? It's handy to be able to have that. And then it has the.
So the bulk of the equipment is actually going to be installed right down here. This is the perfect space.
Controller, a Bluetooth connector, mounting brackets, and screws. So to begin, I started
really simple at this point. We're gonna have a solar panel. From the solar panel, we're gonna have a charge.
Actual fuse in this system now, man. So cool. We're like
Down there, and now it's time for me to do some dishes real quick so I can make some coffee. One way that we save water is we
A hefty price, but for those of you that want to travel similar to we,
somewhere on the outside of your RV or at your connection panel. Now there are some components
on the black.
All right, let's give 2 good shakes. 1, 2. This is kind of if it's
inside the house, and over time it might not completely clear out of the black tank, and all of a sudden the black tank.
However works for you. In the jar, all the way in. Get it wet.
With toilet chemical, and it's time to go ahead and put the toilet paper in the jars. We figure
there's other YouTube videos that you can check out if you want to search for it that do that. But for me, I'm not going to be
Charmin. Now, what I discovered as we were going to the store that they don't make
be near a Walmart, and you might be closer to a grocery store. So we wanted to see if it's.
It was definitely soft and pricey, but as you can see, it does not break down really well and can cause clogs.
Scott, on the left side, 1-ply is.
Let's start out and talk cost. Now, these are ranging from least expensive to most expensive.
Let me remove this here. So now you know why I needed that.
Time up around here. So there we go. Now we got a whole cool little forest of trees.
In the 2015 catalog, okay? So I'm just going to run this through, and after
that is similar in tone to the paper that I'm using.
But the darker the cardstock is, the more you'll see that white, of course. So after I run
lower, because the nib of your pen is going to jet down into those holes, but it disrupts.
Finally somebody to love.
Again, look out for here.
Is just like the sweetest, most confident, silly little guy that there's ever been.
We believe having this puma as a house cat is part of our destiny. We had 3 days of thinking hard.
Odie showed up at the Mazzarella home, and he set about making friends.
So then one day,
a ritzy private jet would make anyone think they're going to one. The strangest passengers on this flight.
Say goodbye to your own life. Turn the
For a few years prior, the tree didn't produce a fruit until it was 6 years old, and when growing pomegranates from seed,
quite firm. I've heard that once you let these get super squishy, it's not appealing. I think.
But since hazelnuts are also deliciously edible as well, it's no threat. Now there are 2 major groups of oaks that
I found, and I'm adding some water to it.
And that's infused vapor that's got oil from these nuts, and that'll actually lubricate your sinuses.
Anything. So I'm going to kind of break all this tulip poplar up.
Make sure there's no air gaps.
Canning jar lid as a lip, and so you'll backfill around the
Almost white underneath, and then it starts to turn cream, and then it'll turn dark.
The bark will change as the tree matures, but I'd like you to see it at this age so you can
as well. This one I use more for skincare products, massage.
Zest of 1 lime, and we're just going to crank this up to medium.
We're going to bring it up to 250 degrees, so you're going to need a candy.
Even if you have to use the dehydrator, and that goes for all your bottles and your utensils as well, make sure they're washed.
On your windowsill for weeks or months with good light and an occasional watering.
Perhaps darkening the leaves themselves, turning a dark green, and wilting the greens.
Italian sauces and just general cooking is greatly enhanced being able to have bacon.
Now, if this method did not exist, I could see a possibility. The thing is
deal to harvest. You really want to go for the ones that are bright and green and don't have very
little spice bottles that you get from the grocery store can be $2, $3, $4, $5 a piece.
temperature at, for me, 105. I recommend never go higher than that when you're talking about your
trust. Now let's talk about reducing waste really quick. You can dehydrate a lot of different kinds of vegetable and fruit.
Powdered garlic. Problem is that this stuff for me here is extremely expensive. This 50-gram bottle cost me around.
See, I'm gonna take wherever they come from and I'm gonna spread them out.
And so this is 8 hours later. It is looking so good, and I dehydrated this in
coffee grinder. I actually only use it for my spices. I don't use it for coffee because...
Alright, Nesco on top of the Excalibur.
For that, I'm going to do the best that I can. I also wanted to mention that we did not harvest this.
What we're going to do first is untie these, and then I will give them a...
I take 8 cups of baby organic spinach and just stuff it right into my blender.
It in batches, right really from anywhere from early summer to middle summer, and right in
room in the freezer. If you get a piece of kale this long, it's at least half stem, half foliage.
Too, because you really have to fiddle with the bag sometimes and push it in and out 10 times to get it to.
So just tear the pieces apart, and I'm doing 2.
Do that. I choose not to. I don't take all of it.
A tablespoon, for me, this gives me like the perfect, this is what I'm looking for right here. Just enough to have a little bite to let me know.
To see people pull these greens and lettuces right out the bag and use them. You do need to open them.
Greens may have dirt, sand, and maybe some bugs and things like that in there. So you want to wash these well, and I'm going to
That's right. Whatever you're cooking with smoked meat, if it's a southern dish, it's gonna always...
It cooks faster to me. For some reason, it cooks faster.
Deep freezer, because what I do, I go to the farmer's market, so right when it was time for...
Of them here. Here's one. And here's the...
We'll go to the animals. They all love it.
We're gonna wash in a nice full sink of cold water.
That's right. Okay, so tell them what you like to season your greens with, though. What?
So I'm gonna step out the light for a minute. Real thin. Then we're gonna add our green beans. Yes.
say potato. If you guys feel comfortable using a potato peeler.
Truckloads of sweet potatoes. So take it from me. I know what a candy is.
Y'all know how it is when you're used to eating something a certain way. When somebody fix it differently, you be like, that's not that.
If you boil them, you lose all that in the water. That's why I always bake.
Starchy or stringy. I will not use a stringy sweet potato. So sometimes I buy them.
Some potatoes now. Get that skin pulled off of them. We gotta let them cool off, of course.
Turn that up and oops, am I swinging it on Yeti?
You want to do that in case something is wrong with one of your eggs. You don't want to lose all your butter and stuff. But today, I guess I'm feeling a little
Foamy, and then you're gonna start seeing like little brown bits in the bottom of the pan. Be sure to whisk it. Butter, 2 eggs,
tablespoon and a half of vanilla flavor.
Clean, and then you know that your sweet potato is done. A lot of people boil theirs. I've done it.
Just pour that in there. Warm temperature. And while mashing this, you can mash the like button. Isn't that pretty? Look at that. Mix it, mix this all up.
Is my preferred method. So once I've gotten the cubes down to a pretty manageable.
My life, because when I cut the butter into the flour, it is just so.
I'm gonna put the sweet potato and the milk together.
And just let it do its little thing. And I'm actually gonna put just a little bit of
And work that shortening. I use Crisco, but you
crud on it. See? And there are some that are even worse than this and really dirty.
the patchwork and then hold it down and draw with, I use.
So cute. All right, so here we are. We've got our 2 little wedges, and you're good.
So this is where this ruler comes in
onto it to extend it out to make the block. So what we
I got some really funky curtains in my dining room. It's Marcia Durst fabric and it nothing.
Like elegant farmhouse. I'm gonna go ahead and pick out my favorite prints because I think
arm squares that you have, we're gonna subcut these down to a 4.5 inch.
Lay it out, and you'll see that's gonna make a nice.
I'm gonna pull some of this off because it's sticking to the bed of my.
Read the book where I got this whole kind of routine.
It really saves time, so I'm so glad that I have a service like this so I don't have to worry about going free. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I take vitamins a very weird way. I can't put a vitamin on my tongue and then swallow it. I gotta drop it in the water first. I really like these ones because
in the description box, so you guys can check it out. And thank you to Rose Forever for sending me this beautiful
trees. And then like on the tree you engrave the family name. So my mom's gonna go and we're gonna bring
a very skilled mechanic, and so it came to him naturally. He was sent to his first duty station out in California. Younger people can go and live for free in exchange for caring for the elderly, and Garnett loved it.
Sounded like wow, rubbish, something like that. But it's definitely gold.
Because most of it's quite fine. It's the sun.
And the object here is to work up to where.
Yeah, I'm stuck in my ways. Got me a little more than half.
Things when you get down to the river, get everything set up, you do everything you gotta do, and you're missing like the
that on there, and that's just about how you want it. You don't want it just washing right off really fast.
Is put on the back cover, and this just
not bad, not bad at all. So I'm gonna get the high banker set up. I think I know where the pastry.
Line from the end of the branch line. I think that was the case early on, and eventually it was.
Scratched it, and I thought right there, it was like that, and I thought it was a cap to a.
Down there, it's buried. And look what I came out with. Not entirely sure what it. Not sure what it might say or what the design is, but I'll get that cleaned up and we'll post a picture at the end of the video.
Hot spot. I dug my last 3 things right close to each other, and where I found.
You couldn't hear me anyway. Get in the sun, you'll see me. No.
It's moving around. Okay.
Hook it, or I don't mind. It's right there.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
See, one of my boot marks is like 5 or 6 of Courtney's. Maybe the other detectors haven't been here yet, because why would those still be here?
What the hell was that?
Oh yeah, we weren't done because remember there was another signal over here. So it's a 5.
Nice and screamer.
Very recently fallen out of the erosion. Let's have a look.
Power supply needs for most standard electrical appliances. It has 1 AC outlet, 3 USB.
Better shots at the shop, because I'm sure color and whatnot is not going to be showing up at all right now. All right.
Primary green mineral in Unikite is epidote. It's also got some pink.
And we're working the left side this trip.
Example of the mica schist that these garnets formed all in, which make
could also be that ultramafic rock.
Is this the ultra?
Ooh, as Dana brings.
It's extremely stressful. There's no time right now for me and my dad to be disagreeing on how to cut the jade.
Okay, then don't ask me.
Right. We're going to have a bit of a challenge trying to get them up because I've never really done it before.
It's just sort of a slide in.
There. Top, when he gets near the opal level, he actually digs underneath the opal level, what we call undercut.
It feels so much better once you actually start finding.
I tell you you're wrong. Who's going to say that your art is wrong to you?
So who knows what we're going to find. Might not find much, but that's okay. The whole point is to get out of the house, enjoy it.
Some banding on this one.
The old quarry.
Look at how cool this jasper is.
Bar. She likes the blue. Me too.
Video about lapidary grade materials, not just.
And that glow. You can just see it glow.
I just found a conveniently placed piece of petrified wood and eventually
Old Man Adventures likes to say it may, if I find something better, it may become a leave it right. As in, leave it right.
We're going to take off the sides and work some of this out. Seriously, look at that.
This is just a pretty piece of agate. Just got some different.
I want to look at it better. So will all this other stuff. Nothing great.
There, it looks pretty good. And the second one that we cut.
Anytime you see those, when you see kind of a round structure out here, that's what you're looking for. We'll get this back home.
Wow. Huh. It's pretty.
Much you can actually find. So we're going to take a look around. We might also even look up in the hills a little.
You know, there might be a layer of black sand that thick on top, you know, underneath a layer of blonde sand, like, you know, an inch.
So it's making it difficult to spot things, but this one cleaned up really well. It's a beautiful.
Today, because the past few days I've not really filmed that much.
Back at home. Mum's found a giant.
This weird circular glass disc. It's too small to be.
Just found what I think is a bullet.
Is that a candle holder?
Used to be a low wall topped with a dense hedge along here.
But of the kiln stones, they had a name on the back as well, so maybe they are the same manufacturer. So.
Okay, so it's only the base, but we found some of these complete before, and it is a.
The final stretch.
Plenty of wrench racks. We have one of these sockets. They sell them as a metric and SAE, more just for color coding.
Inside, so we're just going to be filling in any cracks we see as we go along just to make sure.
A mortar that I came up with myself that was still heavy in lime and sand, but with a little bit
outdoors in nature and 20% in the city. And I'm basically flipping that script. This is a
They're on the game right now. I'm walking around in circles, the sun's going down, time's running out. What's gonna happen?
Trying to find.
And we'll blow everything out we can.
I've never loved a big shoulder so much. So much room.
Check this one out, please.
Ikebukuro Gigo was the Sega flagship store.
Down after I met Mrs. Eats. What? No. I welcome
20 to 30 companies. So yeah, they would handwrite at least 20 to 30 resumes.
Oh, it looks pretty old. When you say the Chinese zi, 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 just keep your tongue flat and say zi.
And we could have Nicholas C. We could have a whole bunch of people
that look better than Simu.
It's just 2 words, but we know he's worried, scared, impatient, and a bit angry.
發現你個角色係咩，同埋你去發現個故事係咩。佢從來都唔俾。
咁啊，我又唔係話特別好中意同人爭，我唔係好中意爭贏嗰啲運動嘅。
尤其係話肥咗少少。火了，这一击杀我，把我们自己的推到最高，我的谢谢啊。是。OK。
咁你身為隊員有咩表示有他啊？
大肚腩，因為我見你都幾好。
所以我從來冇叫過你嘅，你有冇發現？我從來都係喂 hello 咁樣。
遠遠超出了醫藥所能使用的範疇，而且呢，原先引進的時候主要都是達官貴人，有時候。
初演を行ったんですけど、いやー大変だなと。今年大変だった。
夢なんじゃないかってキスらして。
無理もないよ。
なんというかその。
ありから花であることが推測されるだけのもの。奇形がひどく、およそ表情という。
去年、受賞させていただきまして、本当に、新たな目標。
11枚目のシングルでございます。情報も挟んできますね。ありがとうございます。今回よろしくお願いいたします。
それぞれの道歩いてく、どいつもこいつもいい顔で、じゃあな眩しい近所の夜空。僕なんだ、間違っちゃいない。
あ、でもなんかお前ウブやな。ウブや。そんな笑顔できる今。
ごめん本当ごめんそれは。だって俺びっくりしたの松潤がさこの映画でやつでさ
まして。
本当にお子さん可愛くて。
あるかもしれませんかって言われたんですけど、いやそんなことは全然気にしていませんとその。
やってるみたいな。そう。なるほど。でもくじ引きで落ちました。
そうなんですね。じゃあ小学校は
もう。
Lightly then strongly the march majesty march. Again.
Then sir, after that.
It's a little bit formal for here. I prefer names. Returning to Australia from the front. A lot of them shell-shocked, unable to speak. Somebody said line.
This message.
He would say, you can get a handle on your stuttering. I know you can succeed.
Do come in.
Did you ever guess that Mr. Darcy was going to kind of...
happening? And when Pride and Prejudice was running, that became one of the events. And
a lot of difference between doing period and contemporary. You're still working on the same problems.
Because he talks mostly to her. But then by the end of the book, we realise a lot of things.
Pattern.
Another frill there.
Costume designer Dinah Cullen kitted out the cast in costumes.
Do what we all aim to do, because he's a true actor, is realise the character.
Me to the end of love.
You stop are there a certain number of times and then it's impossible to fall in love with someone?
Nobody to help. And
Mr. Butler. Would you do me a favor? Would you forgive me?
to help. And various things went through my mind. One is what has happened to my fingers.
Oh, wait a minute. You're making jokes about your baby daughter
Yeah.
who's 6 weeks old or something?
Some color correcting for a second. No, Let's just roll it. Come on, I it's can't wait to almost see there. it. Go, go, go. Roll it, roll it. Yeah, give me that. I got this right here. Oh, God.
Mine are going to be
What
so...
is Jake Gyllenhaal? This could just end right there.
It's done. Or it's the new rage. Puppy ripped sweater. I have sourdough.
I was watching the movie with Portia, and we were just saying, you are such an amazing actor. And
We were all lit up by Christmas lights, and each one had a different scene. Like one scene where people like fighting, the other one was someone was reading to a child. Weird. This is weird.
Oh, sorry. Let me tell you about this gal. This gal has a Brexit tattoo.
Let her look for me to tell me why she left me.
Be found. I finally opened.
성악과 박사과정 수료. 취미는 여행, 독서, 전시회.
지붕! 오셨어요. 말 못할게 뭐 있어. 나 사실인데 뭐. 넌 뒷담화 황제 그분은 전. To admit that I'm a fan. Cause he's a hack with a knack for stealing anything he can. How can you?
Losing it, and it's hard, it's really, really hard. So
I don't know how I do it. There's only so much of me to go. And he demands like, oh, we could take a piss. He gets me the freak of the autographs. He gets
The earth begins to sway.
And I, of course, respond with like, oh my God, thank you, because like I don't want to be rude, and I know you think.
That famous Brit Madonna decided she was gonna see Hamilton while it was playing off-Broadway.
Follow me. So like I followed her down into the basement where the family computer.
What's up, man? You touch any boobs lately? You straight fuck.
When you think your crush is waving at you.
Okay.
Everybody, today my brother pushed me, so I'm starting a Kickstarter to put him down. The benefits of killing him would...
Oh, so now you're interested in me?
Of course.
The picture's handsome.
Lines. Don't ask me questions. I'm frightened of questions. Don't touch me. This.
Everything a woman would desire. Her hand.
She'll be like new.
They were going to send them to the Humane Society. I was like, are you out of your mind? What kind of wackadoo would it... Like Josh will say to me, what does a stroke feel like? Having a stroke feel like?
Sure they were okay. And that must bring up a lot, your audiences must, this for people who were here or who weren't in New York.
We are manipulating people and we need to know our worst. I'm Mendel. I'm Marvin. Bitch. Funny. We do not tippy toe.
Is this therapy? We're walking in maturity! March of the falsettos, march of the falsettos. We march of the falsettos. Team Rocket Blast off at the speed of light. Surrender!
Segments to be the highlight of the series, as it contains some pretty creative and bizarre moments throughout.
A nice line in kettles and toasters, if any other ladies are interested. See me after.
Traveling at the speed of wind. Remember me for my police.
My hero!
At your service, milady.
Is King David's tomb, also where your Jesus, who was a native-born Israeli, by the way, hey, you!
now for a victory cigar. Thank you.
I haven't seen dancing like that since my Broadway show,
Handsome, nice muscles.
Dad, what have you done to your stomach?
Father trusts you, so you're the only one who can bring him in safely.
Commissioned in 96 hours, meaning that they have very limited time to have the opportunity to solve the saves.
Already been deployed. While Nora uses a computer to unjam the door, Lucian sends Paul and Rodrigo to check on
Winston beats a hasty retreat. He tries to hide behind a huge tree, but he still can't.
At least the alien spores have a quick link to the president early on, though.
As they talk, they are distracted by a noise outside. An aging man dressed in rags is arrested for
Outside, Nick isn't exactly happy about the deal he made, but he's reassured by Jonas, who tells him
killed the Schaefers. John tells him that was the only way. John brushes off the topic and instructs Matt to leave the house instead. This is their last test. Kellen admits that he is nervous but recognizes that Lena probably isn't because of how smart she is.
On how to do it, Salah is still overwhelmed by the task. Amid the landscape,
Yana asks him why he lives in the middle of nowhere instead of the city. He answers that he needs peace in order to
disappointed that she couldn't birth a son for him. Carl assures her that having a baby girl is not an issue.
The girls get scared and decide to leave the cave at once. Jackie starts to climb up the rope.
Że nie możemy wrzucać śmieci zmieszanych do pojemników, do segregacji, ponieważ pracownicy mogą nie zabrać nasze piękne miasto.
Zaczynamy.
Residue in the trailer. This one still has gasoline vapors and when they need to open, and your air control. So when you get around a cop's trailer, you're going to notice that
this way you can grab it in case of emergency.
It just makes life a lot easier. If you were too far ahead of it and you had to pull on an angle and bend the hose that are on the schedule for today, and I'm going to select the next house, and it's as simple as hitting start.
I do a little bit of hot oil, transmix, and
big bulk plants rather than the gas stations. I found the gas stations annoying because the cars are always cutting.
Top. So we're going to cap this off with one of those straps.
At the moment we're in the middle of the season, the flush as we call it. So you've got the maximum amount of milk going in.
That's what I love about being on the road. The tank is...
So let them eat their meal, and I'm going to go up, fix up a couple.
So all we do is take a sample of the silage with increasing pressure between our fists, just roll our fists here.
Or in the case where you're unable to get a laboratory analysis. First of all, when it comes to main differences,
you make brown bale silage. The best general rule of thumb to use is just the twist test.
And I think the very first key is, and probably one of the biggest mistakes is, that producers need to cut.
To come in yesterday and flick it out, and then the rake turned up this morning, so it's a little bit damp underneath.
used for this farm to log down everything that happens is true and correct. Because of course when we now, but yet they're all starting to sprout, and it should be pretty good. So you see them all.
Or staying here until we get to the shitting out and we can have a sort up. Yeah, but that's amazing.
We used to play their beef, so if you want to try it out, you know where to go, Mac Shack in Keena. But anyways.
There's this gap between basically 100 and 130 horsepower of nothing.
That's the whole point of that. They've got their shutters up. This is on the lane too.
A missile could launch from its underground silo in just 58 seconds.
End of message, repeat message. At which point the two of you will trade books. Go ahead.
Visit by the new crew. Hang up the phone and the other door would be unlocked, and that would give them admission.
And then at the end of that day or two, it's basically, then it's...
The truth is the job is an awesome responsibility, but it's also deeply weird.
They don't get phased?
There's a plethora of things that they have to make sure are perfect down to the T, and if they aren't, we're gonna...
They're only allowed to read the script.
King George III's idea that as a political entity, America had no hope that it would go. Isn't all British people bashing all Americans all the time, but there is still, nonetheless, this tendency. III's idea that as a political entity, America had no hope that it would go nowhere. No.
Manga. How cute. A series of it in Hyphen Chaos. Oh, that's so great.
Oops.
Can't lie, you know? Yo, Nikki's great.
He's an honest man.
Very honest.
Boy.
Hey, someone on the ground.
I don't fucking know what study means.
I don't know what we're talking about.
제 집은 약간.
So, of course. Are we going to see Cat?
Man, did you not see this first scene right here?
Yeah, I know.
He's a vampire. He's a vampire.
In South Korea right now. I'm literally in Korea right now. I'm super excited for some of the videos and
so smooth.
that totally lived up to that.
Okay, I like that. They just keep on coming. Obviously it's a school, so it's gonna...
I can't stop staring at him.
Singing Dream Girl, like it was awesome. Thank you, Shiny. It was just awesome.
We love you, Shiny.
I was like, don't call me, I'll forget my number. So very excited to see different versions.
Listen to that. Hear that?
Cook like adds perfectly into it because again he has such a perfect voice that can fit anywhere, right? And him and
that was an FPV drone.
Oh my god!
Get that shot.
새로 하나 사가지고 가려고.
Baek Chung-won is a famous chef celebrity in South.
자세가 안 나. 자세가 이렇게. 제이홉 지로 클럽 나 저거. 나도 이거 나 저거.
어떤 거야? 네 친구를 데리고 가냐? 가 그래 빨리.
황당하면 야, 황당하잖아. 형 얘가 더 황당해요. 얘가 더.
진영 황당.
얘가 더 황당해요.
먹고 싶어? 니요.
어우 씨.
Forget, 'cause just when I think you're gone, hear a song on the radio.
Got me thinking about when you were mine.
그냥 나는
Miss a beat. And on we
already know that you're a star, a superstar that you know where beauty is so nice. You've been giving me hell. You've been giving me hell. You've been giving me hell. Even care, baby, I know you're creeping. I feel it in the air. Every night.
Tell me, 너의 오늘 like oh shit. I'm sure you're gonna 네 두 눈을 보며 I kiss you bye. 실컷 비웃어. 실족해요 서로는 없이 서양 할게요. Back up.
괜찮을 거야. 오늘은 내가 괜찮으니까.
실컷 비웃어라 꼴종이가.
깊게 새긴 흔적이 자라.
샀는데 나한테 어떻게 그럴 수가 있어? 얘는
언제쯤일까 다시 그때 마주한다면
Another chance, but I know I can't. Now here I am, I'll be waiting.
Watch this, the holiday remix of Dynamite. Let's check it out.
Instruments that they use during holiday music. And if I'm wrong, wow.
Whatever. Oh my.
Or Netherlands, bro, if they're ever coming, I'm there, I'm going, I am going.
재밌었는데 근데 춤을 안 추니까 답답하네. 네네 그러죠. 다음에 또 퍼포먼스를 함께 또. 아닌가. 지. 신청. 빵. 007 빵.
사냥터 경비원의 신변 보호를 위해 침입자를 찾아내거나 제압하는 것이었습니다.
이 성당 어떻게 하냐면 이제 아트페어에 이제 유일하게 있는 이제 카페 베이커리가 항상 이 성당이었어요. 그게
더큰거 같아. 그치? 엄청 얘기하는데?
남자랑 벽치기 이상할 것 같아.
Because it's a part of you that's like, you know what I'm saying? I should definitely say something because
He's using a lot of breath there. Listen to that one more time.
What is it?
Oh yeah.
Hey! 4, 5, 6.
Hispanic or Portuguese or I don't know.
Stunning. This music video is beautiful. They all look absolutely gorgeous. Mitch's voice is
beautiful. Beautiful vocal that Mitch is delivering here. Everybody else is layered really nice with the harmony.
Oh my goodness. This is
baby all around the world. All right, this is what makes music fantastic and absolutely.
There ain't no gold in this river. Baby, let me in and go in. No, right now, it probably doesn't need that shit.
It would be hard to even explain, but I'll just say that, you know, I take care of the stray cats outside.
The world around me, I had no time to choose.
Okay.
Kind of.
And her daddy has told her to go.
Oh.
The innocence of effect that it has on you. Yeah, it's obviously about, I guess, a lover. I'm gonna guess because it's Cocoon. She's like opening herself up.
Hence the title Archangels, I guess. She begs the question, who is really dead, the living of the dead?
Thin almost sounding. There's not a lot of body on it. That's being left to the bass guitar and the guitar.
Wall, right? This is so beautiful.
This is alive?
Yes, who needs art?
A wet bar, oversized wet bar, because it's not a full kitchen. We have the slate here on the countertop and the back.
Us 240 linear feet of 360-degree views of Manhattan.
Viable, and that park views weren't reserved for streets bordering the park itself. 150
experience in their field. But despite what ChrisAngelUniversity.net promised me, a degree doesn't necessarily.
It's missing that je ne sais quoi. So we're actually trying to see what we can add to.
I don't know what's going to happen with the actual barbecue.
You're putting together the team, you've got the chef, you're putting together the front of the house, you have a menu, you have this beautiful space.
Might just make flights longer than 1,000 miles viable in the future. One technology that's been
extraction and leaks in refineries and oil pipelines have led to an estimated 5 million oil.
We've become like the yeast trapped in a brewer's vat, eating the fuel it was provided and released.
GDP nearly tripled in just 8 years, and Riyadh was inundated by high-end hotels, foreign
with the West, which is how a young Lord Brown ended up there. I spent many years.
Lakes and rivers is getting less reliable.
Climate change is making available water much more erratic.
Be comparable. And I think some folks pointed to the fact that, well, when that's the case, then that's probably
causing oxygen levels to plummet. All this means that countries traditionally only
has almost 35,000 square kilometers, which is triple the amount of fertile land as compared to 6
empire from the Mongolian steppes. The Great Green Wall of China is the largest forest.
And logs were needed to keep factories going, and intensive agriculture and urbanization.
Decided to leave these places due to the desert, and once they left, vegetation started to grow again.
Birds and animals are making this oasis their home.
Forests, almost half the area pledged so far by countries is actually for
because he had a good sleep on the van on the way in. There's some serious snoring going.
Firm up the position of the tree, tap on the rest of your 10, 11 years ago and worked for them for a season, and then a year or so later it kind of all worked out.
Is 100% off-grid. There's no mains electricity or pipe.
If I put a mob of cows and calves into a paddock, my stocking rate is 1,000 DSC per hectare.
Rainfall at any time of the year, that's incredibly valuable, and we haven't spent any money putting them here.
Adaptive system. A complex, healthy adaptive system has within it the solutions.
Sure was crazy at first, but he's really just been amazing and helpful.
And slowed down and forced to really soak in, charge your water table, and then water your perennial.
What is found is that those rapidly growing trees after a certain time period actually increase.
Do with what we have. And so we started to dig a few simple trenches to at least
storm drain. It's usually directed into a common collector, which is inevitably a river.
Rain garden is where we're going to put it. In general, rain gardens should be located about 10 feet.
And then that pipe is plumbed into the waistline with a house. All the storm water then mixes with the...
If something's not super obvious in your yard where you can tell where the flow is coming, you can often connect to downspouts.
Our products or the things we use in our products that allow...
You don't have to till it, so that's what we're talking about today.
Yep, and it's a good example.
is just to add a layer of organic matter at a minimum 2 to 3 inches thick.
40 years ago, and it fit pretty well. The next one is leaf mulch will improve mineral availability. So
correcting our nitrogen carbon ratio with blood meal, which is super high in nitrogen. And
recycle those nutrients by dragging them up through the root system.
When I turned the pile, there was no sign of the leaves. The pile remained hot for several weeks.
Here are the leaves that I collected today. You can see I've got 3.5 feet deep.
2 years. So this is a good method of just putting a bag under a shrub out of the way.
Compressed, it's got the moisture and stuff. Doesn't matter, it's still good stuff. That's called
anaerobic and can have negative pathogens in it, so that's not the same as this kind of worm.
It's high quality, solid fertilizer. There's a little worm still in there. Right? This.
Oh, and I have some eggshells for a bit of calcium.
Get that nice and snug. Alrighty, the next step is...
What you want to do, you want to turn it over now, and you round it off that side.
But to have an over...
And nope, nothing. This one, over here. Nope.
Oh. Lungs. Pigs are a primary, though not exclusive, carrier of this parasite, and you can get it in...
But anyway, Dr. Duncan was saying that soaking the seeds to a little under 50% hydration kickstarts
many vegetarian options. They have meals for every diet: pescatarian, low-cal, carb-smart, and
Thanks so much to Curiosity.
Transaction, and if this is already putting you to sleep, don't worry, it gets interesting real soon. See, Jonathan is there as a guest of the eccentric
memories. Choosing which of the dozens of Dracula films to compare the book to was a daunting process. So many
You're sitting around there, brandy snifters, and speculating about this, despite the fact...
This reminds... Okay, they're very beautiful, both of them.
Have a long discussion.
I
promise I can change.
Then why didn't you take the job that Louis Net...
Okay, I see.
Cole got to be. Shit.
Questions?
I think the man sitting next to me is a doctor.
Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry I have to wake you. You were...
Bottles of mayo in the back. That'd be a genius visual pun, considering it's the Mayo Clinic.
Large and in charge. Okay.
Then here are some very cute smaller plants. This is the variegated Syngonium.
Thank you so much, guys, and let's get to today's video. Alright, so since
plant looks like I said, it's very beautiful and I do enjoy it, but it's
a really lovely shade of like wine red, like burgundy underneath. It's really fantastic, and it kind of
gonna be producing a lot of babies from this. So there are many plantlets in here, and Scindapsus have really
put more moss around in the meantime. If we follow the Rhaphidophora down here, this.
And right here, this is my philodendron lemon lime, which didn't grow forever. And
beautiful. We got some golden pothos.
They put it in a terracotta pot, and all of a sudden it's $15. So just keep that in mind.
For $195, there is a, what is this called again?
Nice. It's a larger size for $17.98.
Quite green, so I can't really show you it in all its glory, but I think what I will do is, as soon as I get it...
For those of you watching my Lidl plant haul videos on TikTok, I eventually managed to find my Regal Shield
tone anyways, so we're just going to take that off.
Look at this. This might be the prettiest Lacinosa I've...
Now all I need to do now is check, is this plant firm enough?
I went back and applied a few coats of polyurethane.
nice 5-gallon tank on your desk, you'll never be lonely and you'll always...
Here, just small pieces of it. We don't need a lot of hardscape for a nano tank. Let's start with the 88.
Right now, and I think it's better than painting the tank black because with stickers you can easily
let the plants in the background just sort of cover that whole grey area that you can see. That the whole background here.
Orchid and moss nurseries, something similar to this you can find is a slab of coat.
Held hot wire cutter to carve away at the foam to create a little slope down into the lake.
Speed paint this. I actually did this really quick. The airbrush made such fast work out of this guy.
Being a little bit odd. Basically, that's how we ended up with a baleen anglerfish with snake.
Thin, which is a good thing because the bubbles have lots and lots of time to just...
Our light source is this little thing right here, and it's pretty magical.
Of these, but I would not go over a 6-ounce or else this wallet's going to be pretty stiff. And
it just makes the job quite a bit faster. And as you can see, I'm just going to start on the inside of that square right there.
As opposed to this rounded one. And the reason I like that is because you'll use
this set that we've done and this set here. Now you notice how this one, things are a little bit tighter.
On a piece that takes a lot of work, a piece that takes a lot of use.
But it suffers from a couple of problems. First, what's great about it is it's clear, so you can see where everything is.
And lay it out. You can do, you know, you can overlay as many as you want to get as many slots as you want.
So let's just drop some glue in, and this is a great white glue. Easy to use, it's going to stick very well.
Okay, we're going to position this on top of our fabric. Yeah.
Breathable, so if your intended use was to have this rolled up and stored away in...
I thought it was a scam. I was like, there's no way. Check this out. It is a, I guess...
It's bigger than an orinomi. It's sort of more in the atsunomi range, which is basically Japanese.
And draw a line with a pin. This is fine because the stitching will cover the line that I'm making, but for
shocking condition, all broken up, bad tips, etc. But I've been gradually
the parallelogram.
Like if you're gonna do front and back, like top loading, you need like 2 of these, I wanna say, because
cut machine, but you could use whatever machine you have. So I have the platform and a cutting plate. Then I have my card and
Oh, bean!
Oh, bean!
You want to try it for yours too?
Yeah. So
I'll twist it so that
you
it's
want another
together.
pony?
No, I got it. Ready?
I mean, you pretty much can't acknowledge that at all. Oh, I should brush your hair first.
मेरी बहन ने ही मेरे बाल काटे था पहले।
तो मेरे को अंदाजा है, ठीक है ना? चलो, मेरे को कंघी वंगी का जरूरत नहीं है।
next you are going to just secure your ponytail.
That is to the forehead.
Okay. Anyone who isn't someone who chronically bleaches their hair blonde is probably like, it's.
So we're gonna trim up the bottom. I think I'm gonna get the top part where I'm gonna be layering it out of the.
That's what they would do on the skin, and then they'd redevelop it and it would look like flawless. It was a real expertise. Like, is that these pictures are showing us what real skin texture looked like. It's not been retouched, it's not been, you know.
Chatty, but Maybelline Superstay. I use 120 in Classic Ivory. That's a pretty good match for me, but then because I'm so tan now from running.
If anything, now they know, season 2, be a little nicer. Maybe don't comment on people's bodies.
He's only 18 twice, you know.
The kids these days, it's just like it all, do you know what I mean? Weren't like that in our day.
Audience members I've ever had. I'm now to a worldwide audience, the world.
I don't know what else is. If you're lucky enough to have an audition tape that producers love, and you're cast on the
Charity that she's the spooky queen, but Scarlett tells us she likes period pieces.
The first things we do when we get snow is really early in the morning of the first day. We'll go out and we'll have a little walk.
I used to call it extreme DIY.
I think, and that they got up to all kinds of bad behaviour.
Orgiastic behaviour, you can see.
To my apartment. I think it just set the tone. It was dramatic and at the same time really simple and beautiful.
There is a desire to learn or to read or to be informed.
Rate of 10,000. If you give 20,000 to them, they can go to a better school. And you should respect all age people, irrespective of their positions. Never use. Keep it only for the festival. Children should look for festival. Today, whatever they should don't put your dreams in a child's mind, because every child is born. And they were sitting in a group and there were lies in the alcohol and prostitution are not, they are there in the society.
Is probably the most theologically rich book among the New Testament epistles.
The Father for the amazing things that he has done in Christ Jesus. From eternity past.
Worship her every year. So many came to Ephesus to worship her that this became one of the major sources.
Wrote the book of Ephesians. The inductive argument for a Roman imprisonment of Paul goes something like this.
Who have come into the city. We have Egyptians coming into the city and living there because of the
Então a gente vai ver.
Aqui, ó, né? Só que o quartzo estava separado com a terra vermelha. Eu trouxe a Moscovita.
very soft. So to make a bit of a plane, put the number on it, and it's basically a recording. That is how many bars of
pen. When they market, there's actually some science going on right now. On currency
of it all is to transfer that into money in the end. So I said, well, you know, why not just simply cut across?
Produced a fake $20 bill that is that good, described by authorities as virtually undetectable.
Difficult. He says he simply spends real money in a store, gets change from the clerk, then
are mixed in with the currency paper as it's being made.
This is one I have trouble swallowing, that 90% of all U.S. bills have traces of cocaine on them. Okay, I also...
This one all might not be terrible.
Yeah.
Right here.
Worse before it looks better, but I'm just working on getting things out of these cupboards. And fell backwards, and I was trying to save the milk, and that's how I twisted weird and it hurt my back.
Deodorants that are normally $36, and if you use my link and my code WHITEHOUSE, you'll get them for
a very like floppy crate that can work maybe. So I put it in between.
Handled it impeccably. Impeccably? I think I'm saying the right word. He's handled it so well. I like can't get over.
The architecture is really, really nice, but it's not 100% my style. But this kitchen is flawless. They recently.
Quite yet.
I don't think they're at their peak yet, but there's definitely fall leaves going on. Church was...
If you're sitting down.
Yeah. Also, the weirdest thing is getting off the toilet and not wiping your butt. Like, if I sit down to pee and then I...
It's gonna be so cute.
Animals?
Or humans, like me. And you.
Day. And then at the end they hug? Seems like this is like the one time in most people's lives it's like the most acceptable to kiss.
You know, Alpha and shit, look at her!
Parenting. By Mommy Katie. Her wardrobe is known to be worth over $3 million. And
Taking a long time to get to the point. Read the ingredients of all of these foods. Find yourself a nice lawn. Start munching on the grass. It's not good. You know what else is not good? Telling people what they...
Such as AIG or Allianz are either owned in part or invest with BlackRock's funds. And in America...
The problem is the incubation period for hepatitis A is really long. They might not remember what they've eaten.
This access point, the signal drops off, and so on. So let's just draw a circle. This is an arbitrary size circle.
Structure of the folders. All of the files are in separate folders with strange names. There are no...
The additional rent I paid here over what I would have paid at my old location if I stayed there, about $2.
Non mi piace neanche qui l'odore.
Pues claro, por supuesto. Es color después.
El aroma.
Okay, I think we have the first dish that she didn't like.
Yeah.
On the weirdest scale, but I really want to try it because it looks delicious inside.
I never saw something like this.
In China.
It tastes like sausage.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Vom Schwein.
This one is very strong. It's like fuel. This one tastes like rice cake cup. That's probably the worst one we took.
It's like organic and good for you.
Bet you it's gonna taste like beer.
I heard if you open it just right, you can hear the Polish national anthem.
It's fairly inoffensive.
Like Jane and I, we're calling up the guys and the gals. We're meeting up.
Frozen.
That is correct.
Oh.
What type of fish is Nemo?
Choice.
That is what I call a tie around your belly. What about your leg?
So I got curious and thought to myself, I had to see him.
A typical breakfast during his teen years consisted of 8 eggs, 12 slices of toast, several glasses.
Is tall, and oddly enough, at the age of 23, he didn't stop getting bigger, so he had to eat.
Or today, Mexico City.
The Republic of Ireland lacks a single official national animal.
In fact, it seems that at one point, it was different. In 1777, a flag resolution was passed.
Virginia, New York, North Carolina, and Rhode Island. So this was the first United States
thing just now that may be of importance. The state of Franklin eventually gave up their attempt and were absorbed into the territory.
Was created by accident in 1905, when a flood broke through the irrigation canal and water kept flowing for 2 years.
Enter and exit at their desired street. Because drivers are forced to slow down upon entry, the collision rate drops.
You can use a train, a metro, a tram to get pretty much anywhere you need to go. You can use public.
There's no cars coming. So now when I pull up to a red light here in the States, I forget that I can turn right and I've gotten honked.
Time. I thought it was fascinating to hear how people from another country experienced and viewed.
Had any experience with some of the German clubs around town, the Donna Schwabens or different groups like that?
A few weeks in advance. Another difference to the US and other countries is that in Germany, elections usually.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
it's been a headache.
And so, you know,
they
I
have
was.
to fight souls.
They have to have complete. Well, they.
Percent actually, I think it's 100 proof, so probably a lot more, probably twice, 3 times as much as wine. But your favorites I missed. And if you're new around here, my name is Christina from Happy to
More drunk.
What do you think about the taste?
It's sweet. I taste the honey for sure. I like it.
All of the food has arrived. Got a plate of sausages mixed.
You gotta have that. Also, if you like the Haxe, there's a thing. If you're here in Oberfranken, where Bamberg is.
The gravy and the onions on top give it a really savory, salty taste.
Rich, and the crunch like balances out the sweetness.
I love when there's a little crunch.
この粒々は米だから、まあ米は日本のものだから、お菓子も日本。なるほどね。
On the Autobahn?
Autobahn.
Autobahn. Interesting word.
Oh.
Poor plant.
Tear here. Oh no!
Oh.
Knick knack, pitty whack, get a dog. We have knick knack.
Barbecue. Matter of fact, I might eat this entire thing right now. I like this little wafer. It's like it has a light.
I give those a 7.5.
Yeah. Love that. Okay, so this
This is cool.
Have the texture of the classic potato chip you crave, but with a unique twist. They have a light dusting of bell pepper.
Because you already know the chef's kiss. We're gonna have to put these in the freezer. Chef's kiss.
These are.
Yeah, one.
What do you give it?
I give it why?
Crunchies on the side, just to the bottom half. It's good. Okay, so.
Well,
I say 4.
And I like sour sweet, so.
Oh yeah, I love them.
Yeah, and I like sour sweet, so this will probably.
And eat it. What? I like garlic sauce, Chris. And they're just nice. Yeah.
The taste of it is just like a sour Laffy Taffy. It's, I imagine the flavor is like.
For sure. This is a can of escargot.
Oh dear.
No, the orange, I believe. I just wanted to switch it up, so I got the raspberry. And to be honest, I'm not.
Because it's so good.
It's really good.
It is delicious.
For the Queen Catherine de Medicis and invented the choux pastry.
Rather than queue for an hour for a morning.
En même temps.
D'accord.
Mais 10 ans après, ça fait 5 ans que.
York is famous for. Thank you very much indeed. Doing everything bigger and better. Even its. While my taste buds take in all the flavours, it's obvious that Keith knows.
Never.
Never.
I've always just bought it.
But that's fair enough, you know. I know a few people are very lofty.
These onions.
And we're going to cook this for 2 more minutes. So we just kind of separated the best you
Go ahead and introduce your butter to the pot right here. This right here is the start of your chicken pot pie.
Mushrooms, you can leave them out, but just 8 ounces of mushrooms add a ton of flavor to this soup. You can.
We're gonna give this just a really quick dice. We wanna have nice small pieces that fit.
And then we're gonna do celery and carrots. If you don't have some of these ingredients
that your family enjoys. So we're gonna go ahead and mix that up. I'll be back.
I really want a nice chili powder flavor because I'm going to make this sort of like a I have a recipe for that, and I have a video for that. It's an older video, and I'll leave
from scratch cornbread as well. This just saves you a step. And cornbread from scratch.
Smash it up so you don't have all them lumps all in there.
and then I'm going to brown it up. Now I'm using my little...
I mince my onions really fine because my son says he hates onions, but as long as he doesn't see them, he doesn't complain.
I'm going to be also adding in 2 packages of the...
Just scatter them around in the dish, and that's all I'm going to put in this dish because
Muy costosos. Déjame ayudar. He investigado un poco acerca de la
Less than 1% of agricultural land was co-developed with solar panels. The resulting energy would be enough.
The slewing drive adjusts the left and right angles of the tracker.
Hasil listrik. Lalu bagaimana dengan tanaman yang membutuhkan panas sangat
1,000 times higher than that of a fast neutron. But you can overcome this just by brute force.
If you want to try it out, use the link below because that way you will get a full month free.
Several minutes, so we can't know what's going on behind there, you know? Wow, well, okay, all right, so...
This one sprang from a place of love and hope.
No one will be seated while the resident creepy...
And we're going to change soon as prank was over, but I ruined my own an entire wedding by reacting so
communications in regards to Brittany's medicine, which would be interesting to see because, as you guys know, she was...
Why they want to get rid of the sex offender registry. By the way, when a family lawyer...
woman who needs to fend for herself in this day and age in America.
At that point, I want you to take your day. You've earned your day. I don't want to do it that way. So it's something we're
job. The author argues that these are jobs that are primarily or entirely made up of tasks that even the person who...
And she sent me a 32 email letter exchange. You've mastered it. It's time to go somewhere where you're a little lower so that you've got something to climb up for. If you were taking care of yourself properly, you know, what would you want from your friendships? What would you want from your intimate? And if it co-activates ideas that are quite distant from the original idea, something like that, and you could matter of controlling the masses, let's say, which is one, say, Marxist interpretation of religion, or providing people, for example, painting. Unfortunately, I can't remember the name of it. I think it was made in 1957. It's available. Will beat a pathway to your door if you build a better mousetrap. It's like, that's complete rubbish. It isn't true. People who are capable of engaging that, you know, a heavyweight weight.
Richard Feynman was gregarious, funny, a great dancer.
Began to reflect on how his country of poets and thinkers had turned into a collective of
harsh and strong to be used for cleaning human beings. It was pretty much only for washing clothes. Laundresses often
references for that, and that's an average woman. That's a typical amount of shoes. So
Waterloo had opened in 1848. The railway was so integral to the new venture that the LSW
were quite so busy. Workers trying to get home to their families were hampered by huge crowds.
It happened in an instant, but to most of the outside world, it didn't happen at all. Left back.
Towards the end of the day, he began the process of setting an explosive like he had done 1,000 times before.
Them are huddled in a group, they're holding their signs up, and at some point, mid-afternoon, this light blue
conveyor belt, you can see this side doesn't have anything on it, it's got 2 open bolt holes right there, and you can put a conveyor.
Baby boy. He's still a stallion, he's about 18 months old.
Just hoping she'll drink something. We know she won't drink this whole bottle, but...
Okay, now this was not planned. This was not staged. This really did happen just the way it happened.
The day. Luckily, I just bought some new rope.
Give them all of it.
Hey, peaks. Used for our perimeter fence.
put them on the top, wired them on securely, and there are 2 more underneath here.
Was Jack held the bridle, and you just sat down in the field and milked her, and she just stood there, and we're like...
Although, to be honest, we have no idea what's underneath all of these vines.
It was in this part of the country around here. I went on a killing mission, and I took out every wild pig around.
Repopulate. They can resprout from the root masses that you leave behind. So where you plant sweet...
Now it's time to head inside with the harvest.
Sort of maybe $50 size or a little bit bigger, good roasting size sweet potatoes.
So busy that I'm just going to tend to do things later before they freeze so I don't lose them all, and if they're a bit more fibrous.
2 feet per day. So that's what I'm going to do, is to trying to make
some of the flour. Yeah, I can't wait. It looks like we're going to have a pretty nice balance.
So he's debilitated. He's older. He has some illnesses, and I can only imagine.
In the wintertime, want to make sure that your center hold is
in general to show you what it means to overwinter these vines. First of all, you can see there's a flower on here that's
started from just a little cutting like one of these. That was it. And this
pre-filled these pots with some potting soil at the bottom. We're going to pop these out of the ground, keep as many as the roots as we can.
I'm taking the dirt as much as I can off of it.
Careful, because some of these dahlia tubers are not securely fixed.
Some are little rounded roots, some are long and thin. It has
And once we get them into storage, we make sure that we have the right variety in the right crate, and we'll head back up to the greenhouse.
Dangly roots. At this point, you can divide your dahlias to have more plants for your own garden.
Dry and crunchy. The main goal of dividing dahlia tubers is to split off a tuber.
I started thinking more that it might have been the tomato roots reaching those fish frames.
Time during the growing season. And a really easy way of approaching this is to have the principle.
We're mowing some grass as well. We need grass around the edges for access and to keep it tidy.
But quite urban for what you're doing. You're trying to pack a lot in there.
Lots of biochar in this. This is all
There's no nutrient problem. I'm getting like these food scraps that I get twice a week. I throw them in this pit.
We started everything, and so far the Kontiki is burned down about halfway through our pile.
Finished biochar. My friend Mike is my local source for biochar, and he's...
My process was, okay, chickens grazed it down, came in, added biochar into the soil.
Enough with enough waste that we were able to get a good layer of char.
So now, I'm going to take some of that
up, and that's just in there bubbling away as well. I did sweeten it up with a little bit more molasses.
Or garden without being charged, it'll have a tendency to...
Or anything like that. You can just put this on the ground too, works just fine. So how I'm...
It isn't much of an issue because when I quench this barrel, I fill it with water to quench.
This is incorrect. When you want
the leaves down, and of course they'll rot down as well. And as they rot down, they'll contribute lots of...
Making sure they're all right. So today we're going to be mostly in the market garden. I think we're going to...
Plant and photosynthesis, which is a process whereby the sun's energy is used to convert carbon from...
We've got to be photosynthesizing, so we've got to be growing plants in that soil. So CO2...
And the plants need the microbes. Isn't the soil look beautiful? Who would have thought the soil looked something like that?
Depend on what I normally, my blend that I normally put in is going.
Voids are the housing system to accommodate the organisms and elements needed to thrive.
Reaches 250 psi, roots are severely inhibited, as well as the soil's ability to absorb water.
To be helping those acres, but for the most part, it's probably 1 or 2% of the farming.
And that's going to happen under both samples. It's going to happen under the no-till. It's going to happen under the tilled system. Now, the
reason that I'm talking about that again today here is that last year when I was really talking about no-till lot, people were really coming at me.
That come in, particularly young tree seeds, the pioneer trees like birch,
we see this year.
This continuous flow of a wide mix of different material, and to make it easy for everyone else to use.
Duckweed in the middle is protected from their browse, so it can keep expanding. And you can see I just simply
brought us down over that nitrogen. If it doesn't smell like ammonia in there, then the chickens are
kind of like a wheelbarrow with a motor. So instead of you actually having to walk the wheelbarrow over.
In the wintertime, chickens can withstand really cold temperatures. We hit minus 37 degrees last night.
More of the scratching feeling when we throw out the scratch out here in the morning, and our compost.
This is a really good water to keep in mind.
Right there, it's 50 degrees inside the hen house. This is an insulated
freezing months. We have bigger water containers that we don't have to refill as often.
New feathers for the winter and then from the spring and summer. So we haven't had any eggs this year, but here we are in the winter.
Just used galvanized wiring and basically just twisted it around the
Right. Now, the first thing...
And then I can shovel it into buckets, and I'll show you what I've got out so far. The roots don't really matter.
I never did, or maybe I did in some. So, I guess...
But to try to apply a couple of those countermeasures again, number one, I was going to put a little bit more lime into those systems because...
of pure worm castings. If I go out into my worm bin right now and scoop up a handful of something...
It was not frozen first, but it's been sitting there a while.
I put usually about a teaspoon in my smoothies, and it has benefits that can help with the skin, the nail,
It's here, so if you see me look down, that's what I'm looking at. But one of the most common things you'll find is
spray the undersides of the leaves, not to the point that they're dripping, but
Alright. Leave that running for a few hours and see what happens.
A tube that then is filled with a gas that illuminates.
Along with their actual power draw, I crafted a super...
Let's check our mediums. So that's still pretty wet. This one's drying out a hair.
The lights. The shop lights put out a decent amount of light directly underneath.
8 inches or 39 inches wide, and so I ended up cutting some pieces. This was...
They need to be hit by light so that they don't get tall and skinny and gangly looking. You want them to be short and stocky.
House supply store, you don't have to be a commercial business as far as I know, but you can look them up online.
Better way of doing this.
With the other side of the paper towel and then press them a little bit.
A little bit easier, I'm going to go over to my oven and we're going to start that up. And we'll...
I've had times where I've gotten home from work really late and I have to sit there and transplant a bunch of stuff because, you know, they're still...
are no longer producing. You can cut it back like this and then new shoots will start to grow, and then...
Good nodes that are going to be underwater, and then at least 4 leaves on the top.
So we're going to get a lot more, which means more shoot development up top and more root growth down below, quicker.
2. Eggshell fertilizer. Many gardeners believe that eggshells are wonderful.
For a midnight snack, they can just retrace their steps back to a food source. Pretty cool, huh?
With peppermint oil, you're less likely to have a rodent problem. Even if it doesn't work, at least your pantry drawer.
With it, it works really, really well. It's cheap. It's almost free.
It cost me maybe $7, $8. I don't know. That one fitting there was $1.69.
I'm using this small miter saw to cut the PVC, but you can use a hand saw as well.
Some sort of coffee can with a smooth surface. I like using coffee cans because they have these little grooves.
One of the 2x3s. This is a very simple build. One of the other 2.
That only worked in Skyrim.
And here's a sure way to make a woman happy.
and then fell again as her pet pushed her, and the third time she fell simply by her own momentum. But
a zipper emerged from above. Thankfully, no one was hurt when the wheels hit this runway. However, this tiny space will make you claustrophobic, so this might be your worst nightmare with a putrid smell on
face of this enormous whale holding onto his tubercles, and it was swimming towards me, but then I noticed that its tail was going side to side.
Nan Hauser regularly travels to the islands to study whale behavior. And on this
so brutally towards them, how will they react when I get closer?
Hey, buddy. Hi, fella. Hey, how are you? Look at the mouth.
Dad, is he gonna go right under?
Surround a huge ball of sardines, which they form for protection from predators, and push it towards the surface.
It is the most venomous fish in the world. So if you're walking barefoot in the sea and you happen
temperatures sharply dipped overnight, the Miami National Weather Service made a public announcement warning of
it's raining spiders. You'll only have a few seconds to
Sotavento region in Veracruz, Mexico, and it was posted on Facebook by Lapso Informativo.
We are asked to take this case. Let's have a look at this obituary. What a tragedy, right? Anything series of videos were recorded and documented by Haunted Wesley Manor. The user works as a
set up the shipping for it. And that's when things kind of started getting like a little uncomfortable because he was
без сознания, убийца там открывает глазки, вот, когда будут кормить его.
Y es que reportaron en las redes sociales que ha habido muchos perritos perdidos por las...
Condado de Marin, en Washington. Ejerció como biólogo en los primeros años de su vida durante 1 o 2 décadas.
En especial en los relatos de ficción que nada tuvieran que ver con la realidad.
Llevaba una bolsa con ropa, misma que sirvió para limpiar el martillo. Tras el hecho, abandonaron
principal o por el patio trasero, y ambas puertas eran de herrería. Esa madrugada.
Trenton, para el momento en que se conocieron, Amber tenía 2 meses de embarazo y esto no fue
oferta y se bajó del auto. Tommy hizo lo mismo, alegando que tenía que hacer tarea de la escuela, pero
situación terrible, pero locamente a Richard no le afectó nada, sino al contrario, le atrajo.
So how old were you when you killed your first woman?
Fijaos que las preguntas ya son realistas. 16 años y la primera.
Su solvencia en el lenguaje y su irreverencia. Llegaron a tener muchos invitados en el show, así.
Criminal was Michael Massey. Massey was supposed to shoot Lee with a Smith & Wesson Model 6.
COVID-19 restrictions. Now, that in and unto itself doesn't even sound safe. You have
of the incident proliferated online. Southwest said in a statement, Southwest does not condone employees sharing their personal political...
Everybody that you were dying of cancer
What
and
a
then just
G!
died.
What a fucking G!
What a G!
God damn!
Ethos, and he was doing that by.
Before we'd go on, I go, "This is such weak shit," and he said, "Watch me just fucking polish that up on your own."
No, I didn't.
When you moved to the next joke,
I know you had to fix it.
Is there a?
And then an hour later, would you like to walk into a dealership and point to a car?
I thought when he hosted SNL, after he'd gotten fired, and then they ended up bringing him back.
Right.
I don't even know if Gregory Olinovich knows. He only knows that he has power over me, and that seems to bring
place. Sure. But he says, I'm a professor of logic. Oh. So he says the guy.
I looked one up on the internet there, and I found one. I went to Vancouver Island, Victoria, which is beautiful.
Gosh, Norm!
No, but that's cool because you're recovering.
Well, slowly, yeah.
He was in the bathroom?
Yeah, right.
So he comes out.
December 21st. At that point, I can get max penetration.
Ils ont passé près de 2 ans à amasser de l'information
Houses that are not heated. Plus, we have about 10 caterpillars that we move on the farm.
Si je te dis slow food, slow life,
ouais.
Ça te parle?
Ouais, ça me parle. Après, je suis pas fan des anglicismes.
On a fait la carter toilette sèche, la carter salle de bain, la carter...
C'est très agréable pour dormir.
Ouais, en fait, le premier soir, on a eu un petit peu de mal, mais deuxième...
La mousse au chocolat.
La terre, déjà, ce matériau, c'est génial de pouvoir construire une maison.
Uniquement en argile et en herbe, c'est-à-dire j'ai pris l'herbe du jardin, les grandes herbes, les petites herbes, les très...
Ça va peut-être aider pour mélanger les différentes matières.
Dans la baignoire. Et dans la baignoire, on peut rajouter de l'eau ensuite pour vraiment liquidifier.
La carter.
Donc la carter, on l'a montée il y a un peu plus d'1 an, c'est-à-dire début juillet.
Donc elle est recouverte d'herbe. Et l'année d'après, on a construit une maison de magicien.
D'accord.
Des poteaux, finalement, peuvent servir, même si c'est très prétentieux, à définir la future.
A commonality you may have observed among ground effect vehicles that are able to transition to and from ground effect.
Something which our wallets don't do very well. That's why I use a...
Predictably, shippers would often declare a lower weight to save money. Regardless, the draft survey...
There's supposed to be some sponge. So that's like the springy part, and then this is the...
Well, I can see the RF shield took a beating, and considering how thick this shield is...
This video straight through seemed to do the trick, whilst also increasing the chance of impaling by a factor of 2.
Minimoto rear wheel, that's the friction drive. Not much more to say other than...
Just doing crazy things. I get a big kick out of riding this thing around.
Man and machine share an unbreakable bond. The
cycles, just throw it out the window.
The shape and material of the body can amplify some harmonics while dampening others. The shape and material also
pair matching wedges for the front and the back plates. The edges of these are...
But so the one violin that seems to have become a standard.
At least a couple of years for that same reason. And also I find it not a bad idea for the students to learn how.
Here, and that feeds down to this crankshaft. The crankshaft running
artifacts in that area, but that is closed. That I know for sure. But let's check.
Pantograph, and this is standing on the deck of the big boy's cab. That pantograph reached.
Turning raw materials into finished products for purchase and use throughout the nation.
that any landing planes would have landed and been taxiing back to park here on Charlie, which is...
First 170 Foxtrot arrival.
Jitterbug. Jilly.
hate it, some people love it, but that kind of vegetal, earthy, heavy thing that you get.
Bitter. Okay, work that out.
Yeah, that's it. There is less bitterness in 2 than 1.
2, which is where you're presented with a single checkbox that you have to click on to prove you are not a robot.
I couldn't tell you how many loads I've pulled out right now. It's a lot.
That beetle's flying, baby! Woo!
Men can't multitask. I'd be proving them wrong today. You can tell we're understaffed.
Because we're going up a considerably steeper hill.
Well, no need to go any farther.
Might as well get the big truck in here to make it go a little quicker.
Out on because this was part of the commercial crew development program. Ultimately, it started with commercial crew development.
Now this might sound a little confusing, so let's see what this is good for. Just take a look at this.
Can we find the number 20 again? Right, on the booster's outer engines. If we
New Raptor Vacuum 6 engines this month. The facility's Mechazilla launch tower recently received
particles. You feed hydrogen isotopes like deuterium and tritium into a fusion reactor. Deuterium is
in London. Next up, we have a quick note from JP Morgan where ordinarily I wouldn't care what they say as...
However, Tesla look after their employees too and give about $2,000 per vehicle to their employees.
Starting now. But if you are in the category of people that think this will hurt Tesla's customers,
the battery cells early in 2022, in the first quarter of 2022 from...
In the olden days, this would be nearly impossible to manufacture, but with high-speed machines...
So perhaps that's why it was done like that. I don't know. We got
something fun real quick. I'm going to measure the old one and measure the new one and see what kind of difference.
Types of heating, like wood and compost heating, and it goes on and on and on and on and on, and there's tons of...
Get done tonight, because I want to get it done so I can put away my Flexilla hoses for the winter.
Then I cut them down where they start bending over on the greens. Those greens are great and
an excellent long-term structure. So if you're planning on a family farm,
we get a lot of ice buildup. So this is all covered in ice, and that actually adds
increments into 3 pieces, so 3'4" is the majority of the rest.
A string line on the outside of the tunnel helped us to align the bottom of the mounting brackets and the splice.
That if this is the polytunnel wall, then we could use double-sided sticky
wire, which is quite easy to do, nice, quick and easy. However, you could use some... Turned out anyway, it was only second hand anyway, so it's not perfectly straight, but look at that. We have a nice, clean...
Last frost date, May 22nd. This year, Erin is hoping for her first vegetable harvest.
So I don't know if that's going to work for me. So I'm going to take 2 pieces of...
Set it out to 5 feet. And I'll get up.
And first thing after I built those, I put the bottom PV.
Same thing, though it's not, the blower's not running yet, but it is running on this one. So I'll show you.
80 degrees in here, those 2 vents open. They use a beeswax ram and...
Making tomato paste. Now, this seed house does a lot of work with heirloom varieties.
And we're going to tie it to a stake we drove right there, pull it up and tie it all the way around.
This is also a cabbage rather than a broccoli, so it is going to grow differently. But just in general, the vigor of this just doesn't...
On top to maintain humidity levels. Now don't get me wrong, both of those things are good steps for the stage.
So today I'm going to show you 2 different techniques that you can use. One with an old water bottle.
Under Grow Life at home might have seedlings that have just a little bit of leaves and then a really long...
chilies when I was sowing them in the Jiffy pellets. So these Jiffy pellets, this is the first year.
Warm, especially at night. If you keep your temperature too warm at night.
But the general rule is always the one between the leaf and the stem is the side, and they have to be removed.
Produce fruit, but not as much as the main stem.
Baby, I'm stuck with a halfway.
For now. All right, so I just got done with the old patch. I got 4 bushels, 3 green.
Oh.
Too crazy. So sky's the limit.
Yeah, So, busy day ahead. Right, I'm just gonna go around and finish watering.
Whoa, that's a barrel one.
More dirt. The roots are a little bound, but just this is all experimental for us. We're doing.
I've got a little bit of pine bark this year, and I'm going to have that blended in just a little bit for no.
Much easier and quicker, and I expected that they wouldn't do as well simply because the soil was.
It's a kind of alkaloid that's very, very harmful to your body, so you don't want that occurring.
Determinate and indeterminate. The determinate varieties are what we call bush. They get to about
drying winds. The key to success with your potted harvest is your potting mix. Tomatoes,
I just wet it down a little bit so everything doesn't get too airborne.
Maybe 3-4 containers, if that, depending on the size of the container that you're using. If you're wanting to do a good amount
What I'm going to do is I'm going to start off with the peat, get that in the bottom of the wheelbarrow, and I'll add in the black cow.
Loose soil structure, so peat moss is going to be the first thing in our mix. Next thing we're probably
A bit of research and some ingenuity by somebody who also wants
to thrive even in those kind of situations because there's plenty of moisture as the plant needs it.
That we drilled right in the side, and this is going to be
wrong one in the wrong can, didn't I? Now, instead of being the wick going to be in the center,
and you just go straight down with it. Down in those wells.
I got from Lowe's, and 2 medium plastic round bins I got from Target. They're nice.
Okay, so the first step.
Three bags of rock.
3 bags of rock.
38 by 152, but cut into 700mm lengths. Also a total of 6.
How to build raised garden beds using concrete pavement.
Stick on the table.
Hasta arriba, sino solamente aproximadamente hasta la mitad del molde.
Next room. So this will probably be a bit of a study.
Private, however, I will say that it's very central. So the side.
My toaster, some decorative flowers because.
So
I was like, what would you suggest? So we picked out these colors. This is like a fuchsia. We kept the
Coffee table. And is this the coffee table? Yeah, I think the long ones are called the coffee table.
Getting my food mixed up with my roommate's food, and then stuff goes bad, and then you know the drill.
My dad's kind of cut off, but I got these frames from IKEA. I actually got this from this,
but they were originally from West Elm. Mostly on Facebook Marketplace. They were
candle and candle holder from Bath and Body Works. I have a trophy.
Definitely not my style, but nothing a little white paint couldn't solve. This room didn't require a
also, that is the mirror that's going to go in the front. It's like the cool iridescent mirror that's going to
inspired in this space. I know it's echoey and ridiculous, but I can't wait to move in here and vintage and thrift her items as much as possible. Is their commitment to sustainability. They are a carbon and water.
My fridge down here with my snack bins. So I just have loads of...
But if you take like a break, you'd perform better in medical school. So that's been on my mind like super heavily.
So it is after my class now. It's like 11 o'clock, I think. Yeah, I had my clinical class.
They had like, I think 18 flavors. There's like 6 new ones. I haven't had this one before, the strawberry one.
So I wanted to show you guys how I like to set up my calendar.
Scholarship websites and just basically be like, good luck. You could literally be there boo-hooing
1,500, you know, things like that. And believe me, that helps. It helps.
In your life compared to an entire career, right? 1 year compared to 30, 40, 50 years of a... We'll leave that link down below in case that would be helpful. But if that is you and you've decided, I want my Bachelor of Science in Nursing,
some form of chemistry, whether it be general chemistry 1, general chemistry.
Now, so what if your GPA is not good? Say that you've really messed it up, your GPA is like...
program or a community college ADN program, which is what I'm pursuing. So
manager, content, he's a social media manager. I made a post about it completely. Not to mention put enough ash and dust in the air to lower global temperatures all around the world, just like the and skeletal development similar to a man's. She also had an arrowhead lodged in her leg and was adorned with gasping in horror. And we mean that quite literally. The 5-year plan was a thing. And Boris Yegorov on board. This was the first spaceflight in history with a multi-person crew. 5 months Mercury capsule, which she dubbed Faith 7, underwent extensive modifications, including the addition of extra batteries. The same year, he lost the presidency. The village had formed an armed self-defense force with the encouragement of the German-sponsored Lithuania.
So I went to visit Orja in Baraj to have a look at their project.
Tawagin namin ni Brother Kerry from 30 meters.
From our 19-foot hole to about a 3.5 meter up tower, that's about 10 meters.
Fresh water. Yeah. I'm letting them soak. What it does is allow them to spit.
In railway, and true, it's a grand railway system. It's the longest in the world.
First, I will take a little bit of the water from the pasta. I cook that pasta without...
It still sticks on there. I mean, there are some cooks that like to leave it on there. And maybe you're one of those people, so you would just...
We always had, we're going to add in our sauce.
It's splashing in your face. You hear that? Mm-hmm. Let some of that heat out.
That was steam.
I'm gonna go ahead and get it off the stove.
Could even just be the proximity to other things. Honestly, that's a really big selling point a lot of the times.
On a cent, like 8 or 10 cents per square foot. I don't almost really...
The Phantom 4 Pro Plus. This is the one that comes with the built
down, and also C2 to enable or disable obstacle avoidance. Once you have that,
driving home on the highway and you see a nice pink sunset, you're going to want to see it later on somebody's Instagram. You know, it's just easy to share, and it's
layout and condition. For example, creating something called an orthomosaic, where the drone will fly the site and take hundreds.
and risk. Now, with that being said, it is possible to provide yourself with satisfying financial gain.
To do a quick video talking about how I became a drone pilot. So for me, it all
Quick unboxing of these two products right here. The V-Copter Falcon from 00 Robotics. And if you guys are new to my channel, my name is...
Gimbal down a little bit. Okay. It flies just like any other drone.
9x47 slow fly prop today, which is a little bit small for this motor, what I typically...
So she got back at me ultimately.
my fault.
This is the prop. It's a deadly cart. So steering is I
push to go left.
Push to go left.
The main point is that a given gauge of wire has a given maximum current it can carry before it...
With hundreds of thousands of pounds.
Within the UK, and it's essentially sort of a band of green ring that forms
actual piece of agricultural land, and you're going to need loans and that sort of thing. A lot of capital
You can earn by selling some logs, selling the eggs,
services. Where I live, it's pretty comfy.
Yep. And we have the sheep in here every now and again. Just to keep everything down.
Keep it on the
yes,
road, yeah.
That's right.
Fair enough.
Caps, probably it will be better, and now I decided to do
I think I better get the ice ready.
And it gives it a really nice effect.
Separation on its own.
The only difference is ran that caulk around, and now I'm going to throw some wood screws that I'm countersinking in there.
I didn't get started without you. Okay, good news and bad.
Mold on 2x4s, and I kept stacking more and more under there because I want more epoxy on.
Leather on the inside, then just bevel both sides.
Ages to the present day is France. It's all the more remarkable that for a short period
Once that was all done, I started priming everything.
Wool opening much more easily. Then I cook it for half an hour in the oven and start to make mold. So I
from the main floor, and what I'm going to be doing is batching the work. So if there's some
like this, I do get a little bit anxious because usually they
your terrain and start placing your rocks and dirt.
Big to work with, and I really wanted to see how truly adaptable.
Okay, now
I built in a little cellar.
Probably make it probably just
some sharp rocks that I've salvaged from outside and give those a nice shake. This little tumbler is gonna
added later. The main road really needs to stand out compared to the dirt.
Now, you come and say, Mike, give me your bits. But you don't ask what.
Did go back through with the second coat on all the visible areas quickly if I noticed something wasn't fully open.
So the phases 1 through 4 are for spring, summer, autumn, winter. Door that hid the shield generator for the second Death Star. Now forest bases are tricky because it's not just sand and glue.
I then made 3 varieties of these bases for a total of 6 master copies.
Into the molds. It's crazy shiny, but we'll get back to that in a minute. For now, we need to mix up some resin, and I'm going to...
So here we go, we'll just turn the water on. I'll fill each of my molds with water.
I'll pop that to one side. So the next one I'm going to do is this.
So this looks really cool. I really like this. This is going to look pretty funky, I think. So...
Anybody can use Wix, so you don't need any experience, and I'm sure even the pros will appreciate the tools that Wix can offer them. You can either start from over there, so I'm gonna light it, and then I'm gonna get the oil heating up.
Colder. And to do that, it needs to be pressurized and cooled.
Brutally shot. Our strategy? Don't look at the doll. Her haunting gaze is only
player games like Tug of War, where the losing team falls to their death. As for why you'd possibly want to risk your life in a game like
in games, they think, oh, I'm out, not, oh, I'm gonna die. 200-something people die.
All transgressions wrought by bias. The truth is, I think a significant portion of me
instead on using kids' games. As a survival game, it is entertainment and human drama. The games
and given to the company. Over 30 of these laid-off workers eventually took their own lives from the financial stress.
Whose channel is this?
Someone who can't fucking cook, apparently.
I just graduated from the California Institute of the Arts with a BFA or Bachelor of...
And where shall we end if dreams can't come?
The protagonist. Also, while we're on the topic of character relationships, we should probably talk about the lack of a character.
Garden Wall isn't exactly critical of the Inferno or use it in any way that conveys a strong message. At least not
as it is now, so a miniseries with 10 episodes is going to drown when airing alongside cartoon giants. I might be coming off as bitter and
on purpose. I think those types of stories really resonate with people, especially when you want to make a
mystery than he alone could handle. The danger of the unknown is the unknown. After
I've discussed this in my Things You Missed in Over the Garden Wall videos before, but the official art book recently released in
writing the tome while being manipulated by an evil spirit. Episodes would have had darker and stranger threats.
Matters here. Don't get me wrong, it's clear that the producers of the show have a lot of this detail mapped out in their heads.
And kind of scary. There's episodes that are sort of
Pumpkin People, Gingerbread House 2, Electric Boogaloo, anything with the Woodsman and the Beast, and of course...
Up. Sorry everybody who shipped Wirt and Beatrice. She's dead. The whole The Unknown is the...
Well, let me first address that theory straight away. On their journey into the unknown, Wirt and Greg bring their
notice. But rest assured, I also saw plenty of the anger I expected. While writing this video, though, something
Sesame Street, which had started rapidly pushing the popularity of puppets on television. The Great Santa Claus switch.
Brad, how are you? Is that right?
And Forgetful Jones.
An agreement with Jim Henson's children to purchase both the Muppets and the TV series Bear in the Big Blue House for $7.
I finished every piece of Muppets media already, but
I haven't felt this much joy since the 15th annual
New bear on the cast. And we had a duo act, Seymour and Pepe. But Pepe was
kicking her son and his motley crew out the door so she can enjoy her vacation with her styling hat and sunglasses.
In the classroom, the most invested in the end goal, and the most avid fan of the
16. I figured myself out at 16.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, that whole time I was like, what can I do?
Effect, and it never existed at all. Oh, that was a weird noise. Let's do this.
A whole world like you. That's you yourself.
Mr. Rogers was so nice that people who met him were often They sell Mr. Potato Head merchandise where you can't take his eyes off. The whole point of Mr. Potato...
But it's very...
Medically unable to move.
Welcome, families and dog owners. There are 5 primary schools within minutes of the property, and with good public transport.
It's a nasty day. The wind's blowing, the snow is right in my face. Ugh.
Going to get warm, but then it also will die down. So you have to upkeep it. That's why you have to get.
Smells pretty meaty in here now. Woo! Now it's going on the plate.
Obviously, I could have probably simplified it and just ran rim joists around it.
This process.
I think I got it for free, but you see here, I don't get much use out of this chair, and I'll show you why.
And that's just a quick demo, but
regardless of the type of subfloor or foundation that supports the log shell, the first course of logs
every lie, just tell the truth. Why'd you sort of like that way?
Ah, that's genius. I thought.
Lodged,
Yeah, it's lodged under, I reckon.
Yeah. So, I can tell you right now, that's going home.
hey guys, feels like I'm trying to work.
Oh, we got this guy on there. Must have been holding it on.
Comfy.
Yeah, but I mean, that stroller looks super old. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, we got some stuff on here. What is this? We got a little spring.
And that's about it.
And got some more metal up. So far, all I'm finding is a bunch of scrap rebar.
And have a look at their magnets. They're equally as good. Use Vinny's code.
So we've got it, yeah. This is the other side of the bridge.
And let's go. Here it comes. And it's just a...
So, you know, I'm hoping to see above 120. Should be able to do it, but...
Order for some reason.
Oh, what is that?
Hey, this is a good sign. Yeah, Gorilla Glue in the bed.
Yeah, the car had indeed burned down. Apparently the fire started in the paint room and it just went up.
Because it's not one of those, as I mentioned earlier, it's not one of those cars that's been to a...
Settle, but absolutely amazing quality. As you can see, we've got the Club Sport style rear net in the middle.
500 miles there, and then 9,000 being the most recent one by the same Ford specialist. And
They're gonna get cleaned up, they're gonna get new springs on them, and they're gonna stay out until we get everything else cleaned up, because you can see that ain't exactly pretty.
Here, a little bit overspray right there, and then around that bar. Couldn't get it perfect. Of course, it's all hidden, so it doesn't really matter.
He pulled pretty good for no bigger than he is.
Take them out of her too.
Yeah, they need
you know.
to be.
What you got? Okay, boy. That boy.
That was a hit.
Which way you want to bring it?
All right. Well, seems like the fish have moved on. So.
Squid. So many people commented I should have a fisherman's wife merch design. So I
Got him. Nope. So I've been using peas
from underneath that bird. I mean, put a wally popper on it.
Hard candy, usually embedded with peanuts. Here, instead of peanut, they use Texas beef brisket.
What is happening? This is incredible.
I would never, would you in a chipper? There isn't usually a lot of hype surrounding new releases from Arby's. And I don't know why that is. Just
Who are you talking to?
Lies.
I'm not on camera, not here.
No kids screaming. Yeah, this is where it starts to turn.
Thank you so much. It's true. Oh, that's all right. That's very sweet. Can you get a smoke that like this? Can you okay, so give me a sense. We met, this is how we met. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it was just dialectical behavior. Yeah. And they're both like this, they're treated.
And talk to them about medication and also be healthy. Eating right and exercise can make a...
Standing at the altar, I looked my wife in the eyes and I said, I can't believe I'm married such a wonderful woman.
So I sat there that night beside a bottle of pills with a pen and paper in my hand, and I thought...
Screaming, shaking, collapsing in on itself again.
A few phone calls and a bit of driving. We've actually got the baby stowed here. So there we
What do you think of this adorable couple? It seems that primates can't resist the charm of felines, and it's
understood that the cub's life was hanging by a thread, and so they took him away from his mother to be bottle-fed. Promised to find her a good puppy. And the other day,
he could climb onto the roof to fix it, fetch a couple of heavy logs from the forest to fix the fence, and bring in
was deteriorating, and her days were numbered. The doctor told Leo and his wife that their daughter was diagnosed with
card owner may be charged with negligence by the credit card issuer. Most importantly, it makes sure
salary is good. Most likely she will even be able to save for the future. I hope the team is good.
He paid the bill and went outside. He decided to walk to think about it. Suddenly,
Mono. Individuals and tried to kill a third, but was unsuccessful. And
torched a Wendy's and looted a liquor store before burning down a police station in downtown Minneapolis.
Fighting the battles of the media and of these voices that keep on, jabbing at him. He's going to lose in 20.
hope you're proud of yourself.
So I asked my...
So Rob, I know you've always wondered why I...
At this point, what can you say about Jeff Ross that he hasn't heard before? It's like,
Hey, Mike, here's something you'll never hear. Great tattoo!
Utter jokes. This is the fucking reason why. You're making disgusting jokes. It's just...
There's an actor from France. For the door and nothing like that. They all just kind of hung out. I wonder if this guy's serious.
He happens to be black. I have a friend who happens to be black.
File it right there in the Western District of Texas in the Austin division, where he now resides, and file it against CNN and go after.
He's attempting to reduce the degree of negative feelings experienced by the audience. But
wrong that I've said in my life when people have pronounced their name super with their accent?
No.
And
life and be able to exist in the world, but I don't exactly believe that there's more than two genders. And they
think he purposely did it, and I think he just waiting for somebody to interview him. I think he just waiting for
A fact, every human being on earth had to pass through the legs of a woman to be on. She kind of laughed, which was weird. And then she didn't even look all the way back. She said, "Sir, I don't..."
Controversial.
With the Roots, thanks to your show.
Well,
So thank you.
I don't know how that happened, but it's fantastic than I did. But
Well, we thought you were gone for a while.
yeah, what we
Yeah, his career's going better now. He's having a revival.
He changed agents.
But people are
whom I never knew, was a policeman in New York at the turn of the century, and he was an uneducated man, trillions of prayers every day, asking and pleading and begging for favors. Do this, give me that, I need a new car. Must be another one of those miracles. And speaking of delusional people, what about a guy who hears a voice?
You know what I mean? I came up with a great idea. Don't outlaw those machines. Give them to the state troopers of California. They hurled my ass. And then they squared off with me.
I think it's one of the prettiest things in the house, and I love the combination of wood and marble. It's got.
But if someone goes on vacations without you, were they going on vacations where you weren't too sure what they were doing, or was it just with other girlfriends?
Well, you push that button, open it up, and Donna just goes right in.
There are a lot of minor wound care items in here, and that's great if you're kind of everyday Joe going about your.
Well, usually your oven's gonna use more electricity than a dehydrator. So I would
powdered milk. Powdered milk was almost impossible to get your hands on in the spring. So
video that shows a hyena that messed with the wrong donkey. The donkey is fearlessly pulling at his ear.
Almost by an hour.
Oh,
half an hour.
Actually, every half an hour, I would say.
Just helping him grow, and then he was able to get up.
It was so heartbreaking. I mean, it's heartbreaking to lose the puppies, and then it's heartbreaking to watch her be.
After her kittens died, she felt the need while they were whining and all to go take over them, and so we came.
Good. You did so good.
Body mark, I'm just going to body mark the human. And so they'll just sleep on top of you, and they're always leaving.
I'll bring out the first car. Put this on here.
Okay.
Come on.
Worked hard to help their insecure dog, Mia. But meeting a dominant dog like Harry,
wearing powder blue pajamas. Confused Chris picked up the pooch, who turned out to be a docile
babysitter. Apart from that, it's wonderful to know that the cat is so concerned about the youngster.
Number 8. Hazeltan the Tiger. A dramatic video emerged showing a big cat hand.
Esperando, uma zebra acerta um coice violento no rosto de um dos gnus. O golpe certeiro.
Girafa Rothschild bebê e a chamaram de Daisy. Depois disso, eles adotaram outro filhote
com o animalzinho. Ele já estava quase desistindo e voltando para sua casa,
pois confiava plenamente em Cassandra e no grande amor que tinham. Ao voltar daquele
o casamento era a decisão mais óbvia a se tomar nessa situação, certo?
Você se pergunta se esta era a solução certa. O pai nem deixou a polícia ir para...
Enfatizou a importância dos exames, porque os sintomas que ela estava experimentando...
Com ela, decidiu seguir a sugestão. E bom, ela não tinha ideia de que isso era o começo de alguma coisa.
I recognized her injuries and what they meant and the abuse that she suffered in different stages.
Upstairs. And all she wants to do is pull her dress up.
Ladies don't do that, and I done told you about that.
Yeah.
I'm getting old.
Right now they're showing you what you don't want to do, Chloe.
was to represent women and be proud of being a woman and be intuitive and draw from all my skills of being a wife and a mother. And the very thing that I seem to be letting go of are my relationships.
It's fine. That's just like your standard house appliances and whatnot, and it's fine. It runs these ports.
You guys, here's Sandy, you guys. Hey!
The sun is high in the sky in the middle of summer by maybe 3:30.
And at the same time, doing my own stuff. So this might seem like quite a broad video. My goal is to make...
My dad was a little bit further away. He was about 20. But so for us to move 3 hours away...
You know, if you get a couple, honestly, if you get a couple 6-packs of white pansies and you have a row of green...
Anytime in the night. At Boss, their loving surrogate mothers still ensure they go to sleep with a bed.
On his own, and he couldn't even chew food. He had to have pureed food spooned into his...
Above the door, and every time I went through the door, I got peed on. I really decided that.
She must learn how to collect ants and termites.
Organization that aims to save the animals in the wild from life-threatening conditions that happen all over the world.
See when you have babies, Max.
Take all this different stuff out.
And
everything was cool.
In makeup bags.
Yeah.
But she ate out of my hand, which was a huge first step. Okay, so
normally live 14, 15 years, get like 6 months of life, and that's just heartbreaking.
David C. Roy is an artist who makes kinetic sculptures, which even though it seems like it has a motor, is completely
flying through space on his surfboard looking for planets to serve up to his master on a silver platter. If you're an Earthling,
devices for their performances, so it's impossible for people to repeat those tricks at home.
1. Master Dejian. Master Dejian lives at the Songshan Monastery, found at the peak of Shao. Or this centipede will crawl on your face when you're sleeping.
Excruciating sneeze you feel coming. The job is more important than any minor discomfort to us normal.
The reigning monarch, and this fact makes it the English palace that has been inhabited for the longest period of time.
I don't think these guards were too impressed by the performance.
Oh, to have the perseverance of a soldier.
Badge is the only military badge that can be revoked for any action that brings disrespect to the tomb.
Ho, the unknown soldier. The ceremony that you are about to witness is the changing of the guard.
To shining their shoes. Their routine is steeped in decades of tradition.
Alright, I'm gonna walk you back to the stairs. I'm gonna put your right hand out like this. That's when you join to my side. Alright?
Lieutenant Colonel Brian Forney.
I met him really briefly in passing. He actually had sent a card just saying that he was really
across the globe.
Thank you for all the things you have done for our young men and women who have served their nation.
And he goes home. He said, and my mama was in the kitchen, and
hold me like you'll never.
I've never been involved in a movie that was more filled with guys truly caring for each other. It was a very magical. It's a very magical place to go to work every day. Because usually on films, you're scattered all over the city and you're shooting at all different times of day or night.
Economy for its entire history, except now with the coal industry in decline, people are
hypotheses. One is it coming from Hawaii, meaning place of the gods, the mythological
Detroit, Providence, Pottsville, and New York were all added to the mix.
Fans, after only 38 days, the team relocated to the Tri-City metropolis.
Concept for basketball until 1897. As the game became more popular and grew.
Hey, you want to run twos? We can get that guy over there.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, sweet. Hey, you want to play? You want to run?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, sweet. Come on.
The ball was stuck in his glove, and so he threw the entire thing over to get out.
Dude, that's odd that he fought Wes Welker of all people.
Tied the game. I don't believe I saw live. That may be picked off. They say incomplete. It looked like it sat there. No.
That guy comes. Don't block him, because he's also the guy that would have to cover you in man coverage.
What in the world? Flag is down. Here comes.
And hadn't really grown into his body for most of his high school career and enjoyed
Breeze in that conversation?
I have not heard that Breeze was asked to come back.
I don't know.
Little rocket power handshake.
Harry motherfucking Potter, bitch.
Where people be like, why would you make a joke out of this? It's so funny. And I said, I'm not joking. I genuinely
says is that on the night of August 24th, a neighbor found Onyx outside of Marissa's home. He was alone and
comment in war. First of all, why are you in war anyways? Why? Oh, because
now, have you had all the surgeries? And I would say, well, I've been on testosterone for this amount of years. I've had these
people like worried about what people are going to think. Oh my god, what could this thing be? Like, what are you fighting so hard to have?
सीखने को मिलने वाला है और अब देर किस बात की, जल्दी से वीडियो शुरू करते हैं। तो शुरुआत कर देंगे रे इंस्टाकार्ट है क्या।
क्रिएटिंग प्रोसेस को सेलिब्रेट करेंगे। सो दिवाली, क्योंकि वी ऑल नो दैट इट्स ऑल अबाउट प्रॉस्पेरिटी।
क्रैश हो रहा है, बट थोड़ा सा थकान, थोड़ा सा रिट्रेसमेंट है। सो द मार्केट मे गो साइडवेज और कंसोलिडेट।
एक तरह से इस जगह पे आज का जो चार्ट होगा या आज की कैंडल होगी उसको हम इग्नोर करेंगे, कल वापस जो
more things. Now, does that mean that Newton is invalid? No, we use it in our
energies in general relativity, Einstein's theory for gravity. Yes.
Then we wanted to go. We had to put road mat down because we're really close to the.
Tomatoes are taller than fruit trees, so they're like literally trees. Check this out. Tuck's going for one of the cucumbers. He probably wants one.
Longer and tender. A lot of people actually eat them, and it would shock you how many people ask us to harvest. Cape Fear River right here comes from. The flood comes in is when they turn that water loose in the lock dam.
De salga y ponerlo a calostrar.
Cerditos pequeños de 21 días nacidos. Venimos
cerdo conocidas, muchas de ellas logradas a través de la mezcla de distintas
subandas, pálidas y exudativas. Por estas razones son utilizados como porcinos machos
finales. Con una osamenta bastante equilibrada, más bien fina, el cuerpo posee una tendencia.
En este caso, pues, no es necesario un comedero tan especializado. Tengo dos, que es...
comprar el animal, el puerquito, el lechón, que te viene costando en unos
Bueno, ya está súper bonita. Lo que pasa es que está comiendo, pero ya tienen alguitas.
De lechones nacidos muertos por momificación, insuficiencia en el parto.
Tenemos que superar este tipo de problemas, pues la clave es una buena alimentación.
Los cerdos estamos desde el año 2000, mal no recuerdo.
A comer 40 kilos ya de alimento en premezcla, o sea, en polvo, pero
agregar la leche en polvo, una cucharada de esta sopera bien rebozada también equivale.
Que luego que termine esto ustedes pueden ir a ver cómo nosotros la manejamos y tal. El día de hoy yo quiero que nos enfoquemos en...
Tiene nutrientes importantes para las plantas como el nitrógeno, fósforo, potasio, calcio, magnesio.
De desarrollo rural es que el pequeño y mediano productor campesino aprenda a utilizar todo lo que tiene en su predio.
Como está esta cochera en el piso, pero a mí me gustó mejor con viruta, porque primero...
Ellos están tranquilos, comen, se acuestan, van y beben, y entonces no pierden energía.
Las camas de fríos y vientos que son muy frecuentes en esta región de Boyacá.
Por las irritaciones que generan estos gases tóxicos. Entonces,
aquí están los chupones. Tenemos 2 niveles.
That's right, my new crush is a KV.
Os patrocinadores da galera dos frutos do casqueamento, que são aí.
Your island, really lovely, and then more cabinets.
Nice windows that overlook the front porch. And touch of class. All of your kitchen appliances are shown here in stainless steel, but there are many color options.
You can find more information on this house in the description. If you're in the area and you're looking for a home, check out
Hood, all in one. Comes with the dishwasher.
Mental or physical, connected or unplugged, Muse caters to all
We're at the World War I Museum.
Home of the 2020 Super Bowl champs, Kansas City Chiefs, the 2015 World.
And we went down there. It was really neat. They have all kinds of artifacts and
stop. So we're good for today. Hopefully this will keep us up until what?
Got a beer. Is it good?
Yeah, I don't think you'll like it.
Okay, I got the brick house, and then we got some.
It's not your greasy spoon, pulled pork kind of plate.
that was a good last minute decision.
A lot of meat on there.
I must say, the weather is so nice today, so we decided to eat outside, but
I got married, which would be 27 years in July.
Most nights she made dinner, but not just any family dinner.
Rated, it's not too spicy. So now I'm gonna go in on.
There we go, just hotel and not break everything. She wouldn't break anything, she would just cry and wake up the neighbors.
There are a few things that I cannot do, and one of them is go across this really high thing and tell
the world. Today, they have turned this grand station into an attraction with the St. Louis Aquarium.
Meant to do some rappelling.
There are also a couple different lakes here at the park, and you can go fishing in the designated areas.
The edge. This behavior was too much even for the Mason gang, and Samuel Mason told the Harps they had to go.
Probably retire early and get up, and we'll go to Cave and Rock.
The USS Torsk in Baltimore was built and launched in 1944.
Wife and 3 children burned in their home, and that they had died from asphyxiation.
She then told him to keep an eye out for a girl with tattoos on her arms. The valet warned them
until April 27th, an entire week after she was last seen, due to the
With beautiful lakes, open plains, and lush national parks, it's the perfect place for any
dehydration. Anytime she would vomit, her attackers would get angry and beat her even further.
Of course it was. Larry said he hadn't seen her. She was there, he had heard her when he had left the house for a bit.
Can use the space on the floor in front of that door without having to worry about opening the door and things like that. A shower block somewhere.
Which wasn't really the plan. I was hoping that we put the house on the market, there wouldn't be any interest, and
just keep going at it, work your way around, slashing at it, don't put too much pressure on, because you will.
And that, once you go down this path and you pretend to be an Indian or...
Hours today, we've been told. We're going straight into the jungle after this. This is the first step we're crossing on this.
So this is a giant orb spider. They're, according to you guys.
And it's only 40 baht, which is like £1, or like...
They're from Khon Kaen, Khao Suan Hua, which means...
I don't know yet. Lots of greens.
Been restaurant in the Bangkok area by itself. But you know what? We had a food tour, right? So of course we have
like a 10,000 or like a 70,000. They need to booking about the
little Thai ladies grabs a banana bag, walks out, makes a little exchange, and then they drive off with their little with their treat.
Yeah, the traffic's getting crazy. How do you say good day, Sawadee?
Okay guys, that street food chicken we got for lunch was so good, but now we're
So this is equally strange. Can't read this, obviously. It's like a little message.
Dad joke down here. It says caramel no panda, and it's pang because of bread and panda.
And in these lockers, they give you like a little bag for overnight purposes.
Yeah, like a little goodie hospitality.
Equal width of empty space. As you walk by, you'd get surprised. Is that person on this side?
We won't run out of water. Time will tell, but we're headed out of Chicago.
The Zephyr's name carry to go through Columbia, South Carolina. The Silver Star rejoins the Silver Meteor in Savannah and goes.
They had the food, we just couldn't get it because we couldn't use our cash and their credit card machine was broken.
Florida, which is located about 30 minutes north of Orlando, to Lorton, Virginia.
You can arrive as early as 11:30 a.m. Just be sure.
How about I get the vanilla ice cream and you get the lava cake and we can split?
8 p.m. dining time, so it's late, but I want to try that experience. So I'll give you guys a full tour of the.
In the whole world. Well, her now husband's little cousin, who's 8, started coming to dance.
He made plans at a fancy place. He told her he was going out to party the night before but would be home in. He kept talking. Trying to hold the water in at first was a bad idea. I could not stop because this guy would not leave me alone. We closed down the bar early. I worked as a karaoke at the same shop to basically tell everyone what a stand-up guy the defendant was. If I were to get consideration for the final verdict, sometimes the best way to argue something in court is to pick help to be an attorney. Man was suing the city for evicting him from a public housing development. Claims he doesn't walk away from that feeling like a winner. I was sued for a car crash. While the plaintiff, I was working as a consultant for a company. There was a bit of a competition between me and this guy, already out waiting to be given the money. So when my boss went to give the change, she just threw it back. The non-engineer higher-ups at the rocket manufacturer just had a fuck it. It will be fine. We are that day. Question mark? Had a very sheltered friend at my house during her because I was also very annoyed with him. But anyway. After asking, I'm female. In my mid-teens. I was severely depressed and became a dick with her shortly after she tried getting the same thing again. I went thinking she was asleep. We'd done it a couple of times before. She told us it was okay by her. Had a tub of pig's blood I got for a film I was doing for college. I covered my girlfriend. Kiss. Another. Higher. Kiss. I point to my lips and it's on of this jobbies that you can basically talk to the person you're working with for hours, because eventually when he was in the chair he purposefully left his hand next to me in case I wanted to hold it, but I guess I missed that sign. LDR. I have a list of people I've slept with. It's called my marriage certificate. We go to a Halloween party, dance around for a bit, go back to her place, and start making out. You should just take a second to adjust and figure it out. I wish I could find the GIF titled.
Or, just consult one and see what they recommend. It might be that having a stranger.
Whenever she quit, she would find a new job relatively quickly, and we continued to split bills and expenses.
And sat Marina down and talked about Donna's request and the possibility of taking her in. Or,
in her thoughts, and fantasized about it all the time. Naturally,
For him, he said Alexis has been like this since she was a kid. For some reason.
For purchasing the panels and all the equipment and hiring the contractor to put it in. We didn't.
The back end, the bottom, all over the thing. Now, the hood part.
These could be two north or two south, and then you skip one and do it like I just told you. I also...
Lot. The fluid has already run under and around my nail.
Oh, questions, yeah.
What does chaos stand for? I don't know. You and I have both.
Nice. Yeah. You know, I made an arrest the other day.
Oh, you did?
1, 4 is 1.
Favorite pop star? Oh, you didn't get this at first.
How does a snowman get to work? By icicle.
I don't know.
Because he was an investigator.
Yeah. That's good.
That's it.
That is good.
Favorite candy?
Charleston Chew, Reese's Peanut Butter Cup.
And the game ends when someone absolutely loses it or they deliver a killer insult. What happens in the
conclusion to Wesley Snipes' Vampire Hunter trilogy come courtesy of Ryan Reynolds, even though Blade himself ignores most of the
If I had a black light, the place would look like a Jackson Pollock painting.
Hey, you know what? There's another name you might know me by.
Of being a big masculine guy, but also a very vulnerable guy.
On the commentary for the first movie, James Gunn.
The modern version of Star-Lord we've become most familiar with, while all comic book characters have gradually changed and become more modern over the
planet. While their high-tech garment, known as a still suit, is certainly the pinnacle of Fremen engineering.
And while we currently lack any information on their designation, design, history, or armament, they do seem
in a sequel series in 2003. It was faithful to the source material.
It is said
5000 AD, Ceres claimed to be the master of an empire of 1,000
orcs. 16 years after the Nirnaeth, a group of orcs and Easterlings,
young, and chief among their foes was the dread realm of Angmar and its sorcerer king.
For a terrible plague arose from the east and killed off most of Cardolin's population.
In 861 of the Third Age, after the death of King Eärendil, his 3 sons split.
Windows 11 is now out, which I didn't realize, and so I updated that, which meant I had to update all
every possible way to make this country exposed on the world.
You know, let's say on the legislation we're about to start negotiating on, which is reconciliation.
Gosh, this is so good. So I think that I probably speak for quite a few.
And then I'm going to cut each half in half.
Garlic on early because that garlic will burn. I like to put it on towards the end of the. So I got my hefty cast iron.
Especially cooking on cast iron. I love cooking on.
Sexy turtle. Just enough water to.
And season them with a little bit of pepper and some onion powder.
To use chives, and I don't always use them. I ended up not using them today, but I've always got them just to.
Too quick, otherwise it might go pear shape. So nice and gentle, and then you can see.
My hash browns. This is the first time I've ever done this, so I don't actually know if it's going to.
Or see which one is better tasting. Now remember, we all have different palates.
And I have not tried any of these or anything, I promise. Next up, just in case, you know.
Wow, this looks and smells different. And definitely does not look very appetizing at this point.
The dicer cuts the meat into 1-inch cubes.
It may sound revolting, but fish, spice and veg maturing in vinegar forms a delicious sauce.
You survive through the lean times when there isn't much food growing. You are fruitful and
eats the sugar. One of the byproducts is carbon dioxide. So seeing those bubbles is a great sign that everything's going.
Once you've started it. So I'm just going to go ahead and chop these up. You can cut them however you want. I'm going to cut.
I'm going to be different than everyone else. At this
point, fermenting this. So there is natural yeast on the fruit in the air.
And then I squish the seeds out very unceremoniously and
put a rubber O-ring in there. And I do happen to have some O-ring.
Your lid, but it ruins your jar. But even if you're careful doing this, it puts too.
They all pop but 3, and they keep on popping. And so after this video, we're going to cover them back up with.
Say, 30% don't seal. That's a lot of waste. So I'm actually.
And I was set all through that year. But coming up, I knew that I didn't have very many candles.
When I do pull them off, I'm very careful. I use a spoon and just kind of... In like bundles of 100. And you just use them under the metal lid. I'll show you.
Say it's a good idea necessarily, but it's a very common practice here in this country.
It's perfectly fine. So I will show you a can of chicken that's already...
So let's just get started filling up these jars. Some of these meats I have to actually cut up, and other ones I...
Pop that joint a little bit.
You can turkey sausage. Sure can.
Quick way to do it. Okay, so I've got just about the same amount of meat in each of these jars, roughly. To dehydrate it and put it away with the...
See it. Okay, I'm just going to give this a stir. A piece of ham there is a little bit too...
Good things, and we're gonna make cream of chicken soup. Well, actually cream of chicken and mushroom soup.
And then all fall and winter long, it's full.
And the reason I did that is because I want to put these little guys in.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. More you hear, more you get it. All right? Look, my whole...
So gooey, cream members.
In beautiful and vividly colorful abstract works.
But she still had to adapt certain ASL signs to fit her gorilla-sized hands. Gorillas have...
Many of the community members work or volunteer there. The sanctuary also has an education program.
From blunt force trauma, and his deformity was, in fact, multiple fractures to his skull and upper right.
That's how bad they smell. They smell so bad. They smell so bad. So sad. Oh goodness.
And then Travis calls me, and he's like, "Hey, dude, my truck's broken. You gotta come tell me what's wrong." Haley comes back.
Huh?
What?
Huh? You're stuck with it.
Letter asking her and confessing my true love for her, and then I'm going to ask her to be my wife at the...
You light up the room for everybody that you're with.
Little house out on some hand-me-down land. Find a little island where we go to get tan.
Do you have anything to say to Meredith?
Is it a video?
Yeah.
A welding trailer, the wood splitter, tractors, which that's another huge...
Chickens that we're planning to order are the Bielefelder, as well as the Enhanced, Delaware, and...
Speak by literally shaping her lips with their fingers. She learned to form a few words.
Instead of just sending air through vocal folds like we do, birds actually control muscles on the walls of the syrinx to shape
those pigeons over giant fossil armadillos. But he had a good reason.
Salamanders from the region can sometimes be found doing the same thing, with some individuals.
See the teeth in the front? You put the head down.
Into the wound?
Into the cuts. They bite you in the...
And its many new opportunities, as well as the challenges that arise from the speed of change.
I'm a traditional guide. I come from a very long lineage of people who made that as their living.
Experiences and stories. So those...
My ancestors, the original travelers,
met here and paddled up.
Have a choice. Like in my life, it was sort of, that's the way that I was raised, and I see it as an.
One of those days is so vivid that to this day, the smell.
看小莫，小莫其实过得一直都挺自在的。长毛阿拉斯加这种狗长得太大。
2005年，
大白刚特别兴奋，给一下大白镜头。
由于我们店。
在那个里面，我给它拿出来。这刺猬盖过的毛巾上面有臭味，小胖最喜欢闻臭味了。
我进风了，
我都守不住了。
绳子要，哎呦，
太难吃了。像马一样的，啊，这走路是最帅的，是吧？我们这一个车。
不是我，
不是他不吃辣，
不辣这个不是很辣，这个不辣，一点都不辣。我平
炭是插口吧？木炭，插口，对对，插口。哦，你们中餐，今天一定要好好吃一把啊！好好吃一把人。
聊。
刷一下吧。你看这样的话，门算是。
你看这个黑白彩色电视机，这个门不让我们进，我们就在这边随手打了一个。
Aaron， 要不然你陪他上去。
都上去呗。
我说完了我。
Bouquet.
That's right. There's a T at the end, but you don't say it.
成型了，宝成型了。
快，应该让我拍一下。
那能练了，我站呗。
啊。
难用，我请他用一次试看看，我发现他们都会缠绕在食指上。
控制这条线，好，让食指大拇指中间只剩下1公分。
跟牙齿交界处还有咬合面，我们可以透过刷牙的动作来清洁。
Z grupy B obniża cholesterol, jest zalecanym grzybem dla cukrzyków. Polecany też jest.
Z tym nie robi. A wystarczy pójść do lasu, zebrać sobie, zrobić sobie odwar, tak, z tego.
Nie wiem, czy czasami ona się tak, ona...
To nie jest twoje dziecko?
No to nie jest moje dziecko, to jest mojej siostry, mojej chrzest.
Linka kapustnika. I co mogę powiedzieć, że to dość dobrze się sprawdziło.
Ekologicznych, bio, które oparte są właśnie na aksamitce, do zwalczania.
Antymigrenowe, polecana jest przy bezsenności.
Bodziszek cuchnący, nie bez powodu cuchnący.
O, bodziszek cuchnący.
Tak, to jest geranium inaczej, geranium Robert.
Niezwykle bogaty obszar do życia, dlatego mają ogromne znaczenie dla ich ochrony.
A najstarszy i największy Odyńcanin.
Rozwiązania. Z takim przed szereg wyszedł właśnie Elon Musk.
Lecz przechodząc wzrokiem do południowej
Up brackets can be easily mounted. Pad guide couplings allow you to customize.
You have any cuts on?
When we put them up, you'll see what we mean.
Container I got from Walmart.
I had to put a little cradle on it because it wasn't so steady, and I got reels underneath it to make it.
And then we'll stick this box stand right there, and we should have
For the pump to go from the pump to this 1/4-inch tubing, right? This will all
3-inch pipe to be able to coil the copper around the pipe so that it would So we're gonna start going all the way.
Now we use yet another hose clamp to connect that 1/4 inch tube that we connected to the condenser to the radiator. Now one
than the room temperature, and the other one will get hotter. Obviously, by the laws of thermodynamics.
Should have done first was test it while it was still live and then shut the power off. So I kind of skipped a step there.
Blue and yellow. Right here we have 2.2 ohms of resistance. So you take
Here we're going to remove our outer cap and we're going to disconnect
the wires at the service panel still connected to the compressor. If I see something screwy, then I'll...
Okay, before beginning any kind of work on your AC unit, you need to find your breaker box that...
My control board does not have a fuse, so that would actually never...
Fans are running now, so almost been a delay on a thermostat. We'll check the outside unit.
Thank you.
Next one by one on the side. Okay.
You want to go first?
Lihat kan? Mau ke situ?
Besar apa kecil gajahnya ya? Besar.
Cat interval, which now reach almost 3 meters from nose to tail tip.
Mungkin ini dampak dari pandemi COVID sekarang ini yang membuat menurunnya kunjungan wisatawan.
Oh.
Tapi kalau yang krokodil dia V-shape gitu.
Galaknya sama kali ya.
Sehingga melewati itu semua, nama mereka dipermuliakan. Bapak kalau mau melepaskan berkat.
Saudara-saudara yang dikasihi Allah.
Waktu sehat dan sakit.
Agar perkawinan mereka berdua diberkati oleh Tuhan sendiri. Dengan senang
Ingatkanku
Pomiędzy tancerkami a tablistą właśnie w formie rytmicznej. Mamy nadzieję, że się będzie.
सृष्टि के जन्म से भी नाम की जोत ने सारा हर लिया तमस मेरा शंभो शिव शंभो
शिव शंकर हर हर शंकर जय जय शंकर दिगिरारा तांडव शंकर प्रकट शुभंकर प्रलय भयंकर दिगिरारा शिव शिव शंकर हर
लिंगेश्वर महलिंग हर हर कलकत्ता
स्तोत्रम यः पठेत् भक्तिमान् नरः सर्वसिद्धिमवाप्नोति राज्यं प्राप्नोति सर्वदा
అభిషేకం చేస్తున్నాం ఫ్రెండ్స్.
భుజగశయన భవ మదన జనక మమ జనన మరణ భయ
ಅವತ್ತಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ನೀನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ
ಆನಂದವಾಗಿರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣವಾಗುವಂತಹ ಆಚರಣೆಗಳು. ಉಳಿದಂತೆ ಆಯಾಯ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಭಿನ್ನ
ದಿನ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತಲೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬಾಯಿಪಾಠ ಆಗೋ ಥರ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತಲೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. 2 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ
ಸದಾ ಸ್ಥಿರವಾಗಿ ನಿಲ್ತಾಳೆ. ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೇವಲ ದುಡ್ಡು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ ವೀಕ್ಷಕರೇ, ಆದರೆ ಧನಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ
ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಹೇಗೆ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆ? ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ ನಾಗದೇವರ ಕಂಡ
I'm going to be presenting things in a different way to better reflect
contraction in production. The combination of high inflation and weak consumer demand could create a
administrador para pigilan ang pagtakbo nito sa 2022 presidential election. Maraming netizens
ganyang violation ay hindi pag-file ng
o husay sa trabaho at magandang reputasyon ang magiging batayan niya sa pagpili sa
2 groups and I think in 3 groups, kaya we have a target kagabi na 3.
Fingers up their sleeves, and yes, flamingos don't feel any discomfort. Their muscles are arranged so that
such a thing as underwater lakes and rivers. In places like the Gulf of Mexico, seawater will often rise through the thick layer of
mission. The male dolphin alliances will capture a female dolphin, herd her away, beat her,
and in the process can either push a person to the shore or drown him.
And grabs her and pulls her underwater. Shark's sitting on top of the water, but it's got her under the water when the friend
bolted away in unison.
Whoa.
No, not me. I'm not.
Look at his skin texture. It's way smoother. It's like a long
fish living here, for lack of better words, gets nice and tummied up. We finally have some cooler
0.5 grams. That's pretty crazy. Okay, now as we put this back together, you want to make sure that once you push that in, it is pushed in.
There it goes. Split ring. Really, the most important thing is the split ring has to be bigger than the.
As you guys know, the water is down super far. It's down like 3 feet, you know, on this particular pond.
A big need for it. I can probably just keep watching auction sites and see when it comes up. When it got to the vibrating, I'm gonna go put both of these in the trailer and take them home. This one is also a 2013. It's a
yard and proceeded to run it.
We're also going to be going over what we're going to be doing to these trucks. So I was mentioning that this truck came from the Guillermo auction site.
It won't let me highlight it. The reason this sold for so much less is because there's no doors and there's no.
The customer went ahead and installed a roof rack, basket style roof rack. He has
2 reeds have all the parts to do it.
Okay.
And also we have the 1113.
And I'm going to convert it to a hardtop 4-door, which then basically makes it 11.
That ain't good.
What was going on? Was it about 2/3 of the way here?
Anyway, so the fuel filter is this guy right here, and I'm trying to avoid, I have the replace because it is. A lot of ICE vehicles, internal combustion engines, have more than 2,000
expensive, but the ones they brought out here are the highest end, fully loaded, like first edition.
Right. The beauty is, though, we give you that adjustability from the driver's seat, right? So if you want.
Danger can occur when you're going up a one-way, right, the wrong way. That can really cause issues, especially if you hit oncoming traffic.
Yeah, just straighten it a little more. There you go.
Quickly.
You need to sleep out in the wilderness. Something good to have is, well, a tool to cut firewood.
Now there's a bunch of variations of this. You can get them from factory with coated skirts.
And that piece of the piston is the ultimate safety.
Pop it into your engine and be done with it. This manufacturing process explains why almost all cars and
bore by 47mm stroke. This is keeping the bore to stroke ratio similar to
% more energy than a gallon of gas. That all adds up to more bang for your buck with diesel, both in terms of power.
I'm going to run some diesel through this small engine, if it'll even run, and find out if it's going to cause carbon buildup or who.
in our gas tank.
All right, so I don't anticipate there being any problems, obviously, starting.
And he actually returned my call because he didn't answer the first time. And they said not only do they have it, they'll just give some to us.
To fly an aircraft. This essential premise has been experimentally explored by labs in the US and Berlin.
Propulsion is common on modern spacecraft, but engineers have long struggled to adapt the tech.
YouTube channel. Click on the bell button to get a notification of all our latest videos. Join us today as electrons carry the negative charge, and each of which has 1 unit of negative charge. Atoms and molecules.
Aircraft. Labs in the United States and Berlin have experimented with this fundamental principle.
The rest of the air is shot out the back of the aircraft, producing thrust. Turbojets are typically more high performance.
Was brewing on the horizon, like the one the Zeppelin LZ-14 flew into in 1913. The dirigible lost control.
Various different subscale models, both powered and unpowered, were developed to investigate
engine development. Aerion is certainly not in the business of selling pipe dreams. Operating
Boom Supersonic have set themselves, and if things go well, we could see the return of supersonic
in air travel time. In fact, from the 1960s until now, planes have actually become slow.
Backed by Boeing, folded after it was unable to raise enough money to produce a planned supersonic.
Is behind me, the X-1E, one of the first planes to break through the sound barrier. But that high speed...
The pneumatic transit system was short-lived, however, only stretching 1 block and topping out at around
and stuff like that, which is kind of cool. Around the turn of the century, Michael Verne, the son of Jules Verne, imagined a ride on the
to transportation died that year, or so we thought. Fast forward to the
purchases. $8 million cheaper than the conventional high-speed rail, which is also being built there. Now, Virgin...
Too much. This is a lot of money to you or to me, but to an organization with a budget of $750 billion.
And this uncomfortable scene comes up with 2 men.
Allow me to explain. When we just... What happened? Where'd they go? Country. People who enjoy
learning about this.
Well, you know, this is a great country. Much better than Canada.
Yeah.
But, no.
Ask the question.
It was my first rodeo. It was.
He's a white trash hero. Are you from Illinois?
Yeah, you were born in Elgin, right?
I was born in Elgin. Where are you from?
Está o tamanho da pulseira. E eu acho que é isso mesmo, hein? Temos aí, pessoal.
Boa. Vamos lá. É a Bruna agora.
Aí, pessoal, agora a Bruna vai jogar lá, ó.
Vamos lá, irmã, ajuda aí.
Olha
ele
aí,
pesa só.
Ah, pegamos alguma coisa assim.
Tenta cá. Eu trouxe a coisinha ali. Só um pouquinho. Deixa eu limpar bem aqui. Nossa, gente, essa é muito linda. Muito.
Ainda tá dando buraco ainda.
Irmão, que o velho conta lá que ele era um dos irmãos. Eu tô achando que o John achou aí.
É Stanley. Pensei que era Charles. Eu falei, ah, não, mas daí foi feito. Olha aí, pessoal, pegamos um sinal aqui. Vamos ver se numa dessa aí. E foi, você tá comendo mato de capim aí?
As torres gêmeas lá. Fica aí, ó, com esse belo cenário nesse local. Vamos dar uma olhadinha aqui.
Nosso primeiro achado bom aí, fora os lixos.
Olha só. Que chique, velho. Olha que chique.
Leva pra lá também, quando ficar muito aqui.
Espero que não seja nada tão preso. É aquilo que eu...
Você tá doido? Pegar isso aqui no pé, tétano na certa.
Apoio, entendeu? Um like, se inscrever. Para que a gente possa ficar animado.
Olha, pessoal. E ainda nada. Acho que eu vou mudar aqui a posição do imã. Vou colocar...
Já cá tem um cara, solta ele. Vai. Sim, tem que soltar esse freio.
Tá puro.
Eu também tô aqui, pessoal, juntinho com vocês.
É, a amor tá aí juntinho comigo, mas pessoal, eu tropei. De Vila Velha. Um salve da Ci Ferreira de Souza. Nós estamos aqui quebrando cabeça aqui, galera. É complicado, é trem. Galera, ó, eu tenho esse aqui, ó. Esse é um anzol aqui, ó. Esse é um anzol aqui, galera.
Deixa eu tirar um anzolzinho dela aqui, ó. Ela nem afundou a isca direito.
Mas deu trabalho até isso aqui vir, pessoal. Tá louco? Mas aqui o lugar. Põe essa outra aqui por cima.
É um pirão molinho. Pra depois nós dormir nós tudinho. Dentro da caverna da... Solta.
Uma vez em Ponta do Mangue, eu tava no maior trabalho lá.
Mas pegou. Olha o tamanho. Nossa senhora! Nossa senhora!
Tá indo ali naquele canto?
Com certeza. Tava esperando a gente.
Olha meu carro atrás do teu, cara.
Mentira, aqui, ó.
Olha como é que o G... Pode, cara? Estamos tentando dar um chão.
É um lugar gostoso, cara. Fechado de mata aí, ó. Os passarinhos cantando.
Entre sí, pero no es tan dramático.
Ah, y le pones un poquito de tergopol.
Y no, un poquito.
A full. Ah, a full también. ¿Cuánto sale más o menos? ¿Cuánto hiciste? ¿1 kilo? Sí, 1 kilo. Más o menos.
¡Vamos, mal! ¡Salte! 1, 2, 3, vamos! ¡Qué poquito ánimo le pusiste para soltarme lo que salía!
Decí que está como goleador, hermano.
A ver, si uno lo piensa mucho, se va para el piso, así que hay que hacerlo medio ligero.
¿Cómo se la lleva? Ahí está. Ah, tremendo.
¿Qué tenemos ido acá?
Las líneas o una de las cañas que voy a utilizar. Y la de Miltoski. A ver, Milton, mostrame cuál es tu caña, amigo.
Ahí, amigo.
Y ojalá tenga el sonido de la chicharra acá que suene y dispare con una...
¡Oh! Bien ahí, Vamos a la segunda. Esta, mira, otro pique más.
Bueno.
Patita, un poquito de tripa.
Hoy en día no hay bichos tan grandes. Para poder cazar pescados grandes hay que cruzar el río.
Agua termal con la pesca, porque a los 4 les gusta pescar. Son de la zona de Villa María.
Este tipo de travesías, ¿no? Ya que uno está ubicado en tiempo y espacio.
Descansar la siesta por un rato, como para que se ubiquen viniendo de Buenos Aires, llegando hasta la ruta 18, que es...
Evaristo H, es una familia de acá, y le puso cadena a la camioneta y salió a buscar mercadería para...
Sí, a través de esta ventanilla se compraba.
40-50 kilómetros de Oliden. Estamos viajando unos 100 y pico.
Busco hacer turismo rural.
Como los ovinos, como las ovejas, aguantan mejor el frío, van a ir...
Se instaló en el pueblo para liderar desde allí el único emprendimiento del rubro.
A veces en la historia, al día de hoy, nos han abierto las puertas de su casa a la actividad turística. También
el cuero, en fin, todo lo que se pueda hacer con esa materia prima.
En el departamento de Río Negro.
Bueno, casi toda la población de acá vino de la costa de Queguay, ¿no?
Pero otros parientes pudieron retomarla. Igual no es justicia para el tipo, ¿no?
2 de sus composiciones en puño y letra se encuentran en el Museo Británico.
Ese año el conde estaba en París cuando una anciana llamada Condesa von Georgi se enteró de que asistiría a una...
Con María para invitarla a irse a vivir con ellos. María rechazó en primer momento la oferta porque no contaba.
Las criaturas le cambiaron en definitivo la forma de ver al mundo. Por eso si buscamos en internet alguna...
I started preparing in a different way and I sort of stepped up to the plate.
Thank you. And we all have a great need for acceptance. But you must trust that your belief
and deeply understand, deep in our nature, deeper than anything we can even begin to.
With my friend and fellow Bennington graduate Ian Bell had died. I won't go into.
We can get better at what we do succeed at. Our life's a verb. We try to ask ourselves is what success is to us, what success is to you.
Look at the world. A lot of our young people
can never be classic. That does not feed me. That's who I am and who I am not.
So trap, the entitlement trap of feeling like you're a victim. You are not.
How do you talk to them? Well, I can tell you what they want and what they don't want. What they don't want.
Humanity was a cancer on the planet that was going to kill this planet. And I lived with that
brother that I hadn't been able to get out of the house, but I honestly...
Her heart is not pumping. Is it true that they wanted to stop CPR and there was the one doctor?
And my grandmother then was just without any means.
With a patient who passed away, and I'll never forget it because I was so nervous.
Sleeping very much more, maybe 18 hours a day. And obviously in minutes, it usually occurs in months. 10% of deaths are acute. The rest are
so can be referred to as the death rattle. Now this is very unsettling for family.
Over at that side of the room, and this little 2-year-old boy said, "Who's that?" Sitting over.
This black mass came out of her mouth and this just dropped.
Zola was covered in blood, lying
It was his will to heal her.
For me, that was a very weak moment.
부끄러워하세요. 저도 부끄러워요.
주말에 같이 밥 먹을래?
한 번도 못 봤잖아, 엄마.
야, 이 느낌이 좋다.
광고 예술가 같아. 진짜 방예. 방예 예술가세요. 광고 아주.
그냥 초콜릿이야.
그쵸? 안 먹을래요, 그럼.
In all these highs, waiting for the come down. Walk this just.
생각이 들지 않아. 늘 생각하며 썼던 가사들이.
나도 이뻐. 아니야, 걸리게 빨리. 빨리 갑시다.
큰일 날걸? 그 말을 은연히 언니가 아, 오케이. 나 이제 잘 안 들려.
뭐 얼마나 마셨으면 내 생각.
정화시키는.
저희가 너무
이게 바로 엄청 너무 뜨겁다. 오, 큰일 났다.
Beautiful.
Tony, I love you.
물어보겠습니다. 오빠 키스의 차이점 무엇이라고 생각하세요?
울고 있는 화면 속에 진짜 내 모습을 다.
Now I'm hungry.
Keep the balance. Make everyone happy and comfy.
I miss you, Papa.
2. Pisces are somehow both 5 and 50 years old at once. 5 years old Yoongi.
박진영 PD님!
정말 군침 돋는 소리.
Well, if you're a Gemini, your danger factor comes from your duality. The rest of us
Their moody and slightly introverted nature, it can be hard for them to find love, especially in their
I just don't want to date them.
So you're going to put them above the other two right now?
I am.
Cancer.
First thing you see is what's wrong with it.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Color your eyes.
Go in your social life. And so on through 12 national stereotypes. Of course,
when I was born, middle of May, the sun was supposedly in the constellation of
things that we thought of before we knew anything, in a time when we thought the Earth.
And were asked to rate on a scale of 0 to 5 how accurately it revealed basic characteristics of their.
The results. After that, I hand each participant a summary of their personality based on their scores.
Put your birth date on the paper, into any envelope you like, along with some.
It hasn't left my side.
Thank you so much for that. In that case, let me introduce my other guest, the father of your children, the now fully yes or no questions.
Okay.
But a couple of things are important here. First of all, just keep repeating it to yourself in your head. Don't give. Yes, it did. No, it's not much disappointing. That's all there is now. But there's a little white mark. That's it. It's pathetic, isn't it? Androgynous cartoon faces. Someone has to guess which one you're thinking of by asking yes or no questions. Emotionally committed. And at the other extreme, people that would not accept that it was me floating it. That must have been
Very good. Now, on the count of 3, you will be able to open your eyes. If you can't, that's.
This gentleman right here is the nearest one. We'll use him then. All right. Now that I've done that, I'll explain in a moment. I must tell you that I am an actor
9 parts of pure water and shake it vigorously. Now you have 2 eggs. You do this again.
Packed together. Unsaturated fats, on the other hand, contain double bonds that create.
Babies can get seborrheic dermatitis. They get dandruff. It's in the form of cradle cap, where you get this thick adherent.
They all accomplish the same goal, so this is doing the same thing. Some of them are better for other purposes, like the Head & Shoulders is the daily one.
I had a comb over at age 5.
So charming though. Okay, listen. Wybraliśmy dziewczynę. Wstydziłeś się zdjąć.
W jaki sposób? No nie wiem, ale zaskoczyło mnie to pytanie. Poczułam się trochę urażona.
Cały wózek dość spory w sumie i jeszcze cała masa innych rzeczy. Więc
mojej pracy, bo jak dotąd dojeżdżałam do pracy w jedną stronę 1,5 godziny i to było dla mnie za dużo.
Na których podejrzewam, że od marca do końca września właściciele
na siebie patrzeć. I drugi taki wąski pasek jest przy wejściu, o tutaj.
Lata kojarzysz? Z których lat jest blog?
To są lata 80. wczesne.
And removes the heart of the peanut, which has a slightly bitter taste. But what's discarded?
Peanut butter was invented in 1890 by an unknown St. Louis physician who was trying to come up with something.
Give that 9 out of 10.
I still give it a 3 as being not as disgusting as I anticipated it to be.
Well, that's fair, then.
Isn't it?
They're bigger nuts.
Yeah,
they are bigger nuts.
Oh, that's not going to be fun. Half a box of salt.
Frost, come home from church, pop it in the microwave for about 5 minutes, watch the Saints lose.
2 things of chopped garlic. I like to chop better than the mince. I think it's a little bigger, a little better for the whole operation.
I just leave them sitting on the counter. I mean, I've even put them in the refrigerator before once they get cool enough. So, long story.
On the printed recipe. All right, let's go get started then.
Throw down that, I got this,
leaf and allspice. It's very good to get it started with. I'm gonna go ahead and add
random amount of water. We are gonna need 4 gallons of water.
Got a little measuring thing over here. I don't know if you can see. On this side, it's saying 20 quarts.
And crushed red pepper. You're going to do a teaspoon per gallon. Okay.
Careful getting the flavors together. And next.
Understand, I've never done it with regular table salt before, so if you use regular table salt, it could be more.
Water. I'll be back. So I'm back. I've got my peanuts submerged.
Tell you how long to cook it, because I like peanuts very soft. Some people like it crunchy.
Start showing up at farmers markets and things like that, and they'll be showing up all the way into the fall. Or you can order them on, I think.
Okay, here's another pound. Now the trick.
All right.
in about 2.
And then dump it in there. 1 cup salt. Pour it all in there.
And then put in your favorite barbecue rub. Today I'm using the hot barbecue because we are doing...
Will start to thicken a little bit, and a lot of that water will evaporate. That's what we're looking for.
Of your mixture, and these sugar crystals start building up, and then they build up even more, and eventually you're left.
We're gonna go over kind of medium heat. You don't want to go too hot right away.
This, and then we need 2 tablespoons of water. And
you'd lose the nice taste of the toffee. So, but we want to have enough because chocolate is
a head start. I'm not sure why, but I do. Not. It doesn't have to be completely melted. Just
something different on my stove from yours. So know your stove and learn.
Of salted butter, use real butter, and dark brown sugar. Dark brown sugar over.
Very necessary to have an additional dessert or any additional candy, but okay, I have my oven preheated at 350 degrees.
And then once it's incorporated like this, you can turn it up to about medium high to get it to the boil.
1/4 cups of all-purpose flour, and this is the last ingredient for the base recipe.
It's such a must cookie for the holidays. So to your first bowl.
It for 3 to 4 hours or overnight, and you can also store this in freezer up to 1 month.
Temperature, very room temperature. Cream it up.
Be nice and flat, so sometimes I just kind of feel the dough to make sure it's flat.
Become one with the dough.
Yes.
This dry for a little bit so that the top has crusted over, and I'm going to add my details. So we're just going
of green icing around the circle to create this really cute wreath on the side.
Auch schon vorher machen können von meinem euer Glas und stellt es an einen schönen warmen Platz. Also bei mir kommt es zum Beispiel auf den Fernsehreceiver.
Also ihr müsst da wirklich schon sehr lange für dabei sein. Weiß, dass ich mal einen Stern aus Stacheldraht fertig gemacht
Und einmal noch mit dem Wickeldraht drumherum gewickelt, damit das auch
gefunden, so richtig alte Pilze. Und hier sind dann auch nochmal so Zapfen und
Rhododendron abgeschnitten, die halten auch super. Ihr könnt natürlich auch andere Sachen nehmen. Die Hortensien sind nämlich wirklich schön.
Sogar die Gurkenpflanzen haben nochmal neu durchgetrieben. Ich glaube zwar nicht, dass wir da nochmal ernten können.
Voll lecker. Und das ist auch was wir einfach im Winter ziemlich gerne essen. Einfach Schmorkohl.
Vom Dreck befreit habe, wo der Kameramann so absolut heldenhaft mir geholfen hat, die gerade wieder auszubauen.
Hat da ich gerade gefunden. Pilze hören nicht auf zu begeistern. Ach ja, das
Auf einer nicht sehr stark beweideten Wiese.
gelbe Röhren, gelbes Fleisch und dem rot geflammten.
Zuschauer, seid willkommen auf meinem Kanal. Habt viel Freude hier. Würde mich freuen, wenn ihr ein Abo da lasst.
Ich freue mich.
Erfolg haben als in den letzten Videos. Mal sehen. Ich schaue mich jetzt erstmal hier noch um.
Zeig mal. Bye, bye. Oh, er fährt voll auf Bagger ab. Das liebt er und Motor.
Quellen sind die Bio-Eier oder auch Bio-Quark. Achtung, Bio-Eier, ich bin...
I was a full-time teaching faculty,
which meant that really I only worked 9 months out of the year. So
we're hoping to see lots of animals, little critters and stuff. We can't wait to bring you along.
Although it's a beautiful fall day, it
Инфантерия. Нет, это ранее, это где-то 41-й, наверное, год еще, или 42-й.
Трубка для стеклянной фляги, РКК.
Стеклянные?
Да, у нас раньше были стеклянные фляги.
Получили добро от всех инстанций, от владельца участка.
Пили. Ну где? В колодце, конечно, туда и везем. Распилив доски наката блиндажа.
Всем привет! Сегодня...
Да, это вот.
I run a factory and make a bunch of stuff, sure, you need some big machinery. But if you're just one person trying to make furniture...
A little bit strong. We're going to go a third, which would be a quarter, a third, and a third.
Essentially burning the carbon out to create a more workable metal, which we call wrought iron.
And it worked pretty well, but I started to realize that I really don't need this many receptacles, totally overkill.
Let's have a look. Now, it goes without saying, the two most important things on the table saw are hearing, good hearing.
So now, I'm just...
Old school, huh?
A silly idea. I mean, what are the pirates going to do? Steal Webb, launch it to L2, and make their own observations?
Began on the Hubble telescope's successor. Before it was called the James Webb Space Telescope,
While a lot has been done to reduce the weight as much as possible, the total weight of
the Spitzer Space Telescope, or SST, and Hubble telescopes have
agency. So for NASA to be willing to put humans on any vehicle, it has to.
I mean, I guess it's a good thing they kept the gate open, right? And so really, while this is Space
Launch System, the big rocket that the space agency has been developing for a decade, when the SLS rocket
program, Musk said of his company's Crew Dragon mission aboard a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket in May 2020,
sitting on sand or gravel, or if you're sitting on clay, this is going to probably work well, but you need
The pots that Dinesh is making.
ही जमीन हवेशीर असावी व त्या जमिनीजवळ नियमित पाण्याचा स्रोत असावा. जमीन सपाट नसली
बॅक टू बॅक पिटा ठेवून त्याचा पूर्णपणे बेस बनवून घ्यायचा आहे. 165 ते 150
साठवू शकतो. शीतकक्षात आंबा, संत्री आणि बोराचे आयुष्य 8 ते 12 दिवसांपर्यंत.
तेच काढणीनंतर जास्त तापमानामुळे या भाज्यामधले 10 ते 15% पाणी हे उडून जाते.
Removing all the grasses and stubbles to prevent the movement of water inside the chamber.
पाणी उडून जाते. परिणामी तो शेतीमाल सुकून जातो. त्याचा ताजेपणा
सीड्स FYM 10 kg, सुफला 200 ग्राम, फॉलिडोल पावडर 50 ग्राम.
FYM, सुफला, vegetable seeds
पॉलीडॉल पावडर, वॉटरिंग कॅन, मेजरिंग टेप.
शक्ती कृषी महाविद्यालय मालदाड तालुका संगमनेर येथे कृषी पदवीच्या अंतिम वर्षात शिक्षण घेत आहे.
उर्वरित 15 घटकांचं काय? तर ते 15 घटक झाडांना मातीतून मिळतात.
त्यासाठी लागणारं साहित्य फावड़ा ग्लव.
के बाद गड्ढा निकालते टाइम आपने जो ऊपर वाली मिट्टी है उसमें आपने एक चीज देखनी है.
गड्ढे की खुदाई के समय prune trees have an open space in the center of their canopy. It allows sunlight and air.
What I like to do is just cut off most of the flowers.
Tommies are ready to pick in June and July. My Fords don't come in until August, September.
Gave it some protection, and then I did protect it during that first winter as well.
It's not a paint. It's more of an agricultural paint.
And some of this pine shavings. I like pine shavings as it keeps everything.
Whoa, what are all those bags doing on the floor? And those bags are lunch bags. Those are paper.
What do we do to make sure we have good drainage? I dig the hole. Immediately after digging it, I will fill it up with water.
And this one here, which has been opened before, so I'm not sure how fertile.
Space here. Now I wanted to leave a little bit of this middle here for some succession.
I want to put to rest some of your concerns. So the first thing I want to put to rest is the question of,
and I'll separate these into sweet peppers and hot peppers. Right now, I know I have to.
What we'll do is just put 2 seeds in each hole, cover them over with soil.
Nolas, I've got dianthus that I'm in the process of planting right now that they don't.
There's something in there, but whatever is there, he is welcome to. So that's my question of the day.
Here when we got here are the 2 peonies that are in this bed. They don't do great, but they hang in there, and I just let them be.
In my area, we are so alkaline that I could use a lot of hollytone and a lot of soil.
You want to try and reduce the size on them a little bit, or it might be that you want to rejuvenate.
Stems are going to stay intact and they're going to wind up giving you the new blooms. So you want to stop yourself from...
It'll bloom in the springtime. When it's done blooming, go ahead and remove the dead flowers.
Scary because you do it wrong and you may not have blooms the next spring.
But, on the good side.
3 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and so it has plenty of room. This one's going to grow too.
So that's that. But hopefully by the time we've finished talking, you'll be able to identify.
There are some flowers that are just starting to color up, so they open up like this.
Those divide into 2 types. There's the mop heads and the lace caps. The mop heads are just simply round balls.
In the container, because you're not quite sure where it's going to end up, I'll tell you how to overwinter later on in the video.
Growing in its previous container. I don't have this completely full of soil because I know I'm going to have to fit the root ball in here, and then I want to leave
kind of special protection on them. But look at this one over here. You can see it looks a lot different.
Actually swelling already. Look at that. You see that? There's the green right there. That's really...
2 types, okay? I'll tell you why I'm treating them differently. Now, firstly, you do not...
Proven winners. They're winners for a reason.
Make sure they're all good. All you need is a windowsill or a place in your house that has at least
a sort of false dormancy period, and you'll get a lot of brown.
We should remove the flower heads also because
Moist soil, think along the lines of a fern. They do have very tender roots, and those roots can dry out very.
So it's officially been over a month, and you can really see how
it's grown quite a bit. So I guess this is the perfect time to do some propagation.
I'm gonna keep going here, and we've got this next cutting here. I'm just gonna go down right where it's attached.
Is just wear your gloves. So what I've done is I've gone to one of my angel's trumpets and
it'll start to wilt off anyways. You could wait until the leaves start to wilt and just pluck them as they wilt.
Out of the dormancy period and ready to go, so we're just gonna rip through these roots a bit.
I'm going to make a start potting this up now, and yeah, let's go.
Because as you know, I'm moving.
Will make your entire garden smell amazing. It's just a great plant. So here's my...
I got a big hand.
A plant that I had that I accidentally let die. I put it in a bad spot, didn't get a lot of...
Look at those beautiful roots. I need to actually pot these up. These are pretty...
Each gigantic tropical
seedlings in bloom, a lot of them just common whites and pinks that need to be culled. Some have potential.
One thing is very important. You need to use very...
It doesn't really matter. It would be optimal if you had some really good south-facing windows that had a...
Also have, you know, bugs and diseases potentially. This is just potting soil like you get out of a...
To kind of just come and sit and rest and relax. So this is a study of bugs, which is not technically an insect, it's an arthropod. How long? It's like a little, it's not a mini version, but it looks a little similar at this size, so that looks really good here. And I'm just gonna...
32, this is a nice one. They all get straggly.
Carbohydrate synthesis and just natural functions within the plant, and they're also important.
Crazy looking net here just stuck to my window is because this can get intense.
Holy crap, like this is what it was missing. So anyway, if you have a window...
Stressful. It took a very long time, but we're finally here. We've got the completion date, and today we're exchanging the contract.
And that's actually how I usually start to, you know, design process to look after.
I mean, so fucking free. We are so free. This is like my...
Oh, il est tellement beau, Paris. Et pour
J'ai changé ma manière de voir et de ressentir ce changement en me rendant compte que c'était...
Retrouver un lien ou un truc pour regarder cette série-là, et encore une fois, je vous la conseille, tellement que ça fait un succès. C'est
caramel. Je vais prendre 3 ponts et je vais l'appliquer au Beauty Blender. Et comme vous voyez, il...
Qui m'avait bloqué, qui m'avait fait souffrir, qui m'avait fait du mal. Tempête, oh my god. Par contre, avant de continuer la suite, les filles, moi je vous...
Et pour stopper le manque de respect. Et elles me disent ah non, c'est pas notre sœur.
C'est un peu le délire ou pas? Il me dit non, mais là-bas c'est calme, tu sais, il n'y a pas les voitures, machin.
Mais je vous promets que pour moi c'était de l'angoisse, c'était un enfer. J'avais peur de...
Le challenge, c'est de pouvoir manger à la fin du mois. Oui, d'accord.
Ensuite, elle arrive, elle est là, elle me déglingue tout. Parce que forcément, quand tu fais 1m22, bah oui, c'est pour ça qu'on...
J'ai assisté à des trucs de ouf quand même.
Ah ouais?
That's not okay. Oh, une mariée toute de noir vêtue. Par contre, elle a l'air belle la robe. Bon.
La gueule, voilà, il faut que je le redresse. Ça va être compliqué. Je l'ai empilé sur des
enceintes. Et moi, naïvement, bah après j'étais jeune, hein, j'avais quoi, 15 ans peut-être, en tout cas j'étais en première.
Dit parce que des fois j'ai un peu du mal, donc au moins c'est dit. Si vous avez des questions, n'hésitez pas à me mettre en commentaire.
J'ai décidé, moi et mon frère on est rentrés en France. Ma mère devait nous rejoindre, mais au final elle a préféré rester en Angleterre.
C'est vraiment un truc classe d'avoir plein de fleurs chez soi. Ça j'aime. Bonjour. Bah dis donc,
Vous voyez, j'ai accepté. Notre petit chat Malibu est né. Malibu! En gros,
il taille parfaitement là, donc Cimer Top Shop, enfin Cimer moi, c'est moi qui me le suis acheté.
Ensuite, the basket à avoir parce qu'elle était à 50 €, donc pas très cher pour des Nike au moment où c'était grave la tendance.
Bon les copains, mes petits cookies sont prêts. C'est vraiment des vidéos TEDx et tout, donc c'est super intéressant. Donc je vais faire ça en premier. Je me suis fixé 2 heures. J'ai tout.
La chance d'être
Pas d'emploi, moins d'accès au logement, tu as moins d'accès aux hautes études, tu as des plafonds de verre un peu partout dans la société. Tu ne corresponds.
Ils sont d'accord avec moi. En France, les fruits ne sont pas aussi sucrés qu'au Japon. Eh Jo, tu veux manger une pomme? Eh, c'est une pomme française.
Japonaise, ah bah oui, je vais pas le cacher, je vais pas le cacher.
Je m'énerve trop. Enfin, j'explique.
Les lycéens cherchent beaucoup d'endroits instagrammables et font beaucoup de TikTok. Ils font même pas mal de TikTok dans leur salle de classe. Même
% seulement. Ah, ben ça détend. Oui, parce que je sais pas vous, mais moi j'allais crever. Par contre, on peut quand même pas nier que ça...
Le film suit le procès du père Richard Moore, accusé d'homicide involontaire après un exorcisme.
Une part a été découpée et mangée. Il y avait donc depuis le début, bel et bien, quelqu'un qui était rentré.
Et en descendant les escaliers, Léo remarque qu'il y a ses voisins chez lui. En fait, sa mère s'est dit, vu que c'est l'anniversaire.
Même pas une lampe de poche. Ce mec n'était définitivement pas un policier. J'ai pris mon courage à deux mains et...
Un peu partout, il y a personne. Les rues commencent à être désertes. Il est bientôt minuit. Elle se dit, bon, c'est Halloween.
On a des cérémonies qui s'appellent des cérémonies de loi.
Déjà, ça fait peur.
Les cérémonies de loi, en fait, c'est...
Mais c'est quoi cette histoire là? C'est quoi chez toi là?
Oh, s'il te plaît, est-ce que ta mère, juste, elle peut dire que c'est véridique?
Drama seem to have been pouring internally as well. This is the dark aspect of
point blank period, as Amberlyn Reed would say. But I also am curious.
Getting a second vlog that is Monday and Thursday. Her previous schedule was just one.
There's literally like daycare teacher influencers. Like, can you imagine being a kid now? Like, teacher Kathy, I'm gonna try that next time I'm in a bad mood. Just kidding, I'm gonna stick to looking at my poster of Bob Saget whenever I'm in a oat. That's what you call it when you mix those things together, right?
Oh yeah, it's not anything profound.
It is cool they called it.
Growing back, but I think it'll still be slightly raw underneath. So let's get his feet separated. And begin. So I get questions a lot about how do you know how long ago one of these lesions might have started, or how...
Às vezes não é uma lesão de casco, né? Às vezes pode ser parte de...
Basically, we dug down to very hard stone all the way around. It's not...
Now, if you can rally round a group of people to help, this is the stage of the build that you want there.
And let me tell you, it made this job go by so much quicker. With just one coat of paint, the garage was so much...
out nice and neatly. I actually also love having a chalkboard wall, so I decided to carry that look all the way up to the top of...
Well, I'm starting to lose a bit of daylight, but I have all three.
And wiring?
Wiring's going to go mostly on the other side because the battery's on that side. Once I run the airline.
At times like these, cubs should...
I had a call on the radio that there was a cheetah with small cubs. And I thought, maybe it's her. It's okay. Okay.
Eaten and slept for 24 hours at the carcass, so there's not much left.
Almost impossible to tell apart, except for his scar face, who stood out.
In the same region. It appeared as though they had the feeling of the incident involving the death of their brother.
don't want that drain to come loose.
How it works is, the water
Press the inside edge of the framed opening 4 inches. On the opposite end, cut the 8-inch pipe.
A continuous straight tube from a strip of carbon steel. The rollers progressively curve.
Suction hole here, and a pump will take suction and it will pull the water out, and the cooling water will
project. There were certain goals set out by DuPont to replace their aging cooling tower.
Person that is doing the testing. First thing here we have is pH value. So the
monitor the water treatment. All right, so we're going to go through the conductivity controller now and how that works.
Switch is one of your more critical parts of this cooling tower.
Of the tower to keep the treated water inside while the chemicals are mixing within the system.
Watertight vessel with sealant compounds in the wall seams. The need for some sealant repair may arise.
Smart Tower's key innovations and benefits to those of conventional designs. It just may save you
air and water distribution, which delivers a 20% performance boost.
Compact case, condensing boiler, easy to roll through doorways, and can fit into tight spaces.
Prolonged neglect leads to even bigger problems. So this leads us to number 5.
The next thing we need for combustion is going to be our fuel, so let's take a look.
Gas boiler when we are firing the boiler. The exhaust gas boiler is equipped with
to reach the higher pressures the boiler industry demanded. By moving the water
burner is the correct answer is auto.
Right here, right now, what exactly you need to do. So of course, the first thing is to obtain a passing score.
Purchase an occupational license for the reason of miscellaneous maintenance and...
I mean, I have clients who won't do drywall repair at all. They just don't like it. So you don't have to do every service. So you're going to want...
Different. I still charge $275 and she said she didn't have a problem with that.
Drywall, the mud, the texture, painting, and you decide... I'm going to do that per...
You know what that is. So in our example, an individual was making $18 an hour. He's going to give himself a raise, and he's going to say, I'm going to make...
Once you figure that number, that gets added.
And here you'll learn all about the women-owned small business program, service disabled.
In government contracts, right? Like literally, they were a consultancy and they were helping other businesses win, which is why they were able to win.
I'll wait.
Bang, satu.
Because Japanese masks are huge on my face. And this is the small size, right?
And we brought our plan by our friends or acquaintances. Maybe someone knew someone who had an Akia that they were interested in selling, or maybe
he works as a trainer at the...
The goal looks pretty difficult to me. Let's see whether he will be able...
After that is the cut.
Okay, let's see if I can adjust it now, okay? I feel like the tina.
You feel what this feels like, okay? So you're going to put your finger here, very soft. The softer the better. And this muscle. Oh, right there. So I'm digging into the muscles.
Yeah.
I'm not going.
One, I
Hey, what's going on, guys? Why is he so much healthier than me?
내가 얼만큼 필요한
That's great. That's good. That's good.
That is genuinely so good.
Usually don't tell people that we're out of town, but we're neighbors, so I say we're away for the weekend. She sounds pretty
The sink, bleeding. Then she pulled in a guy who was shopping that was a part-time firefighter, and he took wanting the food to them. He would ask me to box it up so they could take it home. They would occasionally leave a tip. He follows up with a good, how I can ice my itch of a wife. We had him do the paperwork. Few things I did in high school that I'm actually proud of too. Great story, I'd be proud too. Talking about it in hallways, within earshot of teachers. Leaving behind, empty, belushed a friend sneeze and hit their head off a desk so hard they gave themselves a concussion. Ag, I didn't. Most of us that walked home walked past the woods by the golf course and had a ready supply of golf balls, so he wasn't taking enough provisions. The people laughing at him were right. If the Americas hadn't left her, until I started driving, and had to explain to my impatient friends why I couldn't go.
Wait, I can't hear you. Hunt, catch, kill, eat, groom, sleep, rinse, repeat.
In the home, some cats play favorites based on how a person treats them. And in some cases, it just
1,000 years ago in the Fertile Crescent, where people first invented agriculture and stored surplus grains. Grain stores meant mice and
a commodity. In fact, they are under no real obligation to stay with us. Fortunately, they are social
and he will be a totally different way with me.
All right. Ow.
Girlfriend. He also had a beagle named Molly, who he loved very much. Molly was his companion, his friend.
He didn't even hesitate. I sat down, he sat down.
He's already claimed you.
Laziness. As you can see, it's in full effect right now. Thank goodness.
There's probably another farmer sheep on another mountain, and that farmer sheep will have bells on them and they will know who it is.
During the summer, that helps them with the hot weather.
Yeah, it's not over here.
Says, nope, I don't think that's going to happen either. And again, with the paw and the mouthing.
And so with Reagan, we have to make sure that he's really, really tired before we put him up at night. Otherwise,
it also becomes an opportunity for me to look at the property and check to make sure everything's looking good around the farm.
Great, but that's who he'd rather hang out with. Great Pyrenees are also known as Pyrenean mountain dogs in Europe.
Come from to put Maramas in with the chickens?
Oh, well, I suppose some of it was laziness. We didn't want to come out
very widespread. It's everything from domestic turkeys and chickens all the way up through sheep.
Much of a match for a pack of coyotes or a wolf coming in, so we had
keep them in. It worked, but it failed sometimes. So our last resort was
the predators, especially at nighttime, because that's a lot of times when the predators like to attack. Now, what?
Their skin?
No, we're not doing anything. We're just loading them and taking them.
Someone
4 days old. In here, she has her baby, she hangs out, she does her thing, and when we wean, she leaves.
We have hog shelters. And we started with
since the middle of May. So half of May, and then all of June, all of July, all of August, and
from them. So now we have 3 sources. The last source is probably
to the middle to the back. There's just not much you can say.
And then their indoor coop, which is in there. And we let our chickens free range out here until there's snow on the ground.
Wait, where's our other one? Oh, hold on. Mabel, you're never... Don't look for a deal. Buy a good cow. Buy one that's got a clean health record.
I feed the steers twice a day, and we'll do that here in a bit, but I don't really weigh the feed out.
Come on. Let's go.
Croppers. So one pivot is being leased out for potatoes at the moment.
and
to fall off. It happens to cows. We had it on the dairy where I used to work. Happened a few times.
Because like I said, normally by November, the cows are at the gate by this time of day, and they're
How neat that is. Additional missile defense systems and attack virtually anywhere, including the U.S. China denies
work meetings over parent-teacher meetings. We compromised on vacations to save on paid leaves.
Accessories, circuit breaker, modular switches, distribution board, MCB changeover.
Who was it dead, sir? Huh?
Call this sexuality. Sexuality means just this. Physically you're trying to make…
We have one question from the social media, the Facebook.
Labeled as greed, conquest, or maybe simply shopping.
Self-doubt that I have, I think that I don't deserve her. So what to do on this?
Taken away from your spouse either through divorce or death, you will see the relationships will never ever be absolute. There will be variables that it's juggling. See, why is it so that today it has become like… this was only in United States, but today…
It goes through the right nostril. When it exits through the right nostril, then…
Give you what you want. You can't get where you want to be because you're fine.
But even beyond that, everything speaks.
Fresh wine is going to flow through for the glory of God, for the name of Jesus is going to be glorified.
He should have stayed in bed, Peggy. Now, someone has written something for him on an auto cue, and he mangles the…
Very well-engineered campaign by candidate Youngkin himself, who positioned himself as a
$350 billion tax cut for the 1%ers of this country.
I was kind of right that the hip is definitely dislocated and higher than normal, but
and aren't shy about demanding it when they see fit. The Abyssinian ranks high on many lists of the smartest cat breeds.
And when she found her, the tiny kitten was frozen and even had icicles stuck to her nose.
She held for dogs that the woman had several dogs. Louise, who was also a wife and mother, would
wearing her toddler girl clothes. Somehow Khan's heroic act left him severely injured in
this woman, and this happened for a couple of months. Melissa thought that if the woman's begging out in the blazing sun every day while
frustrated that someone could have such a perfect life when you can't.
Describe how I feel about
Pete Burns. Pete Burns was a singer, composer, and television
off in bands. In theory, this is pretty smart, but in practice, Jaskarn accidentally cut a
piece of meat right in front of the cops. He had no hope and everyone loves it. See what I mean? Not an ounce of
What is going on over here?
Mikey tried to scare me. He came in with this mask on.
Correct again, young man. All right, class. Now this next one is tricky.
To the right. Perfect. Now turn the wheel a little.
And you're about to see what happened next. The first 30 seconds of this quick body camera video is silent.
But this story isn't about the abuse of force. It's about what happened behind the scenes.
We're not saying that you stole the vehicle. Okay, I'm not saying that at all, okay? We're not saying that you stole the vehicle. Okay, I'm not saying that at all, okay? But it still is a crime.
Announced myself, Radcliffe Police Department. I'm not sure who answered the door, but I asked for the resident.
Took a look at fires.
He would snap on people for patting him on the back after a bad inning. Another teammate says he talked to Trevor.
Low, I don't know. Ooh, looked pretty good to me. He wants it as well, but that is a runner.
In bed isn't massive, so basically you're not going to have a ton of stockpile that you can put in the freezer.
I was getting a little close to a screw, so I stopped. I'm just going to cut it off here.
Use those drainage materials in the bottom half of those beds was because at the time
it wide enough so that you can reach the entire bed. If it's up against a fence or a wall.
No dig, and the potatoes will develop in this compost on top. The roots of the potato plant.
Air and moisture to be able to penetrate down to maybe deal with any compaction that might be in the garden.
One way that we're eliminating weeds is we're smothering them out. But the other part of that
with our big market gardens so far. So if you've been following our garden journey, you know that
exactly your income has to qualify for the 100%. So basically you're allowed to use a deposit as your land.
How much you can actually borrow. So obviously the higher your income and the lower your expenditure, the
self-build mortgages are paid out in stages. So you'll have the money released at specific times.
Information Act with the council to identify if they've kept a register and if they're in the process of allocating sites for self.
I suppose the biggest difference between living here and living in our previous house would be the first.
Stratification in the room, but the other more critical aspect is the potential for
all assembly matches it uniformly. But when you factor in the thermal bridges caused by framing materials
in the winter and then throwing on a sweater or a jacket to stay warm. Now those are some of the typical signs.
We haven't addressed the thermal bridging issue. There's a lot of heat loss here, and consequently there's likely a lot of ice damming on these types of
rafters along the top and then all the way back down. Then all of a sudden there's
here, and we've got a mixture of different attic types, but primarily where we're working, we've got a
We're having some extra company on the walk today.
Mushroom. Some kind of a fungus.
The city and even on the island. Generally, the weather will be quite good for keeping utilities at a reasonable price, though.
So I've made it closer to the old town, away from the centre of Funchal, and here is where you'll
cornmeal, but it tastes a bit like a deep fried potato. It is such a strange texture.
The hike from Pico Arriero.
Bin ich unterwegs mit der Wanderführerin Christa Dornfeld. Seit vielen Jahren lebt sie mit ihrer Familie auf der Insel.
Wallfahrtskirche Nossa Senhora do Monte.
Целый городок такой.
Состоящий из 3 островов, а с противоположной стороны порту Санта, который, конечно же, я забыл заснять, увлекшись по...
Городской достопримечательностью является колоритный рынок Меркадо душ Лаврадорыш с обилием экзотических.
Ритм жизни, что в Киеве, в Мадейре мне казалось, что это будет скучновато.
Да.
Но как-то...
Филе dentro. From best fruit. Я понял. Но это
говядина, которую в основном мадерийцы используют для приготовления местного шашлыка на лавровых веточках.
Хорошо и уютно, и островная жизнь здесь самая лучшая из того, что можно себе представить. Португалия.
Ooh, my movement.
Jeff, you look just like that guy from Squid Game. Please don't sue me, Netflix. I have a family.
But mostly the world part.
Oh, but doesn't your dad make a...
Uh-huh. I have to go.
Oof, stuck yourself?
Looking at the trailer, I honestly thought that the whole thing with their own eyes being, or I should say faces being screens and having
first door prototypes, and to put your mother out of her misery when the murder Jones got to her with their nanite. Seriously, though.
Okay, you caught me.
A quick rundown of some ancient mythical kings and all the cool stuff they did. Mostly important civilization things like inventing clothes and fire and...
The heck did I get cancer?
For Nick's mother, Connie, checking him into the hospital for...
You know, psychic, but she said that she had some kind of powers that where she was,
Just come over here and show you guys. I wonder if it works. But there's a couple of
2018 and January of 2019. I gathered a lot of information, but I got...
Or Lavan Muhammad, or Gabriella Jamila, or as she would prefer to be called,
and subsequently acted in a 1994 video for the magazine, becoming one of the first
Paris Jackson and Gabrielle Glenn, the King of Pop's only daughter, revealed that she'd been living a, quote, very healthy...
Fondly of it, and Motown is... I mean, how do you explain Motown?
Take control. I'll rearrange and let my wound shine.
In today's video, we're going to cover the occult origins of Halloween.
Texans were a shell of their former selves, and of course, the straw that broke the camel's back was when Deshaun Watson came out and said
MVPs and a Super Bowl ring with the Green Bay Packers. But back in the 1991 season,
this take back in 2018 was one of the reasons why I remembered the Drew Brees and
moisture. Yeah, I said it. So after this video, head on over to manscaped.com/5-
He's at the 40, 45, 50, 45, 40. He's gone. He's at the 20.
Oh, nice. Love that.
It's a Rod Smith show.
You're only allowed to hit the person with the ball. Oh, fuck. That was
He's also one of the freakiest athletes we have in the NFL. He's skilled at everything. Lightning
makes sense medicinally, really. Because an awful lot of these guys, you know, use it medicinally for...
No. What's just happened there? What has just happened? Can someone explain?
Watching kicker Phil Dawson warming up. You know, he tried a 60...
Flags all over the place.
Brought down by Arnold. Good shot.
Sideline, and that ball... Oh my gosh. He landed right on his back. It is defying gravity. He was like... No.
I even know how big it is.
Those stadiums, amazing.
What's his name? Fuck it, doesn't matter. That's funny, man.
Turning on his right and standing as the
had like 7 false start penalties, and I think that's hard to beat.
Clemson, I really enjoyed Clemson environment. You know, it was very...
He avoids the goal. It's Abdullah. Look out, he could go. Oh my goodness, no.
Will it
Bend inside the upright. Leader Michael Bradley. The U.S. does not need you to be zen. The U.S. needs you to play better. Joseph.
I consider those two flaws, those two faux pas to be epic. But I
ball over 5 times like that. Holy crap! I don't know who the hell we think we are when we do something.
What was your impression?
I'll follow up with another question if that's all right.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
All right.
From a parent said, you know, we just kind of bummed out this year.
You know, and just the whole spastic motion. Just you go out and do what I do, get out of bed, go outside.
Vikings and George Washington went through a little bit of a Napoleon phase.
Coach, if they made a movie about your life.
A variety of people and their ideas and thoughts and things like that, because we're kind of commingling. So, you know, there's some things that, well, there's some expression, the heads nod, and the bodies don't move. I don't care. I really don't care what they said. I get, so I'm teaching class while taking class, because if you took class, your mom is going to lose her mind, several of your sisters, and female relatives. There's supposed to be cougars around. I've never seen one. Saw a coyote in the neighbor's front yard, though.
And retweets and likes. It took an essay contest to help determine who was selected for the class.
To make the, to feature the talents of the players. And then,
Oh, me for sure. I at least took my shirt off. Phone calls. You know, we have to, this has to be handled like any other parent.
You know, there's some players here that don't like me, I promise you, and every other coach here. That's part of how it works. You know,
like an over-controlling Little League parent taught his son that he should play no matter what, and that hard work.
Don't need to cry, I'll get my daddy to call Gerald Myers. He been looking for a reason to get El Cafe.
So whether Leach roams the sidelines in San Antonio, in the words of Dusty Rye's Slaughter,
Mike Leach was fired. Earlier this afternoon, the university's decision to dismiss Leach became...
Had to go in and get involved and get Mike Leach fired from Texas Tech. Bad move.
flooding down in Texas. Telephone lines are down.
Super shy and found a place in music where he could.
I feel like this is gonna be a song. Think of all the pieces that's
Is this guy?
Let's keep going with this. So far, so good. This brother is.
I have to pause it real quick. That was beautiful. He was like playing that chord.
His songs always should be like, damn, that shit got so much.
Here we go.
That you might hear, it's really impressive. But things have only just got started.
A baby's breath. We got started by using chicken wire. We cut the chicken wire into different pieces,
like 3-inch sections, like this, and
free. And then I'm going to discard that center stem.
We're just bulking that up a little bit. And it depends on
gold wire or any other colored wire. I just like gold. And
crown, I've just wrapped it around my head twice and added 2 inches for a little bit of a lap over in the next process.
Aside some of the green tape, layering in the wax flower just covers that up really easily and beautifully.
Super attractive. So that's why I like to use
the gold, but the green will be just as pretty.
Is Eucalyptus parvifolia. So this is a really good green for a flower choice or a boutonniere because it has very delicate little...
Wrap it around a round item. I'm using a PVC pipe. Just wrap it.
Cover up the back side of this chenille. So it's like this. The pillow. This is also the mechanic.
It's going to continue with different heights.
So I've prepped this amber glass vessel with a 3-inch floral frog.
And when I came to this shop, I stripped and changed all the existing supplies.
Got it? Now, write this down, 6-5-1.
I want to go ahead and glue my pieces of foam into my tray. And you know I like to leave the packages on because
my foam onto the center. And then I also added a wire so that the foam would not move. Just
have the elf feet in my tree, so this will be just perfect. And in addition, you got...
And then I'm going to attach that right where I attached my last one.
Can fold over. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to...
And you measured out and folded, open it up and cut the rest of your ribbon.
Post. So if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them for you guys right there and then.
And then I set this aside.
it's all mine, holding on too tight. You're like a neon sign in a starless night.
And I repeat, some go into pile number 1 and some I still need to add to.
So if I think, say here, I want this to line up here. I don't necessarily.
Good, but you don't have to. Let's do this one.
It really does work, and for what we're going to do today, it was really nice because how quickly I can change
back end there. And we're just going to have a little bit of this brown for his nose and for his ear. And we're going to...
7 half-square triangles, so we are going to have 1 extra. But that can always go into your orphan.
The 2.5-inch lines, so that I could see the area that I need to keep it in.
These corners, we are going to cut 1/4 of an inch away from where we just sewed.
And they're just great. They have everything from grass to fruit to money to...
Ruler on a straight line, touching the needle. This now is going to be
shut, so you really can't open them to see what's in. So it's really what's in them, so it's really a surprise.
On it, but we are out of this fabric. Instead, we have some absolutely gorgeous fabric here that we want.
You stitch your pieces together and you trim them down, you're going to wind up with a unit like this. And
in the book, I just used a piece of template plastic. Since then, I've come up with my braid template.
It's a weird start, Laura Lynn. How's that going to get us anywhere? Honest to goodness, it is. So we're going to give that a little press.
Place my background, and I'm going to try to center it as much as possible.
You can't. Hey, update time.
All done. And I kind of created it a bit oversized. You can see here it is not
shadow and bone. I almost called it skin and bone. That was kind of embarrassing. So actually maybe I'll watch that after I finish the chain, or just got 2 chains. 2 chains. I've been here.
Life. Be very careful who you get in negotiations with. Hopefully it's somebody that's discreet and quiet. Not easy to root for every champion. Astros. It is easy to root for Atlanta.
It did seem like the...
Yesterday was your best day for that argument. I must give it to you. So absolutely.
Somebody breathes on the quarterback the wrong way and they throw the flag.
So 2 things. First, you're exactly right.
And I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
Period. That's where I'm at.
I just like to point out where I'm right.
I'm just
on the ground, picks himself back up off of it, and throws a 37-yard completion.
Landscape, guys. You've got to learn, and you have to always remember what happened to Ronda Rousey.
cheat and fake fouls in the first fight, yeah, I'd respect him, but I can't respect a cheating coward.
When you talk about the first fight,
kind of dismissed me in the past, which I get. These guys have been some of these guys have been in the UFC for a very long time.
And he's the big heavy favorite. Nobody expects me to win. I'm the big underdog. People don't believe in me. They don't.
Ronaldo, and Ronaldo has gotten Man United out of the fire, and that's what he was brought here for. But all he is doing is continuing what he's done everywhere else.
Griezmann got sent off in that game as well. That was a red card. I'd never
whips his crowd up, or whips the crowd up and gets his players motivated. I just didn't see anything from them tonight. And
so they've gone into a game today and played the only way this Manchester United group of players can, and the only way in which this coach, actually, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer.
Jeff Rice sat here and talked about Ronaldo popping up with a late goal to save Manchester United, and he's done it.
Squid Games, but I mean that's been doing the rounds, hasn't it, for the last couple of weeks? And the conversation about Manchester
every week in training in the dressing room, and Mickey taking that you couldn't.
Was I went ahead and sunk down 10 feet just as a guide tube of SDR 30.
This is a bit of a tedious process, so I'm going to pick up the pace a little bit.
Days ago, Tom and myself put down 20 feet of 4-inch pipe.
It's manufactured and tested by hand to ensure years of use. The kit comes with enough riser section.
As water started seeping in. So I'm assuming
supply line that will go to our pump. If debris gets into the pump, it will stop it. So it's really important to have. All right.
Threads on both ends. This is about a $25 part, but it's definitely worth it, and I'll explain more about that in a minute.
Go up, but not back down. Now I live in a cold area that can freeze every so often, so I'm not.
And normally if you hammered a coupling, you damage the end. But that gap is going to allow you to hammer the end of the pipe.
Pressure switch. So this will be running all the time. Keep that in mind. Okay, it does.
So the bladder will be inflated when there's water in it. And then there's water coming out of the bladder that
I don't know, maybe I got another quart of water out of it or so, but when I checked the pressure in it, and there's 42. So it's not as high.
The size of the tank is quite small, and I'll have some figures for you on that later. Okay, if you
tank has a bladder or a diaphragm in it, and it separates an air chamber
down capacity of the tank. What you have is a bladder in the tank that can only expand.
Your symptom, the clicking and the fluctuation. It suggests that the tank has failed on the inside.
The tank has failed?
Yep.
Say halfway, and in here is going to have air, and it's going to be under pressure. Okay.
Approximately 2 pounds below our cut-in point, which would be 30 pounds, so we'd say it's 28.
Natin. Then yung ating pagkakabit or pag-wire naman nito ay electric motor, Mindong electric motor, may rewind tayong ganyan para sa'yo. Hintayin mo.
Ito yung pillar na. Ito yung JMP.
So, buksan natin to. Titin natin yung kapas.
Tanggalin. Saka i-tester ko, ibabody ground ko siya. Kasi ang
hindi pa natin alam kung ano to. Titestiran muna natin yung kabila. Isusulat muna natin dito yun.
Comment, mali daw yung connection ko. Dapat daw yung common nasa herm, tapos yung running nasa common. So sabi ko nga.
Okay, ito. Zero lang muna natin yung ating tester.
Alin yung nawawala na kulay? Di ba may violet, white?
Yan. Itong muna tatanggalin. Ito. Ilalagay ko sa times 10.
Nakalas ko na siya. Nakalas ko na siya doon. Ito naman siya. Ayan, kung mapapansin nyo.
Yung capacitor ay kinukonek dito sa starting at saka sa running wire.
Ayan. So yan po yung reading kanina. So
Paano naman i-test ang capacitor? Simple lang, isi-set ko naman to ngayon. Multimeter.
Volts or 208 230 volts. If you hook it up for 460, that's the high voltage connection. If you hook
the rotor is attracted to the stator's opposite end pole.
Simultaneously, the like poles
design considerations like the height of the cylinder, the width, the stiffness, and even weight distribution all affect.
And that's a story of what invention actually is. If you sit on your little secrets hoping you...
Five-second explanation of the difference between the two. Drag type Sylvanius are very simple and very inefficient.
Lost his ability to visualize in his brain following a surgery. And yeah, after telling that story to the media, people just started coming out of the...
He's not even married or anything like that. I mean, a lot of people are going to think, oh, maybe he has like nieces or nephews
to do that on YouTube. I don't know if people knew that, but you're not. So let's get to this and her incredible...
She has decided to tag YouTube and threaten fellow creators with law enforcement for simply discussing her.
That Ruth said to her mother-in-law, Naomi, let me go glean.
About 5 billion years, turning into a red giant and potentially swallowing Earth. But stars and planets can have way longer...
How they can process music. Let's talk about rhythmic thresholds.
It was criticized for its weak sound and heavy touch by none other than Johann Sebastian Bach. The piano wouldn't really come...
And this is a dry run, obviously, because the plastic's not on it yet. So anyway, this
top of this system. To drain the rock wool cubes, we're cutting out indentations in that lid.
In vegetables, we don't need to use any electricity or equipment.
So, nakita nyo, igitna nyo yung plastic bag at doon yung...
Hindi po mahalaga kung ano yung mauna, meron pong dilution in between adding yung snap A or snap
is the game changer that's going to change everything for our downspouts. This means it's easy.
Drain system. Basically, these little trays right here just kind of fill up with water.
Both peas and spinach will grow just fine with the light from a window. If you are...
Yeah, we're gonna do a fecal. His worst enemy, also Doug.
This is garlic chive. They were growing from roots.
We've got a lime tree over here that has some lime.
And then as well. That'll be fine. We're good to go. So I've seen that a lot of...
I think this was $1.81 for a 10-foot length from Lowe's. So they're really cheap.
And then pre-drill so it doesn't, the screws don't split out the wood here.
Flat. So what we'll do is we're going to start by just taking...
Corner is a little bit higher, but I think I can shovel it as I go. So there's different ways of doing this. The way I did it is I had
around the perimeter of the frame, then adding what will be the inside braces. With these
mealworms look
wow,
like.
You give them a whole can?
Yeah, that's why they love me.
Wow.
There's 13 birds.
Many of you know I live off of rainwater, so I don't like to let any of it go to waste. For the coop,
just like that. So, wintertime, you just walk up to it, unhook it, just like that. Doesn't get any easier. But you do have a lot of roofing.
Hopefully we'll have it finished where I can show you guys what it looks like. All right, thanks.
It's a little weather, but it's still a good board. Saved me another piece of plywood.
Okay. Ton of sun over here all the time, so they're fine. And amberlings are a good.
I had to extend it to the inside because this is kind of small. But like I said,
front of it. Just open up this door.
Surprisingly so, actually, because although they're not pets as such.
Up the walls, I'm going to start with the back wall, front wall, then the sides.
Centered, there won't be any studs in the way here, and it'll look really nice. The one tricky part, because it's
1x4
and all this is also pressure treated. So what I'm going to do,
And they were in the way on the inside. If you can't tell,
Can you have her stay out here with you?
no.
People were interested in adopting him, but for some reason they thought he's not the right fit for them and backed out at the last.
Perfect song for you.
Hello, I'd like to show you this beautiful 2-bedroom cottage up in the hills above.
Harwich itself is a very lovely village.
Right mirror, I'm going to indicate them for right, just braking only, I'm in second gear. I'm going to delay that second gear.
This car, so if he goes this way, and if you want to go front, or if he stops.
Car to a near stop and select first gear. That way you can make a later decision, meaning
indicating, and then just gradually coming over towards the right hand side of my lane while
I'm going to be in the way, but now the light's gone green, so now I can move. But this van's going to try to go before me, but it's going to be on the right side, so I don't.
Because if that traffic doesn't move out of that road, you're stuck in that yellow box. The lights.
This is the bit that people don't usually get. So if you are turning right and you are stopped from...
So how it works is this. The solar panels are put into a ground mount configuration.
For example, where you have emergency situations, crisis, refugees. And
it means we have stability in the fact that the plants we sow, that they are sold. We
60 harvests left. So if this was just a conventional farm, they would just leave a field like this bare all winter?
That's consumer, you kind of want to know where your food's coming from. And I think you build that relationship with the consumer.
Sometimes thought of as synonymous with dirt, because it's not. It's really more like.
だから耕さないのが要ですねけども、耕さないことの意味ですねけども、なぜ
農家です。
材を使わなくしてなくする方法がこれなの。だからこの方法を知っておれば。
ね、何にもしなきゃ結構できるじゃないか。やればやるだけ自然から離れて人間の知恵。
Orchard, where the cash crop is mainly mandarin oranges, but there's lots of different types of.
It doesn't have much to do with permaculture or anything. It is directly connected to what indigenous people were
familiar with. That a lot of the processes are similar. This is a very DIY approach.
This whole, and I think that's part of what the local food movement and a lot of what's going on is how do we make that connectivity.
And it's they just use a rake to reform the beds on and all that, just kind of like we do in our no-till systems.
골든벨 팀 있었어.
아 골든벨. 그 학생들 장학 그 받기 위해서 하는 거.
그 힘든 산을.
그래 다니더라고. 그래가지고 그게 처음엔 이해가 안 갔어. 예. 그리고 봄날이면 또 산나물 하러 다니고.
अरे वाह क्या बात है।
प्रो मैक्स सबसे ज़्यादा गड़बड़ इसको ये हो रही है कि इसके सब कुछ डेटा वेटा आ नहीं रहा है इसके अंदर व्हाट्सएप
कत्लेआम मचाया था। सारे कीड़े मकोड़े यहाँ बैठे हुए थे और हमारे सब्सक्राइबर कंप्लेन करते रहते हैं कि उनको दिखता नहीं है इवेंट्स।
मतलब अपनी दूरी तय किया करते थे, साइकिल से बैंक जाते थे। देखिए ओवरटेकिंग
अपना गाड़ी।
फर्स्ट चैनल का यहाँ नाम भी लिखा हुआ है टेक्निकल आकाश, जिसको मैं अभी यूज़ नहीं करता हूँ चैनल को।
रहे तो जन के हमारे छुआमन के लेके जा रही है हमें ब्लॉग मतलब लेके जा रहा हूँ तो ओकर में रहे हमारे
मैम का शॉपिंग
마키만이 중중대랑 얘기해야 아니 쟤는 이제 먹고 싶어 거의 망에다도 할 콘소 이제 콘소 딱 하지
यहाँ पीछे अपनी कॉफी पीने उसी जगह दादा बड़ी हिल रही है यार।
And उसने author he bought क्या
0.23%, which is fairly substantial, 54 cents. Not a...
How many cards?
Like you're really stressed out. There may be, for some of you,
Right, but y'all could definitely get that way when somebody has you messed up. Capricorn is definitely what I see here. Like
you're at a higher rank than this person. So, okay, so the Nine of Cups clarify at the Knight of...
In the reverse, one more. Alright. We got a 5.
But this is so cool. So I'm gonna do that. Let's go fishing.
How hike outdoors? How did this become? Because this isn't your only job. So why do you?
With birch, but everything about this camper is so much different than the
in the bottom. I kept this camper as simple as possible.
Trailer is an extremely bad idea. The reason being is because the argon that's in there.
This Yeti keeps cold for at least 5 days when I go out, pack it full of food. And then under here,
21 or 22 window school bus. I mean, your typical yellow and black bus.
The door wide open so that if you're working on it or changing the oil or anything.
They are black walnut countertops. Our neighbors pretty much taught us how to do it from start to finish, how to turn them into countertops. And
area on the bus that we did a pretty significant amount of work to. Originally, there was a king-size bed.
You guys around.
Seat belt. So we have 3 seat belts in the sofa and in
dining table, which can sit 4 people on the couches, and then another 1 and 1 on each side.
Cure a whole long time before I'm gonna be able to burn it. I'm looking around for trees that I
rent, and so that's kind of a struggle I keep facing. And so at this point,
6, 7, 8, I think 10 vehicles so far. In light of the pandemic, I see it exploding. I remember back
YouTube channel to teach others to downsize and thrive on wheels.
Finding heat in your van.
It's a lifestyle, not a consequence.
Yes,
It's a lifestyle,
we're not doing this because something happened. We chose it.
My name is Bob Wells, and I live in a van.
I had great benefits. I drove a company car. I lived in a beautiful apartment on the coast.
And then call it a night.
clean these windows here. No problem.
Number 2, man.
That's a big one too. Woo! That was
hell yeah.
That was awesome.
Oh, man, it feels like a new day. Huh? Feels like a new day.
Woke up from your nap.
Try to work him this way, keep him away from the props, okay? So bring the pole that way. There you go.
A bunch getting up off the just black. See that too? Yep. All black.
Here comes some more. Those are mallards.
For safety concerns, we're probably going to push that back and run it tomorrow.
Drew, we finna make this tree famous.
Yeah. And it's just a A-frame, and we've only...
Shoot it. Nice shot.
I just heard him land up above us. He might just swim in.
It's a female. It's a male. It's a female. It's a female.
We're out here shooting 5 green.
Yeah, so you're right. It is a good mix.
They're real close to public, so we're gonna get in there, try and get close to him, see if we can call him over and get a shot.
And then park and camp out.
I didn't even wake up for that, did you?
I just heard a loud bang in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Swift plans are set into motion as we transition from the bitumen and skyscrapers of the capital to small...
Nice old bull. It's fantastic. Seen lots of animals this morning. Finally got this one late.
Millimeters, and I can't quite get a perfect cheek weld on this rifle. So these are the prices to buy them in bulk. Bullets usually come in packages of 100 or 50.
Got more stuff than we had ordered. Well, then had to call the purchasing department and check if we were allowed to receive the stuff.
Boris Johnson faces a vote of no confidence, loses it. 320 odd MPs decide that.
The latest Brexit solution to a Brexit problem is, of course, costly to the consumer and to the environment.
It was clear that neither side could strike the final blow, and a peace treaty.
A very tiring day, but I'm so excited.
But I think he is just very hungry, to the point he's still trying to swallow. So
there we go. So his teeth came right off. If you take a look in there, you'll see that her
drained, so Chris can examine the deteriorating wound.
game plan is Bill's gonna pin.
Yep.
A lot of copperhead venom, something like 50 milligrams in a shot, perhaps a little bit more for her. And
on a smooth floor like this, look at that snake. Doesn't it look perfect? What a beautiful.
Highly venomous, highly aggressive, especially this one. Just like most mambas, but this one in particular.
A metal-like grey. Black mambas usually hunt from permanent layers, while mostly breeding grounds in Southern California and Baja, Mexico. But they gotta eat.
Planet depicts a bunch of fishermen going about their regular activities. They haul out their newest capture.
They described the rye as an air-breathing marine mammal with the head, trunk, arms.
Ng higit sa inyo sa buhay ninyo. Kung sa ano pa, limitado o seryo.
Gustuhan.
Magkano
ang kuha po dito sa akin ng ano, may bumili pa kasi dito Korea.
Work during the summers. So this is like a small office space.
Goes at the expense of the true power behind minimalist living, which is that our baseline happiness
night in which we're going to do 12 meetings,
3 of them requiring a lot of preparation, where we'll make a quick
a higher social status compared to those around us, and that having more wealth and material possessions
has no ambition to become famous, you're doing something right, because that means somebody who's greedy. Think this is somebody who's incredibly vulnerable and in need of love. In other words, they're crazy. Their craziness will be an intimate part of their own biography, which we won't be able to get to by them being off course. And that really, ultimately, what this leads to is waste of lives. And that, economist Wilfredo Pareto, a modern economy should feel fairly societies, even though people are not bludgeoning each other to death. And finally, even though there's no smallpox or guinea worm, it sounds like it was written by one person. And we love that idea that you could try and create a voice. And that is the reason for, as it were, this HR department. Now, this accountancy firm has a vast HR department, the whole of the night for complying, but there is also a time for strategic rebellion. And I knew that in my bones. I knew
his bank survey was basically correct, and he and his neighbors were freely stealing this strip.
I join the HOA, and they give me exclusions from the HOA rules.
College dropout from a technical college that hadn't been federally accredited yet, and thus all my student loans.
Cash for stupid projects. IT budget was always too tight for those expensive, customized data munching systems.
Right here. All right, we're having fun now. Ready? I give you a side profile.
Oh.
Operations in World of Warships. Download on PC using the first link in the description and the promo code FIRE to
He's deaf.
Oh, I'm so sorry. He's so cute.
Thank you so much.
Stefan, nein. Nein, Stefan.
Nein, Stefan. Nein.
This thing is strong.
How do you feel about that cone in your head?
My God, someone flipped.
Just, Brandon, ask me what kind of tree to Chris Pine.
Say hi. Up, babe. We're FaceTiming. I can see you. What?
Today's gonna be the day.
Yo, this shit is fluffing up.
It's fluffing.
Yo! Yo, holy shit, he dead!
What is that? Oh shit, what is that? Who you?
Smack him! Smack him.
What was that? Oh, we got one single ass bitch over there. I'm sorry.
Cause your eyes are open, but you're not breathing, so you're like, oh, this how I'ma go, right? I feel like you can't be a hoe your whole life, and then one day say, I want to get married. You just want to pick up all the plays. I don't want to do that. I don't want to.
These niggas. You know why they been killing niggas?
Must have got that raise.
Really hard. If you give 110% on every single play, you give it all you got. Size doesn't matter, right, guys?
Zealand, and apparently one of the things they look out for is tiger penis. Must be easy to find on people.
No.
Is it a cooking show?
No.
Is it a performing show?
Yeah.
Are you the lady that...
Because anytime any one of you gets a forfeit, you have a chance to go double or quits with paper, scissors, stone.
But Stephen,
Yeah.
They like it?
Oh, they love it. My verse, I kill it, and they attack it, they say all the words.
Squad, I'm working for you guys. It is risky going in here, but like I always say, it's a risk I'm willing to take. We're gonna try to get a viral video out of this. She caught freaking Pinhead. Guys, he's back. So when I got this photo in my DMs of the house.
Yeah, and he entered the house. Now? No, I'm like, yeah, he was in the neighborhood, and then like, I don't know if he saw me, and that's why he was hiding.
Oh my god.
Yo, Keanu!
Oh my god.
Dude, what the hell?
Dude.
Oh, he's up to date.
Saying Apple's selling iPhones to freaking monsters.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Why are they giving that to their customers?
Why do you think so long to answer?
Alright, let's come into the kitchen, bro. Come inside, alright? I just find it kind of weird how you started calling us all.
So he's up there, so what are we thinking next? What?
Trying to scare him because he's.
¿Cuánto? Hágala.
Assure you, the husky is probably pretty far up their list. That's because the majority of people
Brush, it gives luminosity to tired and dry skin.
That out with the paint pot. So I'm just going over.
An ASMR today. Oh well, okay, I'm gonna take this on a fluffy brush and I'm just gonna start to create.
Con gafas cuadradas, gafas redondeadas, gafas que tengan, por ejemplo, picos en la zona superior.
Si se fijan, lo que hice acá fue ocupar todo este espacio, ocupé todo el espacio vertical.
Loco, saca del potorrín. Eso dice mi abuelita. Tú haz lo que te saca del potorrín, niña.
You saw it here first. So this first one is about.
Right, so inside I do have 3 pockets over here, and
Before I forget, I do have one of these brass Travelers Company brass ruler things. It's just there.
I just felt like I was buying so much, and just because like every.
So these are some of the next trips coming up. Here's a brain dump. I wrote down some goals that I wanted.
Probably if I had better tools too, this would be easier. But I don't know. Let's keep going.
But then I realized I could just order everything online.
And add that there.
But I also want to do something over here. So that's kind of what I'm.
We are going to wrap our glass bottle in the garland. I just take some hot.
This time was 40% off, so that was another incentive for buying that pairs of socks.
There is.
I gotta turn her. I'm gonna stab myself.
I'm trying to find something special to make. This is the color Fang.
It's like I feel like I'm doing something really wrong, dirty, wrong.
I'll figure something out. I did make that poncho thingy, Tunisian thingy that I did not like.
This pretty red, a Christmas red.
These are huge.
Very beautiful. It's made by Cameron.
Strand without the yarn bars, which I'm sure I can't.
I brought Lily and one of her best friends who had never gone trick-or-treating before.
I just think it's so nice. I'd had my eye on it for a while, and then I did see it when I was over
1890. All of these polygamists, they wanted to keep continuing polygamy, so they decide
several years, at least when I was coming up in the community, to only be something that is this very
You cannot trust women these days to do anything, especially not write a book based on their own life experiences.
Setting and triggering. Obviously, we're going to talk about SA, CA, and other
big money. And as we all know, big money brings big corruption. So on to the history.
Today, we gathered with Paris.
You're so random.
So,
I love that. Paris, how are you and your mom dissimilar?
Nikki on the cell. Nikki, do you have your mother's pink purse? Yes, I do.
Which one?
The one that you...
I'm not as good at it as I used to be, so I'm always calling my cousin Cece going, Cece, what do I wear with this?
Piece.
I think it works. And then boom, that's the focal point.
Yeah.
I picture her life like running around the world, and she's just, never has a lot of time.
She also had a ton of responsibilities since she came home from her honeymoon pregnant with Courtney.
It wasn't a big deal, but often I would pay them. The athlete went on to say that one of the most regrettable moments of
Kendall dated other people after that, and one person who allegedly talked about her annoying attitude was
many friends, and I didn't know what to do, Kendall said. I had nothing to do. I would just sit with my horses, and I'd
There before Christmas, and the other pumpkin smiling wide with a goofy grin. She tagged her boyfriend,
13-year-old daughter, Gianna, according to a transcript of the deposition that was filed in court last Friday and obtained.
Yeah.
You know what, Joy?
Joy didn't make it. I didn't make it.
That was, oh boy.
Yeah.
This is what.
I want to ask you guys some questions that our fans sent in. You give your best advice, okay? First up, Jim.
We're the only ones, Pete. All access passes. That means we can go anywhere.
Maybe it was a mistake to bring.
And so just like amazing, technically, obviously, but just it was seen.
More momentum by implying a 4/4 groove into the 3/4 section. And then once we actually get to the
I'm a big believer, no matter how much I love a band, don't stay too long at the party. Know when to get out before you start saying, well,
if you'll notice in the book, anything past 1980.
Bass. Think Jimmy Page, but with a bass on the top. The double neck is a Model 4001, and the guitar is a
I make this video in HD.
Oh, wow, I can see his little mouth. These are so gross. I'm gonna gag the whole time.
Bu konuyla ilgili deli olmuşsun. Kurtarayım mı seni pirelerden? Kaşındırıyorlar mı?
현수막 현수막 밑에서 주워서.
For that cyclonic energy and have it drive the power needs of the city that the hurricane is about.
So the thing was set up for Donald Trump to exploit.
Amy Semple McPherson and her conservative Christian media. Born in October 1890, McPherson
had ended in disgrace, the Soviet Union was slowly taking over the world, Watergate had forced a
black votes was so complete that when Oscar DePriest was elected to Congress from Chicago in Department of Homeland Security, continued to make Republican appeals to liberty and justice for all.
What they were doing, it was only the reporting of journalists that revealed it.
Lives completely different lives, has completely different views, and then when election day comes, they can't explain.
Some of these higher prices right now is because, I mean, the public's got to know that
especially with the natural.
The other side, but really it's not that spooky. And here's the reason why. When you think about spirits and you think about, your mom is stepping forward, and it's just got a message for you, and the next thing you know, I'm all over the screen delivering these messages. And it
need for moving mechanical components and created UECON. I think that's how you say that acronym, which stands for electrostatic
steel whisk, like this one. These are less than $1. I think I got this
and the corrosiveness of the gas that we'll be putting it through. All right, so we have our gas suction tube, and then we have our air inlet tube
that the wood pellets will rest on from the burn tube. Attach the fuel basket to the suspended chains.
A lot of the stuff I did completely based off of those plans and based off of some ideas that I saw off of.
Had a hole inside of that one, smaller in diameter obviously than the lid, so the lid can sit nicely over that and give us a good
grid. And there's no ear gaps. I'll slowly add some.
Process of igniting the, I'll have you plug the fan in just so it's ready.
Burning down the inside there. Hopefully those wood pellets will catch on fire.
Okay, so I have the latches installed. So these will just pop off.
The gin valve is closed. So let's see if we can get her.
We'll get to that in a second. Okay, we've got the main oil pump from a Rolls-Royce.
I've got about a 9 or 10 foot tall wall. It's a deck.
And this way before we screwed the bottom boards in, and we only
we learned a lot from Danny and Wanda at Deep South Homestead. We really like them a lot.
Eating the forbidden fruit was a lapse in self-control. In Greek mythology, evil entered the world when Pandora.
But all he wants is to get more of that drug. Besides getting you high, cocaine and heroin.
Also because of a fear that I have of time slipping by and not doing enough.
I can already out the pain that I was in and just go away and hide in a corner. I didn't want to be present. I didn't want to
alphabet. So if you think about a letter of the alphabet, it's used in a lot of different words, right? So maybe some letters may be more
way to purposefully flip our dopamine switch and light up our brains like a Christmas.
That if we're just hard enough on addicts, they'll stop. And we've severely limited the kinds of treatments that are available.
All right, well.
Have a higher low blood sugar, and then you use those samples to train alerts and
see. And what Karen was like then versus now is just so crazy.
Them and then put them in the freeze dryer, and I have more than one of these. It made, I think.
I want you to open the box. Inside you will find plastic bags with different colors.
Poignant, brave, amazing, incredible.
Those who can easily hide.
What's wrong with you?
Oh, it's a mile a minute.
Could I have known that you'd ever say good?
His 12-year-old daughter, Tony, who's here with us and who's going to perform it. And Tony, how important is this for you?
Hallelujah.
less common the struggle, the easier it is to love.
Restaurants accessible to all social classes. He tried to instill in his employees a sense of respect towards
I usually don't go to the cafe on Saturdays, but I was so curious about
asked him to keep a secret, but the grandfather insisted to know, and then the doctor told him that he had cancer.
Approached. She grabbed her shoulder bag, stashed it in the overhead compartment, and sat down.
Bakeries multiple locations across the United States. In 2013, he opened Buddy V's.
However, she attempted to encourage potential doubters into taking a vaccination for COVID-19, having recently taken.
However, their bedroom setup is the most abnormal. The couple lives at a park.
He's divorced and she's divorced. But then again, you've got issues of the monarch being the head of the church. I think it's...
Her father was a knight and a senior official in the area. They will be classified more as gentry or lower nobility.
At that point, the chief of the Habsburg dynasty. In her letter, Margaret pointed the benefits of a close...
Seem like this would be Juana. Juana's upbringing was typical of her
large city of Bulawayo, in the neighbouring country of Rhodesia, a country that today is known as...
The bus was in general. Cold and damp and permeable.
To allow him to shuffle and deal the cards. He picked up his hand and glanced down at him.
Apart from a few cuts on her hands, no longer clutching her temple.
He was a demanding and obnoxious short man, but I loved working with him because it was
phase. I finally started to understand the gravity of the situation.
To the floor. You may even get the kid tossing the baseball into dear old daddy's cojones.
I did refuse to come with you, I asked, secretly hoping that there would be a way to get out of my stick.
Ability to fill with blood. The heart chambers balloon outwards.
And we moved to Colorado.
There's only one name that emerges, and yeah, there has long been a nagging rumor. Accomplices to some of the most heinous crimes ever perpetrated, the story was far from over. Made contact with a pool of mercury, completing an electrical circuit. This data was counted and displayed on a series. HR manager Richard was a regular... Danny, I'm really glad that you're not using everyone's full names like you often do.
All the work you've done, because I'm presuming you would do that yourself, or if you're going to pay someone to...
Sometimes you can work out a deal and they'll lower that down payment, especially if they feel like you're nice and honest.
It's all about encouraging people to rise above their circumstances and gain a foothold in life.
You don't want to just jump into something. You want to know all that you can about a given subject.
Worth checking out as you're deciding whether or not this is going to be a route for you, and that is the...
Figured out. The next eligibility requirement.
The ups and downs. So don't think people don't want to make you alone when you come to visit our offices, because, like I said, we make
for space. So that's what we did.
I found out about the USDA micro
islands from grasses and reeds that typically measure 30 by 2.5 meters. These islands were created by
so much drinking water gets lost because of that, or spilled, and in this system, because it's so.
And India has consistently, met the expectations. And
what happened in January, I was in the Times newspaper, and then in June, I was in the Times.
Over here we can...
An amazing start to the hike, but I was wondering, what's the difference between this monastery and the monastery that we went to yesterday?
Monster City, by the way, you guys know that. So I'm now able to order my food, no problem. I'm able...
世界喜欢让其环境友好的能源生产商在中国生产之外，中国本身也因此。
哎呀，让我们也能清闲一会儿啊！这得忍忍家。
合得来，瞅点，哎呦我的妈，这脸给馋的，哎呦，嘴巴子整掉。
潜伏那会儿啊，就是天津保密局余则成当年是没这个东西，有这个东西方便多。
一些要点地区，那这个时候中国就得应对啊。我觉得冬季咱们要加强这个啊。
根据需要储存一定数量的生活必需品，满足日常生活跟突发情况。
佛教之后在印度很快就流行开来了，因为大家都接受这个更好啊。那么这个婆罗门教就制度。
也有人说猫头鹰的脖子绝对转不了180度，从很多视频里就能看。
当时奥组委设定每种产业只会有一家赞助商，赞助费底价是400万美元。
不是真的值得幸免。在解释这个桥段之前，我们首先得来先对比漫画以及电影设定的
作品。那这也是为什么我这么喜欢神力女超人，纯洁的女神降临到人间，对人
间只有标准比赛时间的一半，那就像看 YouTube 调整播放速度，做动作的速度变。
可是我不知道站在他们的角度，他们看小孩那个感觉，所以我其实在
有没有听起来觉得好像很酷，对不对？哇哦！
烤包子有点扁啊。
稍微扁的我吃吧。
家也都不会挡到其他户型的阳光。像今天的天气就非常
worked really hard to make sure that we filtered everything we've ever put on our channel. We really realized that not just one video or 2 videos were demonetized, but that our entire channel was.
I've talked about my air sprayer a lot on here. Absolutely love it. It's a DeWalt brand.
Literally driven on, chained onto the top of it, hasn't it, to work, and then, you know.
Yeah.
Definitely. Hey, that's the stopper, isn't it?
Oh, it's not quite as old as we thought, but
like a good big chunk of pewter. I reckon I could melt that onto the next. Oh, I got a trousers. Look at the state of them. I don't know the age. You can see a little flower. I think, well, that's proper smashed with that.
And a silver threepence. Wow. Wow. That's awesome. Well, I'm not going to clean him up too much.
They're not necessarily focusing much on, what we've been talking about with inflation, which is the money creation.
Estimate would be within the next week of when that would happen.
Yeah. So looking at that, and I want to just compare that to what
we actually made a pretty spectacular call within our Discord early this week, right before the
in his white paper. It's basically proof of stake, but it adds in the special variable of time. So you need
blockchain tech, and blockchain tech, as you know, is considered to be a breakthrough in internet tech. And internet tech, as you know.
So subprime mortgage crisis. Now that's a very complex explanation. Please let me know in the comment box if you would.
In India, for example, you can't use gold for buying and selling goods and services.
Understand whether cryptocurrency is really legal or illegal. There are 2 different things. One crypto
wallets हो इस तरीके में, इसमें भी एक प्रॉब्लम और है कि हमारे जो लेजर है या हमारा
कॉन्सेप्ट यहाँ पे समझ आ गया होगा। अब बात रहा कि आखिरकार इसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट कैसे करना है, कि कैसे आप यहाँ पे इन्वेस्ट कर सकते
हैं। एक धोखा साबित हो सकता है आपके लिए, एक मिराज है। वॉरेन बफेट कहते हैं द आइडिया दैट इट हैज सम।
उसके पास 2 बिटकॉइन ही है, अब उसने बजाज को 1 बिटकॉइन दे दिया तो उसके पास 1 रह गया। बजाज के पास कितने
ലേക്ക് ഞാനിപ്പോ പോകുന്നില്ല, എന്നാലും 2 ഡിഫറെന്റ് ടൈപ്സ് നമ്മൾ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കണം. ഒരു ടൈപ്പ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ആ എക്സ്ചേഞ്ച്
power all human activity on earth, I should say, for a year. The one man who understands that.
പുറത്ത് വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഏതാണ്ട് BJP ഭരിക്കുന്ന സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളെല്ലാം ടാക്സ് കുറച്ചിരിക്കുന്നു എന്ന് തന്നെ നമുക്ക് പറയാൻ കഴിയും. ഇപ്പോൾ
ണെന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കിയതോടെ താൻ മുൻകൈയെടുത്ത് 50 ലക്ഷം രൂപ പൂജയ്ക്ക് തിരികെ നൽകിയെന്നും ഈ
ചിന്തിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കാത്ത രീതിയിൽ പെട്രോളിന് തുച്ഛമായ വിലയുള്ള ചില രാജ്യങ്ങളുണ്ട്. തുച്ഛമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ വെറും
ബിഷപ്പിനെ ചിലർ മ്ലേച്ഛ ഭാഷയിൽ തന്നെയാണ് സമൂഹ മാധ്യമങ്ങളിൽ വിശേഷിപ്പിച്ചത്.
അലിനാർങ്ങണില്ലേ നീന്തി പിടിക്കാന്ന് മീനെ
ഏതായാലും ഗൂസിനെ പുറത്തിറക്കാം. നമ്മൾ വെള്ളം ക്ലോറിനേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഓക്കെ. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ഡക്ക് അത് വിജയിച്ചേക്കാണ് കേട്ടോ. ഇനി ചിക്കനാണ്.
അപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ പരിപാടികളൊക്കെ കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഇനിയിപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ എല്ലാവരും റെഡിയായി. ഇനി നേരെ താഴേക്ക് ഇറങ്ങിയിട്ട് പ്രാർത്ഥനയും കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെയാണ്. അതിനുശേഷം
ഫുള്ളായിട്ട് എടുക്കി ഡ്രസ്സൊക്കെ കിട്ടണം.
ആകെ ഒരു പ്രതീക്ഷ ഉള്ളതെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ മനുഷ്യന്മാരൊക്കെ ഒരേപോലെ അല്ലല്ലോ. ചിലർക്ക് കറുത്തോലെ പറ്റൂല. പക്ഷെ
അതിന് ഞാനിവിടെ ആരെ പ്രാങ്കി
എന്താ ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മുടെ പ്രശ്നം എന്താ? ബ്ലോഗിൽ വരും അല്ല, പോസിറ്റീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ മാത്രം.
ലൈറ്റ് വെയ്റ്റ് ബുട്ടീക് ഡിസൈനർ ജ്വല്ലറി ഇപ്പോൾ തൃശൂർ.
ഫസ്റ്റ് ഡേ നോക്കണ്ടേ, ഞാൻ ആദ്യം തന്നെ
Nasaan na yan? Nalihan na? Hindi pa. Silya pa lang yun. Sunday.
Actually,
probably.
Ayan. Labas na tayo mga hindi, mga dodong kasi nakuha na namin yung order namin.
Sad months dito sa UK. Oh. Ito na naman si Inday Ulang.
Bugbugin ko pala yung makmak na yan. Na siyang umuwi. Na ano lang ho itong...
Sino po yung hindi na uuwi? Rada natapos yun. Oo. Kaya, nasan yung ninakaw kung ano?
Yellow political wannabe assassins. Ang sinasabi nila...
Assassin.
Ayun.
Kamaring hindi niya na-practice ang pagiging neutral at pagiging objective.
Efren Rambo Rapanan kasama ating chairman na si
Quantitative analysis. I have made a bit of a study on this because we were writing the amendments to the PPP law.
Sa Senate Blue Ribbon Committee. Panoorin ang full video.
Pakinabangan yung yamang dagat. Diba kasi yung mga nagninegosyo.
If may tao or wala na tao, yeah, we're walking. You see, until now we're walking to reach the one with you last time.
Yes, the first time in your Yolo restaurant.
She was also with you when you came to Yolo.
Yes.
We'll be asking pag kung pwede umakyat.
A few minutes later.
Ayan, so malapit na tayo.
Mga Pinoy foods, mga pagkaing Pilipino, and then travel, and then yung
No stuff, no? Mahal yung stuff sila ato, no?
Korean Mart. Yun po ang pangalan po ng kanyang Shopee store. Yan, ito.
약간 북한에서 온 고기예요. 빨갱이처럼 하잖아요. 예, 피기가 아직 덜 빠졌어요. 뭐 이렇게
보아링.
겁나.
Globally, Audi produces and sells about 1.6-1.7 million cars
10 years ahead with their infrastructure projects. So when unexpected variables come into play,
it's setting up the playing field for stationary batteries and solar, which up until now have...
Regardless, I'm really happy with how this is turning out for gaming because this does meet our needs.
Connect to the Starlink Wi-Fi, which shows up as some number. So I'll just wait for it here.
You obviously need a lot more power to beam a signal to orbit. Pretty sweet.
The distance you can tell. Unless, of course, in the future we have a space war where someone creates a weapon to shoot.
Originally bought it. And so they put them in devices like this. And those are great, but they're not super.
Shared about Starlink and its plans for the very sudden future. Then we will discuss the constraints faced by
satellite business will be strongly tied to Starship's launch capabilities. The better Starship is, the more efficient.
Another historic milestone in aerospace history, when it ferried a private crew to invented in the rocket industry, and its innovative design means that it just might be SpaceX's
so that it could land on the runway. SpaceX, on the other hand, took a different approach. When
this happens soon, Musk won't unintentionally allow Russia to grab the most coveted prize, since
thinking of traveling to other planets. But what if there were a faster way to get there?
MRI. At the same time, new phenomena were discovered, such as X-rays and radioactive
warping that would make Star Trek look less like sci-fi.
it starts with a warped vision where you
Engine propellant is exhausted through the nozzle, which makes the rocket move. But here the cavity is closed.
And we're saying that basically the distant matter of the universe is what's pulling the space-time and making
it's impossible to observe a massive object cross this speed barrier. But there are loopholes.
His idea is now called the Alcubierre drive. The explanation that you usually get
only by using solar energy. The passive solar greenhouse design principles rely on a
triple layer. With plastic, they'll do a double air-inflated plastic green
instead of double glazing. David, I'd actually recommend both. This is a fantastic question. Now, there's two
kind of hanging down from the ceiling. Now, obviously, theirs was a very big commercial greenhouse, so the hot
side with me, so you hear barking and craziness. It's these Looney Tunes going wild.
Pipey thing. The way that this works is it pulls the heat down and
no electricity needed. It's got a thermocoupler in there.
1,000 watts, okay? Still didn't do, you guessed it, jack diddly squat, okay?
So people on the neighboring farms found out, and it seems like more by accident.
Both back to the Middle Ages and basically up to, the present.
See if I can get all this fence out of here and see what we have.
It was a small I forgot about, but the one that
there's a nice little.
And you might leave a little just so you kind of know where the base of that plant is also.
What kind are these? I can't remember what they call them.
I can't remember.
Sarap talaga pakiramdam. Hindi na ako makakain ng talbos ng kamuti, mga kamami.
Okay, let's set this aside. Okay, and what I forgot na gusto kong
Hindi na siya. Alright. Let me just take this out.
Daliri. Pasahin ako. Sabi ko, nalaglag ako sa hagdan. Sakap.
Like that's good. That's good. Even in television, sometimes it's not like this intense, you know, with the bulb light.
Sloping na lot. We decided that 2 of those 4 stories would be semi-basements. And ang
Nakakagulat yung pagkadulas eh.
Hindi, kuya, parang nahilig ka.
Yun po yung kabilin-bilinan ko kay tatay. Magsimula ka tatay bukas.
Thank you. Very lucky for you.
ma'am, thank you
Sigurado ka na rito.
Thank you ma'am, thank you. Namimili.
Pero meron yan dito dati eh. Sumukha. Hindi. Kung magtiyaga ka lang po talaga dito sa sa bukid.
I'm gonna give you drawing pad, okay?
What? Isamo do restaurante.
Or one teeny tiny little screw that falls out of place and renders your entire.
We started spreading out to other brown guys that people couldn't get to because with a 4x4 we can go farther. And from here to Pandan we've had.
Is that a Terminator? Yeah. Terminator jig.
Kuya, langoy kuya. Langoy ba? Langoy.
Okay. No more picking it up with your hands to burn your hands. That comes in handy.
they're still waiting for the papers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's taking too long.
It takes a long time.
Welcome to Sunrise, Ashley. This has got music in it, hon. You wanna edit it?
Unsa inyong bestseller sa salad? Kani. So
Okay lang yan.
Bali, 92 na lang po. Wait lang, sir. Kay Ma'am Aram.
63. Ilagay sa bag ang 63.
It's lit. Why is this one woman lit up? Why are they only...
I do question.
$5.
I'm not sure what's happening. I think he went in like, we the best. They're gonna look at this and be like, y'all are some. This was.
Nailili. What?
Your pieces are not that big.
Hey, all the
don't
papers.
come for my girl's tata.
Yeah. Are you guys going to be getting married anytime soon?
No, these are new. You know,
We added a whole bunch of decor up here, which is really cute. And then we
gone. This was my experience, so it might be different from other clinics, but what they had me do was
be a stinger because it's a sensitive area, okay?
Make the image pop out on a phone. The thumbnail's this big and you need it to pop out, is I would change.
Maybe it's Photoshop. 90 Day Fiancé. Oh, that's a very big difference. Yes.
On the set of British-Italian miniseries Nostromo, in which he starred, and
A few months later, Affleck started dating Garner. The couple kept their relationship private and were
John or Peter, so it's a Peter Pan thing. Despite Shiloh's choice of name,
You tell a story about you used to drive over there at night and
No, this is the morning room. Taking a chance on me to do something really different, and I really
you were forced on us by the studio. I think we could do a David Ayer double feature.
We should, yeah. Suicide Squad.
Good job.
Oh, thanks.
Well, that's a real credit to Tarantino, his structure.
Yeah, so
It's a dog's bollocks. Dog's bollocks, or the smaller version, the mutt's nuts.
Vino, you know.
So you're not like Travolta though. You didn't get a pilot's license.
Like from Lukasaki.
Brothers.
I didn't need the brothers.
You got it.
All right.
Bing, 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 bing.
Luigi.
Bing. No.
Hello, little lady.
Understand how that works. The actual confirmation on Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin and his look comes from a couple different.
Much does back up this report. However, it adds a little bit more to the post-credit scene.
I've officially become a lord thanks to Established Titles. Today's sponsor. Established Titles is
Maguire's Spider-Man from the Raimi trilogy.
They're kind of unfair nitpicks. Like this part, where he criticizes that no one present at Doc Ock's experiment.
Cool place. Really? Yeah. I cried like a baby when you played Cinderella.
Does none of that benefit him? Well, besides making Spider-Man feel good about himself, it really doesn't. Sure have.
And he was an orphan, he was shy and so forth, and it turned out he was. You're gonna hear me roar!
That's one. Come on, guys. You know I love my Spider-Man puns. Anyway, the first show of strength I'm gonna mention.
US tons. So there you have it. Spider-Man can lift to almost 60,000 pounds, or 27,000.
In other words, their strength increases by a square. A buffer Spider-Man wouldn't necessarily be taller.
Extreme positive allometry of animal adhesive pads and the size limits of adhesion-based climbing, and
Ow! The Powerpuff Girls' hands work? Oh, gross! Let's take a closer look at those spatulae.
A hefty 38,000 kilograms, and in the movie, I counted 6 of them. Also,
CR&R recovers over 250,000 tons of recyclables each year.
Way we do enter the truck, which is a 3-point contact. Make sure.
My name is Jennifer King, and I'm from San Bernardino, and
was covered in ice, has been covered in ice for the past few days, and as I'm talking to you,
the whole trip was 4 days, so we kind of took our time getting.
Let's get into it and find out what your end of lease is going to bring and what.
With that on the lease side, lease is designed to complete a lease, so you can get access to that.
Just a little bit, you know, if I could tweak a little things, you know what I mean.
You can't make anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 as a solo.
As in gross revenue.
Gross.
So here's what I know. I got this kind of from all of the information that I've.
I gave them a call and I got in touch with this. It was a recruiter named Allie Peters. She was.
Yo, what's good? Yo, so we gonna go ahead and cut to the chase. I got my student right here.
So your first 3 months, then after that, which would be 6 months, you know.
Because that's probably a very, very big problem for many people.
OTR average 600 miles per haul, earn up to $73,000 a year.
You'll be doing logbook because, well, actually that'll be the second.
Serve breakfast at like 5:30 every morning. They have a shuttle that'll get you to and from
work because you guys want to be hired. So, but I appreciate you putting me down though. You know what I'm saying? I definitely appreciate that.
And you know, I went in and you know, the first day I had my truck, man, the DEF sensor.
Needs and comfort in mind. Let me show you around. Our new address is 1211 East Pleasant Run.
But I ended up onboarding in Memphis, Tennessee. I can't exactly remember why.
50,000, you know, the scale. You see this a lot on the recruitment pages of.
With the guard shack, hopefully they give you the correct information. You go to the.
Where does she go with this?
So in what ways has the world gone mad?
Well, you know, when you...
Sylvester Stallone announced in all caps a major cast change on Twitter, sharing Willis out.
His band Sky signed to RCA. Sky recorded 2 albums, but then the band dissolved.
Work every day.
Now, the last couple times I went to Costco, I have forgotten to buy this, and I've been buying my...
If it has aluminum in it. Got enough of that in my body from over the years, so... okay.
And I'll show you everything that we picked up because I know you guys like to see all that. And then
I know it's only got 6 in here, but I just bought it just to try it and see if they like them. But it's a...
Don't fall walking away from the table.
And stock up on extra oil.
Charger with particular cables depending on what type of phone you have. We also have a
Side, however, you can't really fit too much inside, but it gives you the options of how you're going to carry your stuff. But all
so that way there's high visibility. You can wrap this around yourself for additional heat.
With this little 12-volt grinder, I've tested it before. I know it works, so this is just good to have.
Here, I pack my Husky toolkit. Toolkit is gonna
use the stuff that I had personally, and I did not wash my truck. You can see that, right? I just
pulled out. The holster's intact. The trigger is covered.
And of course, there's some goodies powder in there.
It's GPS data, and this tool you can change all the different types.
You can tell that they're very, very slim. You know what I don't like about the RAM system or other mounting systems.
Look, these are a great option if you're thinking about installing some other seats. It's not as hard as it looks, guys. Go check out the video.
You now want to firmly pull on the dash, and it should clip out.
The factory bolts, you can see there, and you could adjust them here so that you can
try out those mirrors and the foot pegs on too. So stay tuned, guys. This is gonna be fun. All right. Okay.
Next day. 2 more anti-theft items are these dummy alarm stickers for $3.
install pockets in the back. Headrests have custom sleeves.
The Jeep feels like a rocket ship unless you have the 3.8 like me. It just feels a little bit faster.
Trail. So these are going to be a little bit stiffer than your factory shocks because these are gas charged as well.
Past whatever obstacle is in your way but can't make it past said obstacle, you may want to
top of the axle in what's called spring over axle, or below, which is called spring under axle.
Cherokees could have been used in World War II and been just as successful. They're really that tough. They're basic.
Not maintaining the motor. Why? Because lifts are expensive, tires are expensive, winches, welded bumpers, recovery points.
12 Wrangler, this Wrangler was rated as the most unreliable Jeep Wrangler.
And it quickly developed a reputation for burning oil. Yeah, not a good start to a new generation.
You're not gonna get stuck, and it's old school. Check it out. It's got U-joints. It's not a C.
Most amount of money and not get you in the hole in a vehicle is rust. These
holds your axle in place. So if this isn't 100%, if this weld isn't good, if there's a crack here,
In different Jeeps, the upper control arm mount is still connected at the top.
this stuff in, especially since we're kind of in an enclosed area. It's a good idea to find a mask or a half mask.
We've got the outside rust free, but probably the back of this fender, odds are, is very rusty as well.
So on a plastic, won't make its way to the panel. And as mentioned in my other video, make sure you
do what's known as back sanding a little bit. And I also have a little tiny scratch near the top that I'm going to kind of work
to remove our masking tape where our border is, because as you can see,
just take it to it. For this side,
uneven stroke marks that appeared as the paint settled on the bodywork.
I wanted to spray black since we were using two colors. Now I wanted to spray around the wheel wells to
called the supplier, and they're getting 2 more sent out to me. Also, if you're wondering about how much
Got the compressor on, sitting on about nearly 90 at the moment, but anything over 80.
We're going to go ahead and shut all the doors up. We're going to tape everything else back together, or just tape everything off so it's...
It's all prepped and ready to go.
Listos para limpiar, una servilletita. Por eso es muy importante.
220. Entonces lo que hay que hacer es matizar toda la zona, como rayarlo un poco.
Unos 5 segundos, 6 segundos.
Para sacar audio se puede aplicar tanto horizontal o verticalmente, es decir, en las puertas.
En el sentido que les platicaba yo del viaje con la camioneta Honda CR-V y con mi carro tratado acústicamente.
La base del futuro material será papel de aluminio. Los rollos se colocan en un dispositivo de
Y en el caso del vento, donde haría muchísima ayuda, porque la parte más ruidosa que tiene el vento es en las...
En el techo, no, había en el techo de Onix y lo sacamos para mandarle las varillas. La idea es con la misma...
Nosotros no tenemos ningún conjunto de parlante caja, tenemos un par
de gamuza, y del otro lado es espectacular, pero es muy cara. Pegamentos.
Ajá. Ok. Y la sección ya sería, depende de la necesidad que tengan ustedes en el...
Las demás masillas que vamos a utilizar, la adherencia está asegurada, todo eso lo vamos a
una cinta masking tape de color azul que no tiene tanto adhesivo, aún así se trae.
caso, como es muy fácil de quitar el faro, lo voy a quitar y lo voy a hacer fuera. El kit este está muy bien porque
Si le empezamos a pegar con la lija a todo este contorno de pintura, obviamente lo vamos a lijar y lo vamos a dañar. Y yo creo que es ya tiempo suficiente, porque si esto...
Nosotros se lo ponemos porque somos medio cabeza dura, porque nos gusta tener...
¿Ah? Con sus dedos, con la yema de sus dedos, lo maneja así, ¿eh?
Y bicarbonato de esta marca, que de hecho creo que es la única que se puede conseguir.
Detener en ningún momento, así que vamos a jalar y como pueden ver,
Esperar un minuto que seque.
Amarillento, todo lo opaco, toda la parte que ya se desgasta del faro, de la superficie.
Agarramos un poco de baking soda, agarramos un limón
entero y ahora lo vamos a cortar por la mitad.
y lo voy a empezar a dar de esta manera.
Foco, acompáñame asistente. Entonces podemos ver que el foco está totalmente...
Bueno, pues mejor ponerse ropa que no os guste mucho y luego tener cerca una manguera para limpiar el coche, ya que si se secan...
Rápido. Hay ocasiones en que está haciendo frío, entonces hay que ayudarnos con la pista.
Ahí está. Ahora, en este asunto del clear sí me gusta respetar las reglas.
Que necesitamos o simplemente a veces no sabemos aplicarlo, ¿no? Entonces este barniz se aplica.
Nos va a servir también para poner lo que es el fondo y lo que es
un parote. Lo que voy a estar haciendo es darle dos manos
por esa parte. La brocha debes de pasarla a velocidad sin dejar que haya residuos gruesos.
así también por su textura y color. Y con mano. Luego de haber hecho esto, se usa una estufa más limpia.
Up to 24 hours.
As you can see here, the other side was way easier. I needed it to do, so I grabbed some lighter weight wood filler to fill in the old hardware holes and a Dixie mud, add a little bit of water, and paint that on to fill the grain.
That really pretty slanted mid-century modern look. You can do it, you can too. Let's make our homes look and feel their best. I've used that one before and I didn't have any issues at all, but if you can get your hands to the Zinsser one.
In general, I just wish there was 4 of me. I'd get way more done in the day.
And then I'm gonna mark a little bit above because I know that the next thing I'm gonna do is make
completely.
Also, I promise that I am not talking to myself. I'm singing along to the music in the background.
Yep. There is something solid here. That's a good news.
Tighten or loosen the connectors. This means I can assemble and disassemble the parts easily.
After the
included instructions and use the template to mark a bunch of holes in the concrete wall.
If you want to get really fancy, you can even make the filter unscrewable with a 5-gallon pail and a Gamma Seal lid.
So it was really easy. I used an impact to attach a lot of the stuff just to speed it up. I have a little socket attached.
And really almost all the dust. I've been using the Super Dust Deputy.
Amounts and sizes. They even requested a layout drawing of my shop so that they could understand where things are.
That's where the dust collector comes in. All right, so here's my dust collector tucked into this little corner here next to my table.
A slightly cheaper option that also filters out 99% of dust from entering your lungs.
Both build begin.
But before we get started, there's one thing you really need to do when you get one of these in your hands.
A lot of sawdust in it, but unfortunately means that this
can use an oscillating saw with a do-it-yourself blade in it like this. If you haven't seen the video yet where I show you how to do this,
and some hose to make a main trunk coming from the Cyclone for the rest of the system to connect to.
Installing and outfitting a complete dust extraction system. Second, you really
form hose connected here. It's easy to attach it to my belt and disc sander, and I can also use it with my drill press.
One block super quickly.
To move it around so they're all the same and both ends are square. And then this left one with a 4-inch opening.
These images, it really is unbelievable that everybody made it out of this without a scratch. Even the vessel itself only had. And wifey's ready. She's gonna make some toss attempts too.
I'm like, damn, this shit sucks, bro. I want to go back home. It's better when you're watching it on TV.
This crew just keeps right on rolling through it. That really is pretty impressive the way this crew handles that one. Typically,
Over the course of years, the vinyl will age and deteriorate, and also the pollen in the air.
He's to drive it.
To mention how bizarre it all looks.
This morning, so let's hold our breath for him. Let's wish him well because he goes.
The cars are electric cars and don't need gas. But this woman clearly doesn't know that as she looks pretty hesitant.
Apparently, humans aren't the only ones that can be hypnotized, but this pigeon also hypnotized.
Whoa! I looked at as soon as my eyes shift.
Aside from being a good football player,
This match, which took place on September 15th, 2012, proves that the joy in football can be accompanied by
back in 2013, Yorgos and Athens were going up against Viria, and little did they know, this game was about.
Us has a different technique. He just skips the bit where he has to aim. Perfect backwards shots without even glancing back.
When her mother comes to sit nearby, Jokro slowly approaches her and starts to groom.
Becoming a father is his destiny.
Okay, well I'll just carry on.
Are you burying a bone? Back to the car, girls. Let's go. Come on. Leave a little woodcock alone. Bye, little birdie friend.
Didn't work out very well. And it's not her necessarily. I mean, she's not a good, I don't think.
People out of that 339,000 people are the ones who actually count. For advertisers,
have been reduced to a pair of children's party entertainers. I've put down here because that's probably what's going to happen to us in 5 years.
That his disappearance was our fault, or his own fault. From the first minute,
But mammals aren't likely to.
so they'll rarely eat them more than once. Strychnine is dead.
YouTube channel.
From editing, I started being lead camera, and then directing, and then they threw me in a video.
You do things that you make yourself uncomfortable. You give people a lot of money. You
if we're going to make it in time. All right, Ollie, here to me. Perfect. Just setting up some GoPro.
Stick it back on?
Yes, you can.
That's not gonna work. Oh, no. Oh my gosh, how are you guys both
really? 귀한 선물을 받은 것처럼 기분이 좋다고 하는데요. 또한 그물망 포장재는 배를 잘 보호해
식감이 좋고 당도가 높으며 식감이 우수하다고 치켜세웠습니다. 또 수량성이 매우 높은 데다
민간에게 과도한 개발이익이 같다고 얼마나 얘기를 했습니까? 물론 민간의 과도한 개발이익이
정쟁의 소용돌이로 몰아넣었습니다. 이제는 법안과
특권으로 변질되지 않게 하는 장치가 꼭 필요하겠다는 생각이 듭니다. 바로 지난달
녀석들입니다. 얘네들은 원래 물 위에 떠다니는 벌레들을 날라서
호수에 강풍이 불면 얼지 않은 호수물도 바람에 밀리는 것을 볼 수 있습니다.
유럽 등지로 뿔뿔이 흩어졌다고 주장되고 있고 이집트나 메소포타미아 부근의 인류의
박하면서 한국에는 왜 저자세로 나오는지에 대해 알아보겠습니다. 최근 중국이 보이는 행보가 대표는 삼성물산과 롯데케미칼, 효성중공업 등 수소 사업을 추진 중인 국내 기업 12곳
한국어로 안녕을 반복했었죠. 또한 글로벌 스타 BTS가 세계적인 락밴드
당시 캠페인에 출연했던 인물들이 하나같이 방사능에 피폭되었기 때문이죠. 그 대표적인
대부분 중화권 사람들로 이루어져 있고 한국 눈치를 보지 않고 중국을 찬양하면서
다른 나라의 지적을 받은 나라에는 나빠요라는 스티커를 붙이게 되어 있는데 가장 많이 지적을 받은 국가는
선수 3명 중 하나로 분류되었으며 팬들 사이에서 그에 대한 지지는 급락했었다는데요.
실제 감염 사례보다 적은 수를 발표한 것입니다. 6개월이나 지나도록 추가적인 확진조차 하지 않은 일본의
해야 되나 이걸 뜯기에는 때 묻을까봐 못 뜯겠네. 요새 시장에 포장 잘 해준다니까.
예, 식당 뭐 돈가스는 바로 이게 나중.
과 정치적 뒷배경이 있어서 그렇게 안 해요.
아, 엄마가
잘 치시네.
낀 거?
너무 크니까.
코지.
개코다 야. 그때 냄새 그렇게 잘 맞네. 왜?
그럼 모르고 있어야 돼?
왜냐면 선물이니까.
그래.
그래도 어떻게 받았는데 제가 맨입으로 있어요.
콘테 감독이 토트넘으로 가면서 바렐라 선수와 연결이 되긴 했지만 바렐라 선수는 사실 아직 챔피언스리그 진출입니다.
이렇게 이런 글을 다 썼는데 이번에 누누 감독이 떠날 때는 아무도 지금
예상도 했던 일이고 당연한 얘기긴 합니다만 그래도 이렇게 현지 반응이 노골적으로 딱 여러 군데 찝어가지고
콩물을 빼내고 남은 걸 비지라고 그래요. 그래서 콩비지를 맛있게 하는 집은 이 국물을
그것도 아삭아삭하니 맛있거든요. 이 다시마 육수가 들어가면요. 내가 5분 끓여
절여진 물만 버려주세요. 무는 건져 놓으시고 배추 천일염이 한 컵 반이 들어가는데요. 230g이 들어갑니다.
지금 10시간 정도 지난 것 같네.
갖고 소금에 딱 이렇게 불리죠. 그냥 이렇게 이래갖고 이쪽에는 간
아까 절이고 남은 소금은 살짝살짝씩 뿌려주세요.
이렇게 비닐봉지
이렇게 해서 짝짝이 맞추면 이렇게 다 들어가거든. 이게
부통 정도가 나오거든요. 우선 이렇게 해놨다가 하루 정도 절여주셔야 돼요.
이거 많이 절이면 뭐가 좀 약간 질긴 맛이 있어요. 굵은 소금입니다.
끓으면 풀려나거든요. 밀가루 풀려나니까 보글보글해서 좀 끓여주신 다음에 불을 끄셔야 돼요.
잘 안 담아요. 담아도 괜찮긴 하죠. 못 먹는 건 아닌데 그래도 김치
졸여주시면 되겠습니다. 딱이 눌지 않게끔 가끔가다 한 번씩 저어주시고요.
물을 충분히 넣으시고 넣으실 때는 다 채썰지. 이렇게 뿌려놓고. 이거 겨울 내 먹지.
하나 포개봐요. 하나 포개봐. 응. 아니 혹시 여기 펄대는
있어요. 구리에서 한 30분 가면 있는데요. 거기 가서 오늘 장날이라
이렇게 이제 플라스틱 이런 과일도 살아나거든요. 네, 배추 4포기에 한 청양고추 13개 정도.
상을 막고 혈압을 낮추는 데 도움을 주어 혈관이 막히는 것을 예방해 줍니다.
Out of your kitchen. You don't need to go out to no restaurant dealing with all that nonsense.
To my pan. Let me bring my camera a little closer. Better when your knife is nice and sharp. It makes the job so much easier, trust me.
If you're a salmon lover, tell us how you like your salmon down in the comments.
I decided to just cut it into 3. However, if you want to serve 2 people or you want to serve 4, you need to make this recipe. Okay, so let's get started. So I'm just gonna go ahead and salmon fillet here, and of course I'm using Mrs. Dash seasoning.
The fish, but you could always dry off the surface right before if you do it a little bit. Salmon has cooked, and today I'm using these gorgeous and thick king salmon fillets.
At the end. Even though I love eating salmon, for more reasonable portion size, I'm going to cut this in half.
One in.
I know what that is. That's maple syrup. It's a bit like pure gold.
I use hot sauce. You guys can use sriracha. It does, you use whatever little taste you would like.
In this.
Chin-chin.
这种乐排呢，肉比较多，在好市多可以买得到。
Another pot outside to do. And then once we get this cooking down, we're going to be starting on our salt.
3 clusters of snow crab, reserve the meat for the final gumbo, and place the shells with the rest of your stock ingredients. Now get yourself a...
Because this is going to be my stock, dried mushrooms. Any kind, I'd say buy one of the cheaper varieties.
To burn, but I'll probably be able to get away with going high heat the whole time. All right, so this is about 12 ounces.
Bechamel or velouté. And the particularity of today's soup, all the cream.
I'm going to be using in this recipe some portobello mushrooms, some baby portobello mushrooms.
Kita harum.
And a pinch of salt.
These will be just very nice, and they'll be spread more evenly throughout the soup.
You want to put the garlic in a little bit later, because if you put it in too early, you might actually burn.
Just, huh? Okay. This is going to go in.
And garlic. Well, that's why it's we don't need potpourri. No, because we have that smell.
Those are different kind of mushrooms. Oh, well, there's Homer or Jethro smoking a banana on the cover, and I thought, but anyway.
92% water or 94% water. So you want to release all those juices in these mushrooms. Cook properly, and they will be a little bit tasteless. We're not looking for a Maillard.
This is 2 8-ounce boxes of mushrooms, sliced mushrooms, and I put them on.
We're going to go ahead and get our little wooden spoon.
Soup, goopy. Potatoes.
just like you'd use oil. And so I want to cook my
And you?
I wish it were this time tomorrow.
You've got to learn not to worry.
Please let me worry, just a little bit. It makes me feel better.
You wouldn't worry if you'd heard what Kuro just said about me. At last, Sevilla has a matador, he said. My jacket. The greatest matador in history, he said. I've kept my promise, haven't I? My Montera.